once upon a time, a very special mouse celebrated a very special birthday. And he spent this birthday like any of us would, running around sitcom sets trying desperately to prove his identity while other people watched montage of him in a different animation style. Hey everyone, Dave here, and today we're looking at the Mickey's 60th birthday television special.
Dave's Obsession of the moment.
It's 2023 and the Walt Disney Company is celebrating their 100th anniversary. That's right, the eldest of the 450 companies in the trench coat that make up Disney was founded in 1923. And all the other companies they formed or acquired since then are dragged along and given fake IDs to match. Happy birthday, Disney. Your entire conglomerate is still 3 years younger than the park you took all your ideas from. Still, nobody does an anniversary celebration quite like Disney. Take a look at what they're doing at Disneyland. They're giving Mickey Mouse his first ride. Well, a clone of his first ride. You know, if you don't count the Ferris wheel or the swings. But it's, a clone of a ride people like. I haven't ridden it yet at the time we're filming this, but people say it's good. And unlike in Florida, here it's not replacing any other rides. Take that, East Coast. But yeah, Disney tends to go all out, often in ways that are unexpected. Take 35 years ago when they celebrated Mickey Mouse's 60th birthday with a Magical World of Disney special that is, well, it's exactly my kind of nonsense. Now, I have mentioned this special before when I was talking about the 35th anniversary Disneyland special, which came out 2 years later, because there is a lot of overlap between the two specials. They're both Magical World of Disney specials that aired on NBC, and they both feature Charles Fleischer and a little bit of synergistic cross-promotion with NBC stars. But this special has a more consistent through line than that one, and yet somehow it's even more incoherent. As far as I know, there was never an official home video release for this, although apparently it was released theatrically in Finland and Russia, according to IMDb anyway. Yeah, their Tolkien adaptations had to be made for TV because their theaters are just too full of masterpieces like this. But many people take the special off of TV, and many of those people have uploaded it to YouTube. Some of them including the commercials, which include ads for things Disney would later buy.
McDonald's presents Holiday Huggable Muppet Babies.
And ads for things that at the time were crushing Disney at the box office.
A Don Bluth film, The Land Before Time, rated G.
But it's not a Magical World of Disney special until Eisner tries desperately to be the new Walt.
Hello, I'm Michael Eisner.
They said the thing!
Tonight we celebrate Mickey Mouse's 60th birthday. We've all shared a special bond with this lovable little mouse that dates back to the first time some lucky boy or girl put on this original Mickey Mouse watch in 1933.
Ah, yes, dating back to the watch. Before the watch, Mickey was basically nobody. It wasn't the cartoons that made America fall in love with him, it was the watch. So Eisner goes full yogurt from Spaceballs and brags about how much Mickey merch there is, right before a special that tries desperately to play Mickey up as a scrappy underdog. And then the special begins proper in the control booth with Carl Reiner as director Mel Fellini.
Nobody makes a mistake on a Mel Fellini production.
Obviously, this character is named after Federico Fellini, and possibly also named after Carl's buddy Mel Brooks, but I assume the character got the job directing Mickey's special because he's a cousin of either Alan Brady or P.G. Biggershot.
I don't like moose pictures.
Only mouse pictures. Anyway, Fellini is apparently live directing Through the Mirror.
Go with Mickey. Go with Mickey. Go with him. Go with him. Stay with him. Stay with him. Beautiful, beautiful.
You know how this business is. Sometimes you have to direct a short 52 years after its release. But he's not done there because then he has to live direct footage of Clara Cluck in Mickey's Grand Opera.
Cue the clock.
But he gets interrupted by Donald, who is clearly being drawn on a television animation budget compared to the film animation footage we just saw. They kick him out, but he storms on stage and definitely does that live. It isn't just more archival footage. Never mind the fact that he's clearly drawn differently than when he was in the control room mere seconds ago. This is all live. So Fellini calls stage manager Charles Fleischer, who only plays one live-action character in this special, unlike in the Disneyland 35th.
We're moving up to the finale. Get Mickey.
Get Mickey.
Kill the duck.
Really want me to kill the duck? Duck makes a lot of money.
No. If they didn't murder Chapek when they gave him the boot, they're not gonna kill Donald.
I turned down the new monkeys for this.
Yeah, but at least you got the new Dick Van Dyke Show. Meanwhile, Mickey, who, may I remind you, was just on stage doing Through the Mirror, is now backstage in a completely different and cheaper animation style, and completely insecure about performing despite the fact that he literally just killed it on stage in decades-old footage.
It's all up to you. Let the light in. Nah, gosh, it just won't work.
People today expect more. They want special effects.
Well, don't worry, I'm sure there's an effects house around here somewhere to underpay.
They want magic.
Ah, the hat. I see you found it.
Wait, that's not Yen Sid. It looks more like King Hubert.
Unreasonable, pompous, unguard, sir.
But he does have the voice of Peter Cullen, so I hope this ends with him telling Mickey that his bravery saved the planet.
Yeah, must have gotten mixed up with my pop.
You know better than to use someone else's magic.
Without buying out their company first. So then Charles Fleischer needs to get Mickey out on stage, and he just may need a hand from himself. I said he doesn't play any other live-action characters in this special.
The rabbit to the rescue!
It was 1988, America had Roger Rabbit fever, and they all came together with one voice to say, yes, we want to see that beautifully animated character drawn way more cheaply.
Mickey's on in a minute, and I can't find the cake, and I gotta put it in position!
And I gotta get the manure out of Biff Tannen's car before I age 60 years and try to save the clock tower. Side note, this is also one of the very few things Roger Rabbit appears in without a Droopy cameo. There's no non-Disney animated character showing up in this thing at all, just non-Disney live-action characters. Although some non-Disney animated characters get mentioned.
Porky Pig? Who is this guy?
But have you forgotten you're already involved in the Wile E. Coyote assault case?
But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Roger gets the cake out on stage and accidentally cues it up to explode, and then tries to stop it from exploding. Chaos obviously ensues, but really this was just the stage crew's fault for leaving dynamite around such a tune-heavy cast. So Mickey innocently uses magic that's not his to fix it all.
Magic hat! Fix all that!
But then Micrus flies too close to the sun.
On with the party! Let's do it big!
Is this haunted cake actually stretching?
Yes, he magics too hard and he must pay the penalty.
What have I done? What have I done?
Wait a minute. What happened? Camera 2. I'm dying here.
What do you mean you can't find Mickey?
What do you mean you can't find Mickey?
You know, I will give the special credit for being one of the very few times Disney reused Sorcerer's Apprentice iconography while actually remembering that Mickey should not be wearing the hat. Sorcerer Mickey is not a hero, he's a troublemaker meddling with powers he does not comprehend, and this weird synergistic special actually gets that element right.
Mickey, 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 find your own magic. What am I going to do with you?
Forget the whole thing?
That's not the answer. But perhaps if people forget that you're Mickey Mouse.
So this is an odd twist on the It's a Wonderful Life formula. The spell doesn't erase people's memories of Mickey, and it doesn't change Mickey's appearance in any way. He still looks like Mickey, but nobody is capable of recognizing this 4-foot-tall mouse as Mickey Mouse. Even as they acknowledge his Mickey-like features, their brains are just incapable of making the connection between this mouse who looks exactly like Mickey Mouse and Mickey Mouse. Even as he throws it in their face that he's supposed to be Mickey Mouse, they just don't believe him.
Well, you're about the right height.
I don't know, maybe it's a prototype of the spell Doctor Strange used on Spider-Man. But part of me feels like it would be cleaner if the spell also erased Mickey's memory of himself, and part of his journey of self-discovery was remembering who he is, as Mufasa might say. I don't know, I just feel like Mickey trying to find his own magic is, in theory, the thread. Like, that's in theory the character arc they're setting up, and by the end, it doesn't really amount to much, and I don't know, having him forget himself too would be something.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Man, Star Tours had only been in the park a year, and Disney was already shoving that galaxy far, far away down our throats. Then we get to the real star of this special, John Ritter. Yes, the legendary John Ritter, often cited as one of the best physical comedians of the late 20th century, a man whose frantic pratfalls delighted many. So this special has him just sitting behind a news desk.
And that's the scene at Disneyland where just moments ago, Mickey Mouse mysteriously disappeared in front of thousands of fans while taping his upcoming birthday special.
But he gets to annoy Jill Eikenberry.
Well, Mia, that certainly should stir up a little action.
Like all great comedic bickering, it's the utter lack of specificity that sells the almost joke. The news anchor framing device sets up a lot of montages of classic Mickey cartoons.
And just who is this little fella who has laid claim to America's heart for the past 6 decades?
I assume the news just has full historical montages at the ready for any missing persons case.
He started his career as a mere doodle that leapt from the mind of Walt Disney.
But mostly from the pen of Ub Iwerks.
Because he was fallible, just like us.
Well, in the handful of projects where they let him have a personality. They also are used up to set up some of the celebrity cameos.
We interrupt the newscast to bring you the following unpolitical, unpaid announcement.
Hello, I'm Ed McMahon. In an effort to help find Mickey Mouse, I am authorized to personally hand you a check for $5 million.
Now joining us is Michael Eisner, chairman of the board of the Walt Disney Company.
But whatever you do, don't blame Roger Rabbit. You know how much it cost us the last time he got framed.
But we'll make that money back with the Roger Rabbit TV series we'll definitely be able to do. There's no way Amblin will jump in bed with one of our biggest competitors for TV animation and force us to replace him with a bobcat. They also are used to cut to real-life local NBC reporters showing off Mickey gimmicks.
I'm standing here in front of the world-famous Niagara Falls, where Air Force One was launched on schedule this morning. Mickey's image mysteriously appeared in a mosaic of office lights on the 59-story Pan Am building.
We're flying above the heartland of America, 2,000 feet above Sheffield, Iowa, where the farmers of this small community have fashioned a monument to Mickey, the common man's hero. This gigantic profile spreads across 520 acres of corn and oats.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we've just received word that the Disney Company and NASA, in their first joint production, have launched an ultra-sophisticated Mickey Mouse-seeking satellite.
Man, the early version of Mission Space was weird. So Mickey's lost and alone, and apparently he wandered to a bench in Ohio because here comes the Family Ties crossover.
Mickey Mouse is still missing.
Oh my gosh, it's true. I am missing.
What's your problem?
Yes, Family Ties, the sitcom that hilariously asked the question, what if liberal parents had a right-wing child? The 80s were a more innocent time for white people.
Oh, hi, Mallory.
Hi, Andrew. What's your Halloween costume doing now?
Costume?
Notably, they could not get Michael J. Fox for this scene. I guess Mickey Mouse and Mikey Fox can't be within 10 feet of each other. But it's okay, apparently there'd be plenty of Michael J. Fox over the course of this evening.
Next on an all-new Family Ties, Michael J. Fox is back to back when he goes back to the future.
From the future.
He's got to get his parents to meet, or he's history.
What are you looking at, butthead?
But they do have Alex in flashback footage from an earlier episode, and they set up the flashback in a weirdly emotional way.
Alex, you're going to be so proud of me.
Andy. Sissy, you're my only brother. If you need anything, come to your big brother, all right?
Well, Alex, destiny calls.
My dearest brother, ever since you didn't come back from war, it's been my duty to fulfill your dream of get-rich-quick schemes.
Mickey Mouse!
That's not Mickey Mouse.
Why, what do you mean? Just look at this tail. Why, it's a real tail.
Well, that appears to be true.
And who else talks like this?
He does have a point.
So once again, like, everybody recognizes Mickey's features as being Mickey-esque, but their brain is just incapable of making the connection between these features and him actually being Mickey Mouse, even when he's trying to disguise himself as Mickey Mouse.
And who else has only 4 fingers?
Pretty much all the people you know, Mickey.
Mickey's tragic disappearance has touched all of us. It's been a difficult time for his fans. People are exhausted, waiting for news of the mouse. We're calling on everyone out there to help find Mickey.
Did you hear that? Yeah, we'll find him. Yeah, don't wake him up.
So then apparently it's time for Will Vinton's Toy Story, as all this Mickey merch goes on a stop-motion adventure to try and find Mickey. An adventure that doesn't actually go anywhere and is at no point followed up on. Yeah, we just never come back to this scene. It does not affect the story in any way. It's not even called back to in a fun payoff way. There's just nothing. As far as we know, this merch is still wandering the streets, and this kid is gonna wake up thinking his house has been robbed.
Suspicion was aroused yesterday when Donald Duck's temper flared during our interview.
I guess the merch surrounding the TV didn't feel like leaving.
Get a load of that Duck's temper.
He sure looks suspicious. And watch this.
M-I-C-K-E-Y, M-U-S-E, Mickey Mouse.
Wait a minute, run that back.
Oh, what? So you can see the thing that I specifically set this up to point out to you? Yeah, real great discovery there, Ritter.
Freeze it. All right.
Call it woman's intuition, but I smell foul play.
So Donald Duck becomes suspect numero uno in the Mickey disappearance, and you know, that wizard probably could have cleared things up, but I guess he just wants to see Donald suffer. Like most of his fans do.
Would it be that this jealous co-star finally quacked up and decided to get rid of his competition?
Donald Duck, this is Detective Murphy. Get your feathers down to police headquarters.
And yeah, unlike the other characters, Donald is mostly stock footage throughout this special. There's like a couple of seconds of new Donald animation, but it's mostly just redubbing old Donald animation. I guess because his frantic energy was just too much strain on the budget.
Although the police seem to be zeroing in on a possible culprit, we are still no closer to finding Mickey Mouse. We have gone to one of America's most dogged and determined detectives.
Anyway, it's time to consult with the best detective on NBC's entire primetime lineup, Hunter, from the show Hunter.
Well, Dudley, it's a very unusual situation here, you know. Normally in a murder case, you have dead body, car chase, and a murder weapon. Here, you have no body, no car chase, and Mickey's worst enemy is a talking duck. I'm sorry, I don't do animated cases.
Did a tune kill his brother too? I must have missed that episode.
Donald Duck has been arrested in connection with Mickey's disappearance. We'll keep you posted as updates come in.
So then we go to the cast of L.A. Law, who make a meta joke about their co-star.
I find that meal out strangely attractive.
Too uptight.
And then argue over who should defend Donald.
We have a new client whose very life is in our hands.
Oh, come on, Douglas. Cut the dramatics and tell us who the client is.
I'm due to be replaced by William Sylvester any minute. Wait, no, that's only on that other show.
I say we give it to Victor. He's used to dealing with nutcases.
You can't be serious. You want me to defend a duck in a sailor suit?
Yeah, you're never gonna get Jimmy Smits to stand in front of a green screen and act against an animated character who's not there. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go return a call from George Lucas.
But it's out of my line. I mean, now, Daisy Duck was suing him, maybe, but...
Insert psych reference here.
Sorry, I'm late, Douglas. I'll make it up to you.
Michael, have I got a case for you?
And the creep from Veronica Mars gets his punishment. Decades before being the creep on Veronica Mars. Anyway, now we get to the important part.
It's been 4 days now since the mysterious disappearance of Mickey Mouse. There are still no clues as to his whereabouts.
Gee, they still can't find the poor little guy.
Now, Cheers writer Ken Levine addressed this scene on his blog 13 years ago. Apparently, the first draft of the scene in the original script was particularly terrible, to the point where Eisner personally called James Burrows and asked if he could get the Cheers staff to rewrite it. So a couple of writers from the staff rewrote the thing, and they were paid in Disney merch. Some things never change. But since they all had young kids at the time, they were actually happy with that payment.
Hey, you know, speaking of birthdays, isn't today Rebecca's? Shouldn't we be doing something for her? A lot of people don't deal with aging very well. I suggest we just dispense with the business of birthdays entirely.
Yeah, maybe you're right. We mention it, she'll probably just get upset and cry and need comforting and warmth.
I see a big cake, lots of candles.
Now, unlike the Cheers scene in the 1990 special, this one actually did get Sam and Rebecca. But the other one got Lilith, so... I love Sam, but I really love Lilith.
I'll have a root beer float, please.
Come right up. Oh, sure you can handle it there, big fella?
Make it a double.
But this one has the characters actually interacting with Mickey. But that one had Woody having a ghost girlfriend as a child. God, I really cannot decide which of these is the better Cheers Disney scene.
That'll be $1.50.
Has Cheers had ice cream behind the bar this whole time?
Oh, a sorcerer put a magic spell on me.
Forget it, pal. I tried that one on Vera last night. No sale.
Anyway, the basic plot of this scene is Sam uses Mickey Mouse as his wingman to try and bang Rebecca. Disney magic.
How would you like to earn that root beer?
Sure, if I can.
All right, all you gotta do is sing happy birthday to my boss.
Oh, yeah, this was during that 3-season window when Sam didn't own Cheers. He just worked there because he had sold it to the company Rebecca works for. It's... we don't need to get into the full lore. Unless we do.
Gosh, you're pretty. Happy birthday to you.
Some weird little guy who's shorter than Carla singing happy birthday to me.
What are you talking about? Why, I think you look swell.
Really?
You just need a new outlook and a little appreciation.
Holly, do you mind?
You're right. I feel great. And you're cute.
Oh,
Treat you to dinner and a movie.
Well, it looks like Mickey's the one getting lucky tonight.
I don't get it. What does that guy have that I don't have?
Well, at the moment, Rebecca.
I think it's interesting that with all this NBC cross-promotion, the sitcoms were allowed to interact with Mickey, but the dramas just talk about the toon plot happening. Like, they acknowledge that they exist in this world with these cartoon characters, but they can't show them side by side with the cartoon characters. That would just make us not take their show seriously anymore. But all the cross-promotion scenes have one thing in common: none of them are ever followed up on.
Throughout the speediest trial in U.S. history, Donald Duck has maintained his innocence despite mounting evidence against him. Emotions have run high. The jury is out, and Donald's goose just may be cooked.
See, they could have superimposed Harry Hamlin into that footage from the trial of Donald Duck, but no! Anyway, Mickey got from Boston to Anaheim pretty quickly.
it's my party and I'll cry if I want to. You would cry too if it happened to you.
Jeez, Mickey, how bad was that sex with Rebecca?
Oh, man.
What?
So then Cheech shows up, rocking this proto-Jason Mantzoukas beard, and Dr. Helen Marsh checks in on him. Yep, there's about 5 minutes left of this special, and we finally got to the actors who were billed third and fourth at the start of this thing.
Hey, I was born to clean, you know?
Wow, cast members really don't have work-life balance.
But what's the point if the big cheese ain't even going to show up for his own party, man? I don't want to live. I don't want to
Come on. The Mick's gonna show. He's gonna show. This is his old neighborhood, the Magic Kingdom.
Magic? I don't see no stinking magic.
The treasure of the Sierra Mickey.
Hi, you missed the spot.
Going to a depressed cast member in crisis and pointing out that they're not working hard enough. This is an honest depiction of the Walt Disney Company.
If all you can do is cry and complain,
Oh, go on, get out of here.
So then they go into the song that Mickey was rehearsing at the beginning, and that is apparently what makes him learn the truth, even though he already knew the song. I guess he just didn't think about the lyrics.
It's all up to you.
how you think and what you're gonna do. That's when we'll discover we're all magic.
By the way, this bit of animation right here was reused wholesale in the 1990 special at the start of the Fresh Prince Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious rap, and I'm reasonably sure that's the final major thing these two specials have in common.
Magic!
Huh? Magic? It is magic! Oh no, it's my magic, honest! I didn't steal it!
Easy, take it easy. You found the secret. The real magic is inside you, Mickey, and it's all you'll ever need. Happy birthday!
And with that utterly meaningless platitude, Mickey apparently learned his lesson. He didn't learn about the magic inside him from his adventure or anything. It wasn't trying to perform for the Keatons or trying to make Rebecca happy that reminded him about his inner magic. It was just remembering the lyrics to the song he was already rehearsing at the beginning of the special. But, you know, really thinking about those lyrics, man. Really thinking about the magic in you, and it's what you do, and it's the magic, and what you have is magic. It's just the Disney buzzwords. Pure Disney magic, just meaningless buzzwords.
The spell is broken.
Mickey, is that really you?
And once the sorcerer lifts the spell, Roger happens to be at the right place at the right time to be the hero, and Donald is acquitted, but, you know, he's still Donald.
Donald?
Uh-oh.
We're live.
My buddy, my pal.
The biggest birthday celebration in Disneyland's history is now underway.
And now there's costume characters in addition to the animated ones. Man, I can't wait till my ride finally closes so I can marry Ryan's dad.
Birthday videograms are pouring in from all around the country.
Happy birthday, Mickey Mouse!
Okay, but we were robbed of Mickey actually visiting the cast of Golden Girls. He wouldn't have needed to sing Happy Birthday in order to bed Blanche. Mickey also gets greetings from the inexplicable combination of Burt Reynolds, Diane Cannon, and Phil Collins, the last of which would have made a lot more sense to hear from 11 years later, but then we get original Mouseketeer Annette Funicello.
Everyone loves you.
That's all we get from her, but hey, big cameo from an OG. And the cast of Beaches seems almost prepared for their greeting.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
And that's Mickey's 60th birthday, a classic incoherent mess of individual moments that almost pretends to have a through line but doesn't put the effort into actually committing to being cohesive. It is an interesting relic from a time when Disney didn't own everything and had to occasionally partner with other companies they had no concrete plans to purchase. All those NBC crossovers in this special really put this in a specific time and place. Now, is this special canon in all those other shows? Did the staff at LA Law ever remember the time that they had to defend Donald Duck? I mean, realistically speaking, no. I've never subscribed to the mindset that shared character equals shared universe. I mean, Futurama and Watchmen don't share a universe just because they both have Nixon. But boy, oh boy, is it funny to think of this special being canon in all these shows. Next time I watch a rerun of Hunter, I'm gonna look at Fred Dryer and just know that he's thinking, well, at least I'm not trying to find Mickey Mouse again. I mean, if this is canon in all these shows, then this means Hunter and Cheers both take place in the Mickey Mouse universe. And that means Fred Dryer's character on Cheers just happens to look exactly like a detective he's never met, but, you know, that's not the only time the Cheers universe reused the same actor in multiple roles.
Beer and pretzels, that's our game. C-H-E-R-S.
But if shared characters mean shared universe, then that means this entire special just took place in Tommy Westfall's imagination anyway, so who cares? Really, I'm of the mindset that at most, a crossover between two shows only makes both shows canon in the show that's hosting the crossover. When David Brent showed up on the US office, that didn't retroactively make the US office canon in the UK office, but it did make the UK office canon in the US office. So this does not make Mickey Mouse a canonically existing character in Cheers and Family Ties and LA Law and Hunter, but it does make all those characters canonically existing in the Mickey Mouse and Friends universe. Or at least this iteration of the Mickey Mouse and Friends universe. We know that that's a wide multiverse to explore. I guess what I'm really saying is add a fully functional Cheers bar to Disney's Hollywood studios, you cowards! Anyway, you notice how my over-analysis of this special about Mickey Mouse has very little to say about, Mickey Mouse? Yeah, this special that's all about celebrating Mickey sure focuses on a lot of things that have nothing to do with Mickey. It's almost like they had no idea what to do with this character for decades other than market him. Thank God the Paul Rudish shorts came along and gave Mickey a scrap of interesting personality again. Mickey stopped being a clearly defined character and he just became a symbol. A symbol of a vague, positive feeling we had about this type of entertainment. Kinda like the Disney name as a whole. It's not really a cohesive brand anymore, it's just the mega corporation that owns all of the things we like. And yes, most of the things we like, even the things Disney doesn't own, are just owned by other evil megacorps, but those other evil megacorps have the decency to give themselves names like Comcast or Viacom. Well, until Viacom rebranded to just be Paramount, but they didn't rebrand to be like Nickelodeon, you know what I mean? They still have this corporate overlord that just happens to own these family fun, happy subdivisions, and Disney is the only corporation where the name of the family fun, happy subdivision is the name of the evil corporate overlord, which is part of the reason it gets so much more crap than the other evil corporate overlords, because it's trying to put the same face on the evil corporate side as it's trying to put on the family-friendly side. Like, again, at least with Universal, they're not putting the minions, like, on the Comcast building as they're doing their quarterly earnings or whatever. And yes, Disney definitely has some practices that are more evil than some of the other corporations, but not, like, exponentially more evil. Like, all these corporations would be doing what Disney does if they were in Disney's position. So happy 100th anniversary, Disney. A name that has come to mean so many specific things and also nothing in particular, both at the same time. Just like the name Mickey Mouse. But hey, at least you sometimes produce weird nonsense like this, and I like that. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed my look back at this weird Synergy special. Give it a watch yourself on YouTube. And until next time, this is Dave, signing off. It is a truth universally acknowledged that every Jane Austen fan has their own favorite Pride and Prejudice adaptation. Some people really love the Joe Wright film. Others insist that the BBC miniseries with Colin Firth has yet to be topped. There might even be some Austen fans who think Adaptations peaked with the 1940 Laurence Olivier version. I haven't met those fans yet, but I mean, it's possible. Now, personally, I do think that most of the beloved Pride and Prejudice adaptations are pretty great. But if I had to choose a favorite, it's gotta be the YouTube modernization, the Lizzie Bennet Diaries.
My name is Lizzie Bennet, and this is my life.
Dave's Obsession. Dave's Obsession of the moment.
We're coming up on the 10th anniversary of the series finale of the Lizzie Bennet Diaries. Over the past year, star Ashley Clements has been revisiting each and every episode on its 10th anniversary on her channel, and it's been such a joy for me to look back at this delightful show with new insights from the people who made it, and to get a reminder of how much I loved this singular achievement in web video. The Lizzie Bennet Diaries was originally the brainchild of Hank Green of general internet fame. What do people mostly know him for now? I don't know, it depends who you ask. He does a lot.
So I wanted to do something that no one had ever done before, an adaptation in online video. Taking a previous work and transferring it into this new media. I don't know of any examples of this happening.
Hank had the idea to adapt a classic work of literature into a vlog, and after wisely disregarding his first instinct to attempt the Diary of Anne Frank, he settled on Pride and Prejudice.
The work of fiction that we chose was Pride and Prejudice because, it's the best story of all time.
So Hank reached out to Bernie Sue, they wrote the pilot together, and they assembled a team of wonderful writers who all brought different perspectives to the adaptation.
Are you, passionate about Pride and Prejudice? Do you want to come work on it? And I was like, I'm gonna say yes. That sounds like a thing I could say.
Are you passionate about Pride and Prejudice?
I still have never read Pride and Prejudice.
I'm sure some fans weren't happy to learn that someone who wasn't a fan of the book was involved in adapting the book, but really, I think having a token non-expert in the writer's room might have been one of the secret sauces to making this as good as it is. It meant there was somebody in there to ask why things were happening in the story, and because it's in the book was not an acceptable answer.
At first it was I just hadn't gotten around to it, but as we started actually having writing meetings, it became obvious that being the person who asked, wait, why are we doing this, was actually a useful thing. So from that point on, I did make the choice not to read it.
A top-notch crew was also assembled, spearheaded by web series veteran Jenny Powell as producer, and the show was cast with just the most photogenic cast in history. Good lord, everyone on the show is gorgeous. Where's all the normal-looking schlubs in this universe? But more importantly, they're all fantastic actors. The cast has such good chemistry, I fully believe the Bennets are sisters, even though they never even met before doing the show.
This was our first day of filming, and none of us really knew each other that well yet.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't...
No.
You wouldn't know.
And that's it.
I also fully believe the boys in the series are lifelong friends, even though we never actually see any two of them on camera together. Yeah, some videos have multiple men in them, but never on screen at the same time. They are all so good that I imagine a chemistry that we never actually see demonstrated. So the team was assembled, the first handful of episodes were produced, and the show was a hit for multiple reasons. Yes, it helped that it had some internet fame behind it, and that it's an adaptation of a beloved work, and modernizations of classic texts were in the zeitgeist at the moment.
Oh yeah, the gay serial killer line, that was big on Tumblr because this is right around the time that Sherlock came out with Benedict Cumberbatch.
All of those things may have given it a leg up, but the audience continued to grow and grow because the show's just really good. As a modernization of Pride and Prejudice, this is obviously set in a world where the book Pride and Prejudice does not exist, although other Jane Austen books exist.
What were they reading?
Sense and Sensibility.
And even more weirdly, other Pride and Prejudice modernizations exist.
Isn't that Colin Firth's name in that Chubby Zellweger movie? I do love that movie.
I don't know, maybe in universe that movie was based on Jane Eyre or something. It did take them some time to figure out exactly how to adapt this to vlog format. At one point it was possible that Lizzie would be the only character you see and she'd be describing off-camera activities.
My first thought was, there should only be one character.
That might have been a little more believable and probably way more affordable, but it would have required a whole separate set of challenges on how to make it, interesting. I feel like that version would have sustained maybe 10 episodes. It might be remembered as a fascinating experiment, but it wouldn't have become the phenomenon that the final series did. On the opposite end, it would have been possible for a version where Lizzie takes the camera with her everywhere, and we see more events firsthand.
What if she did take the camera out of the room, but, that would never happen?
Not happen.
It would have been a completely different show.
But in addition to being a significantly less affordable version of the show to produce, at that point it might as well have just been a mockumentary series instead of a vlog. So instead it lands in the middle, where it's mostly just Lizzie in her room, and the other characters are off-screen until they end up on-screen.
Sometimes putting the confines on it
So right now it's about
let
an hour
us
until
find
dinner.
really
Me and
interesting
Caroline
things.
are
And
downstairs talking to Dad and Jane, and so far so good. But I think that's
this is a vlog that takes place in a bedroom.
Everything.
Yep.
Anything.
And sometimes an office and a living room.
It might require a little suspension of disbelief to accept that as many things play out in front of camera as they do, or that Lizzie and Charlotte would leave those things in the edit, but just a hair of suspension of disbelief. We've seen real people overshare way more than this on the internet.
Guys, I'm sorry to interrupt whatever's going on in there, but I think I left my camera on.
So the show started out with just Lizzie and her sisters and Charlotte, but gradually more and more characters ended up showing up on camera. Except for the over 30-year-olds in the story, none of them ever show up on screen. I'm 35 now, so there's no longer any place for me in the world of LBD. I might as well just be Miss Othmar squawking at Charlie Brown in class. Also, the number of Bennet sisters was reduced, and some fans of the book took issue with that, so eventually the other sisters were reimagined, one as a cousin played by the voice of Batgirl from Harley Quinn, and one as a literal kitty. The show is a masterclass at how to be a faithful adaptation of the spirit of the text without just being a literal direct recreation of the text. I'm far from the first to praise this adaptation for the way it translates the original text to a modern setting, not just literally doing the exact same beats as the text, but with modern clothes, like Baz Luhrmann's Romeo and Juliet, for instance, but writing beats that are the modern equivalent of the impact these events would have on the characters.
You look at the book and it's all about finding a husband, but that sort of, at the time, was the female equivalent to a job.
I'm also far from the first to praise this for taking something everybody expects to be a traditional love story, but making the romance take a backseat to the real emotional core of sisterly love. The year before Disney did that, and then never stopped trying to cash in on the time that they did that. But seriously, the romance takes such a backseat that this is a Pride and Prejudice adaptation where Mr. Darcy does not make a physical appearance until 3/5 of the way through the series.
If I never see that slimy, unfeeling, sociopathic robot again, it'll be too soon.
Excuse me, Lizzie.
Darcy.
And he had been built up. Multiple characters impersonated him before he was cast.
Are you fake texting? It's super important.
They had to cast someone who matched the description we already heard, but was still charming enough to be a rom-com leading man. God, this cast is so good. But what's most impressive to me about this adaptation is the way it retains the basic shape of Pride and Prejudice, but the fact that their vlogging does actually have an impact on the story. That's the added challenge they gave themselves by making this a fully in-universe vlog instead of just a general modernization. Having Lizzie airing these thoughts publicly has consequences, but they rose to the challenge by figuring out how to make those consequences all lead back to the Pride and Prejudice narrative.
My name is Lizzie Bennet, and this is my life.
You've seen them?
I'll admit, at first I thought it was a bit childish, but you're very compelling.
I cannot oversell how incredible it is that they pulled that part off. They added an element that absolutely changes everything, and then used those changes to lead into the same beats of the story they were already adapting. In lesser hands, this whole thing would have been broken before it even began. This team is skilled.
I was unaware of your feelings towards me.
You were unaware? Then why don't you watch my videos?
What videos?
I keep referring to the way this modernizes, but, well, it is a decade old now, and some elements of this are a very specific snapshot of a very specific era of the internet.
This show will forever be a time capsule of what was happening on YouTube specifically, you know, and like all the transmedia components, like Twitter was huge, Tumblr was getting big.
Tumblr was a big part of it.
Yeah, and Jane had a Tumblr.
And it's funny because it's a little bit before Instagram was as popular because
I know
on Instagram, which now seems like we would have been on Instagram.
I feel like Jane would have had an Instagram more than a
but instead
Tumblr.
You had a lookbook, which I feel like is not a thing that
Tumblr. No, it was like Looks by Jane on Tumblr.
Yeah, you definitely had a Tumblr, but didn't you also have a lookbook?
Did I have a lookbook? What is lookbook again? See, I don't remember. I must have.
But on the other hand, the idea that someone would overshare to an internet audience about the personal lives of people who did not consent to that has only gotten more believable over the years. Imagine the kind of stuff Lydia would be saying on TikTok before her character arc. But that's one of the great things about this show. It always allowed you to do an even deeper dive. On the main channel, it allowed the audience to explore the world further by asking Lizzie questions.
So, Hank, why are there Q&As in this series?
Because I think it is important for online videos to be a two-way interaction.
Yes, interactivity.
Yes.
But on top of that, there were other channels too. Other YouTube channels for other characters and companies within the LBD world.
So the spin-offs was something where I like to think of it as parallel storytelling. We're providing different points of view.
And there was social media too. The characters could all be followed on assorted social media platforms, and we could get little mini adventures.
So what if in a fit of desperation, she decides she's gonna cook Thanksgiving dinner for everyone?
Oh, I remember this now.
And I sat down and I banged out like a bunch of, I wrote a script with a whole bunch of tweets. And I remember I sent them to Bernie early Thursday morning. And he did a pass on them and tweaked a couple things and sent them back and said, go for it. And then I just throughout the day tweeted the story of Caroline deciding she was going to cook Thanksgiving dinner and it all going horribly wrong.
All this social media stuff could only be done on the internet. Sometimes TV shows have characters with fictional social media accounts, but those usually aren't canon the way this is. This is all multi-platform, but all on the internet. It's this is just multi-layered storytelling in a way that can only be done online. Obviously, this isn't the first web series to use social media to enhance its storytelling. I've talked about others that have done it before, but very few have succeeded at doing it on this elaborate a level. An important thing to note is that these deeper dives were all optional. This isn't like how you needed to be aware of season 3 of a cartoon show in order to understand why Darth Maul's alive in Solo. You get a different experience if you're following along with all the other stuff than if you're just watching the main series, but you can still clearly follow the main series on its own and it will all make sense. But if you were following the characters on social media, it just made the world richer. And that part of the experience can't really be recreated after the fact.
The experience of consuming the Lizzie Bennet Diaries as it happened was so cool. The Lizzie Bennet Diaries can never exist the way that it did when it was happening. It can never, it can never be as rewarding as it was right when it was occurring.
The Facebook page made an effort to recreate the feeling for the 5-year anniversary, but nothing's the same as watching it play out in real time. So this is where I confess that I didn't quite watch it play out in real time. I did see the first episode when it was brand new, and I absolutely loved the concept, but then I got distracted by something else, probably by working on my own overly ambitious web videos that never got remotely the same reach, and I didn't pick it back up again until the series was almost over, when I binged it intensely. And in some ways, binging is the best way to watch this.
You haven't fully experienced this episode if you didn't have to freak out for 3 days before finding out what happened.
The videos are bite-sized chunks, and you get more complete emotional arcs more quickly, but I kinda regret that I just barely missed out on following along at the time. It would have been great to see it play out. Fortunately, after the series ended, there were more deep dives to follow along with. A book was published called The Secret Diary of Lizzie Bennet, a novel in the form of Lizzie's private diary, where she writes all the stuff that she won't tell the internet. Yes, believe it or not, there is still stuff that this character kept private. Like the spin-offs and social media features, this isn't necessary for understanding the story of the series, but it does recontextualize some things we've seen in the vlogs and add more texture to the world. And there were follow-ups, including another novel about Lydia, sharing her adventures from after the series ended. Plus, there was a 2-part addendum vlog a year after the series, and some of the characters from the show ended up in some of Pemberley's other shows, filling the roles of other Jane Austen characters in other modernizations. Adaptations. And while none of the follow-ups became the smash sensation that Lizzie Bennet Diaries did, it was nice to get a few more chances to spend time in this version of Jane Austen's world. The Lizzie Bennet Diaries is a lot of things. It's an adaptation of one of the most beloved books of all time, modernized in a way that appeals to a relevant audience but is still true to the spirit of the original text. It's a team of writers showing us an elaborate world. It's a bold experiment in multi-layered, multi-platform storytelling. And it's a masterclass in using varying forms of social media to tell a story in a way that simply couldn't be done in any other medium. And if it had done just one of these things well, I would have been impressed. But doing all of these things as well as it does? I love this show so much. If you've never watched the series before, check it out. If you've only watched the main series, explore the ancillary material. And if you haven't been watching Ashley's lookbacks, do that as well. It feels like this world will never run out of deeper and deeper dives for us, and you don't hear me complaining about that. If you enjoyed hearing me weigh in on adaptations of one of my favorite authors, I have 2 months worth of videos for that on one of my other favorite authors, J.R.R. Tolkien. And if you liked hearing me obsess over something this moment, I have a lot more videos of me doing that, so check out my other stuff, and until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Welcome, foolish mortals, to an even deeper dive than I anticipated.
Dave's Obsession! Dave's Obsession of the moment!
The first Haunted Mansion theatrical film in 20 years is coming soon, but this is far from just the second time that Disney adapted the classic Disneyland ride into a story in another medium. To anticipate this movie, I decided to look back at every single adaptation of the Haunted Mansion that I could find, and I may have bit off more than I can chew here. I'm only counting authorized adaptations, no fan projects. I'm also not counting documentaries about the ride or promotional material that just treats the mansion as a theme park ride. To count for this list, it needs to be something that at least on some level embraces the fiction of the mansion, the idea that this mansion is genuinely haunted by these characters and not just built by Imagineers. I'm also not counting appearances from mansion characters in other park shows and attractions, no parades or fireworks or other in-park activations. If it's in the park, I consider it more of an extension of the attraction than an adaptation. Also, I'm not including toys because I have no idea if there's a comprehensive list of toys built based on the mansion. I've not been able to find anything close to a comprehensive list, and under the banner of toys, I'm not including board games because I really don't have the time or the money to collect them all. Have you seen what Haunted Mansion Clue is going for these days? It's wild. And I'm finally not including unmade adaptations, so no Jim Hill script and no Guillermo del Toro movie, although my friends at How Did This Not Get Made discussed both of those, and also no unmade 2017 animated series because there's really not much I can say about it other than it looks like it would have been cool. But with all those caveats, let's look at the adaptations that do exist, starting with the first and arguably the most important. The story and song from the Haunted Mansion was the original souvenir vinyl promoting the attraction, a fully produced audio drama narrated by Uncle Theodore himself, Thurl Ravenscroft. It also came with a book. I haven't tracked down a physical copy myself, it wasn't reprinted nearly as often as the audio was re-released, but I found scans of it online. It looks like the book was basically just illustrations of the show scenes with description text that doesn't match the narration audio, so reading along with the record probably wouldn't work, but looking at the pictures while listening was supposed to give you a vague idea of what it's like moving through the mansion. So let's listen to the record while looking at the pictures.
Have you ever seen a haunted house?
Ooh, do I cut to Peter Graves in Airplane or Jonathan Frakes in Beyond Belief? What a choice.
The owners haven't been seen for years. No one really knows why.
Well, I assume they left because it was haunted.
There's a high vine-covered fence around the property. Is it there to keep somebody out? Or is it there to keep something inside?
Or is it strictly decorative to up the house's resale value?
One night not long ago, 2 teenagers were walking home from a date.
Oh God, is it grad night? This is a scary story.
It began to rain. Mike and Karen ran toward the old house, through the old iron gate, and onto the porch for protection. Protection? If only they had known.
Well, blame the parents for demanding that sex ed be cut from schools.
Oh, Oh, Mike, look at that rain come down. We'll never get home on time.
Sure we will.
Karen is voiced by Disneyland Records mainstay Robbie Lester, and Mike is famously voiced by Ron Howard, between Opie Taylor and Richie Cunningham. Of course, he's well cast as average American teen, but imagine what this would have been like with him as the narrator instead. Now the story of a haunted mansion who lost everything, and the happy haunts who had no choice but to follow you home. So the kids move through the sequences of the attraction. It's pretty much the stuff you see in the ride in the order you see it in the ride, but as this was recorded before the ride was finalized, there are a couple of relics of earlier ideas that didn't ever actually make it into the attraction. For instance, one of the unused ideas for the ghost host is canon here.
Good evening.
Who said that?
I think it came from that marble statue.
Welcome, foolish mortals, to the haunted mansion.
The ghost host is voiced by Disney Parks mainstay Pete Renaday, who's not bad, but they clearly didn't realize at the time how immortal Paul Frees's performance would become. I honestly think it would sound less weird hearing Thurl do the ghost host and Pete do the narration, but I don't make the decisions.
As Mike and Karen stepped into the room, the wall behind them slid closed.
Mike, we shouldn't have come in here. I'm scared.
I don't see a way out. There are no doors, not even a window.
Boy, I sure hope this doesn't offer me any chilling challenges.
Your trusting mortal eyes tell you that these walls are stretching. But logic says no. 'Tis mere hallucination.
The ghost host destroys the stretching room with facts and logic.
Your logic cannot deny that this chamber has no windows and no doors.
Yeah, that's already been established. Weren't you listening to Opie?
Which offers a rather logical challenge. To find a way out.
Did you just learn the word logic and you're still excited to work it into every sentence? I mean, you still use it more accurately than the winged ones.
Lightning flashed from above the room, illuminating the attic area. There seemed to be no roof. From the rafters, a corpse swayed, dangling from a taut roof.
Boy, this is much more intense than last time Ronnie saw a hanging body.
A black raven flew into the room and perched on the bookcase.
The carriageway out! He chose the carriageway out!
Oh yeah, that's another thing that was cut from the mansion before opening, the Raven talking. At one point in development, the Raven was going to have the ghost host narration. At another point, it was just going to contribute with mild commentary like this. So this is a relic from that time, before the actual version of the Raven, who just sits there, occasionally cawing, biding his time before he can prank the guy from Mystery Lodge.
Apparently, the restless spirit of an old nag has taken possession of that poor, wretched raven's mortal being. Be on your guard. It may want to better itself.
I'm supposed to be scared of a raven taking community college classes? Meanwhile, the first page of the book's description breezes through the stretching room and the portrait hallway, while the illustration shows neither. It just shows the raven and a character who is not mentioned in the text or the audio here. Mike and Karen didn't see an executioner opening the door, they opened it themselves. What's going on here? Who is this guy? I am way more intrigued by Executioner Doorman than I am by anyone with a hat box.
The hallway made a sharp turn into an eerie lit limbo of boundless mist and decay. The furnishings and walls were covered with cobwebs. A staircase seemed to be the only passageway out.
There's no doom buggies because this is a house and ride vehicles don't make narrative sense in a house, so the characters just walk through the house.
It's a coffin. Something's trying to get out.
You've disturbed it, yes! You'll be sorry for that!
Yeah, you're not supposed to annoy other park guests unless you're doing it for TikTok clout.
There, an unusual seance was in session.
We're about to participate in a seance. Madame Leota is assembling all the spirits.
So Madame Leota is officially the first character in the ride to have their name canonically established.
Madame Leota, the medium who was chanting the plaintive incantations, was quite unique. She was truly a disembodied spirit, a mere talking head inside a misty crystal ball.
She is, of course, named after the face model, Leota Toombs, who's not involved in this record because, it's just audio. So the thing that canonizes naming her after half of the performance only features the other half of the performance.
Serpents and spiders, tail of a rat, call in the spirits wherever they're at.
Of course, there's no visual of Leota Toombs, but there is a visual of Madame Leota, and wow, that is an unflattering drawing of Leota. Maybe at this point in development there was a backstory where she drank from the wrong grail.
Several ghosts were playing on the chandelier over the massive dining table. Others were waltzing, while an organist played a haunting refrain.
Now, at no point do the kids notice that the organ looks a lot like Captain Nemo's, but, why would they? It's not like this ghost host would ever turn out to be Captain Nemo in Florida, in a defunct attraction.
Mike and Karen entered the door and came face to face with a ghost dressed as a bride. She was strangely illuminated, and her heart glowed red with each heartbeat. The room they were in was an unfinished attic. And as they turned to run out of the door, another ghostly manifestation appeared and blocked their way.
Yes, the true reason this is historically significant. For years, it was the official confirmation that the Hatbox Ghost was supposed to be in this ride. Now, it wasn't the confirmation that he ever actually was in the ride, because lots of things that didn't make it into the ride made it into the record. That had to be determined much later. But it proved that he was at least supposed to exist, leading to his own cult fandom within the Haunted Mansion cult fandom within the Disney Parks cult fandom. Cult within cult within cult within cult within cult within cult within cult.
He was a cloaked figure with an evil, grinning face.
Evil, silly, I always get those mixed up.
A hatbox hung from his hand. With each beat of his bride's heart, his head disappeared from his body and appeared in the hatbox.
It is funny that the attic resident who actually stuck around doesn't make it into the illustration here, at least not in the scans I found, which I'm assuming are comprehensive, but what do I know? I'm doing a lot of eighth-hand research here.
We're trapped. There's no way out.
Hold the candles. I'll try to open this window. Come on, we're in luck. There's a balcony out here. There's some steps down at the far end.
Okay, so this version of the story doesn't cotton to the we fell out of the window interpretation. There's just stairs outside the attic. That's less exciting.
They passed an old caretaker holding a lantern, too frightened to speak.
You'd think the kids would at least try to speak to him, I'd be pretty happy to see another living soul in their position, but maybe they're just antisocial. Then Thurl's speaking voice gives way to his singing voice.
His dog was cowering at his feet,
materialize and begin to vocalize. Grim ghosts come out to socialize.
We get a little description of some of the graveyard residents, but not all of them. There's just too many.
Behind the hearse on a hill, a group of ghosts were enjoying a bicycle ride through the tombstones. A huge masked executioner was singing a duet with a decapitated knight.
Oh, there's the executioner, in the part of the ride that actually has an executioner. The illustrations just put him in the exact opposite end of the ride for reasons.
There's that raven again.
And we kinda get hitchhiking ghost acknowledgement, at least the idea of them, but they're not really mentioned in the audio, even though they are showcased in illustration.
Beware, my friends! They may try to follow you home!
I feel like the people working on the two halves of this souvenir were not communicating with each other.
It looks like there's something up ahead.
That's a crypt. That's the one by the fence. It's the way out.
Okay, so the audio implies that Karen knows that's the way out because she recognizes the crypt from the entrance, but the book text makes it sound like the crypt is the exit.
This uninviting crypt would scare most people, but for us it is a welcoming sight. It is our escape from a living nightmare. In the Haunted Mansion.
Which is more accurate to the ride, where you kind of exit through the crypt, but it makes less sense narratively.
Did you enjoy your visit?
And the ghost host leaves it on a spooky, but kind of uplifting note.
I told you would not be harmed. Thank you for spending some time with us. Come back again. Bring your friends, if they'll believe the story you tell. I have to go now. It's midnight. Pleasant dreams.
You've survived the Haunted Mansion and lived to tell the tale, but you'll be back. Will it be on your own terms? Only time will tell. So the record and the illustrations don't really go together that tightly, but individually they're each the gold standard of a souvenir memento from a theme park attraction. Aside from the elements that were changed before opening, it's a pretty straightforward, direct adaptation of the story of the ride. It just happens to two fictional teenagers instead of happening to you. It's the basic most way to adapt a Haunted Mansion story, and it set the standard for a lot of the adaptations to come. Our next Mansion story is called Spooky Tenants from October 1969. This is apparently a short story from Walt Disney Comics Digest, but it's not a comic strip. It's a text-based short story with some illustrations, I think. The only version of this I found is on the Haunted Mansion's fandom wiki, which posts the pictures and then has what purports to be the full text of the story just in the body of the wiki article, and I'm just taking it at the wiki's word that this is what was printed in the actual magazine, but the scans are cropped to just the images, so I don't know. This could just be someone's fanfic that they're trying to Mandela effect us into believing was printed in this magazine, like a really low-stakes version of Wag the Dog. But I have no particular reason to not trust the Haunted Mansion fandom wiki, so I will take it at their word that this is how the story goes, unless I'm proven otherwise at some point in the future. Now, this is the first, but not the last Mansion story to feature Mickey and the gang, as Goofy has been dealing with some annoying ghosts.
Goofy, I just painted those steps!
Protested Mickey.
Sorry, Mick, but I'm too tired to move. I haven't had a night's sleep in 2 weeks. All night long, this guy rides his bicycle right through my room.
A guy rides his bicycle through your room?
Said Mickey. Yes, and there's another guy that sits on the stairs and shuffles a pack of cards and laughs.
Sometimes, when talking to Goofy, Mickey felt he had come in the middle of the Late Late Show. Which means On the Open Road is just a carpool karaoke number.
Well, I don't really mind them,
Goofy went on.
They don't hurt anything and they sure don't eat anything, but they're so darn noisy.
So Goofy naps at Mickey's house while Mickey researches the ghost's identity.
Remember the old Harker house?
Mickey asked his friend.
It was torn down a little over 2 weeks ago. There was a story about it in the paper. Everyone always said that it was haunted. Well, I looked it up in the library. I think the ghost with the bicycle must be old Jonathan Harker.
Jonathan Harker? From Dracula? That's a pretty big name ghost to end up with Goofy.
The ghost with the cards would be Jonathan's nephew, Ebenezer. He liked to play cards. His wife liked to go to parties, so she used to steal 1 or 2 cards out of every deck he bought.
Not sure I understand the cause and effect there. She liked to go to parties, so she stole cards? I like to make videos, so I eat tacos. You get the connection.
He never had a full deck. It bothered him so much that he had a fit of apoplexy and died.
Oh God, is fretting over losing something small fatal now? As if I needed more anxiety every time I can't find my keys.
When they tore down the old Harker house,
Mickey went on,
the ghosts lost their home. I suppose they wandered around for a night or two and then found your place, which is, well...
I know,
said Goofy with a good nature.
It's kind of run down and spooky looking.
Well, yeah, your address is still listed as a bounce house, even though it hasn't been a bounce house in 17 years. Get your crap together, Goof.
I'm sorry, Goofy,
said Mickey.
But this is an awfully ordinary house. Your ghost could be at a really great haunted house.
So Mickey lures the ghost out of Goofy's house by negging Goofy's house.
The house I'm thinking of will be perfect for the Harkers. It was built for ghosts.
I like this backstory. There's no sea captain or Master Gracie. Nobody ever lived in the mansion. It was always built exclusively for ghosts. I wonder what the zoning permits are on that.
I never thought I'd get rid of a bunch of ghosts by sending them to Disneyland, laughed Goofy.
With the Haunted Mansion open, where else would you send a homeless spook?
Said Mickey Mouse. So this is the first piece of ancillary media I found to purport that the actual attraction, physically in Disneyland, is a real haunted house with real ghosts. The story and song put the mansion in Anytown, USA, but this says that when you go to Disneyland, you are seeing real ghosts, including the ghost of Jonathan Harker, presumably. But otherwise, it's not really an adaptation of the mansion, it's just a story set in a world where the mansion is real, so I can't really judge it as a translation of the mansion's story and tone to a new medium, but as a potential backstory for some of the ghosts, it works as well as any. Next up in 1970, there was a read-along.
I am going to begin now to read the story of The Haunted Mansion. You can read along with me in your book.
This is a book and record, which is completely different than the record and book from a year earlier. Sure, it's got a similar art style, and sure, it's read by Robbie Lester, who played Karen in the earlier record, and sure, it also has the Hatbox Ghost. I swear I'm going somewhere with this. Oh, in this case, the text on the page is the same as the text in the audio. You know, this is an actual read-along. That's the difference.
Have you ever been in a haunted mansion? I have.
See, the earlier record asked if you'd ever seen a haunted house, not if you'd ever been in one.
I entered the open front door and was greeted by a ghostly voice. Good evening. Welcome to the Haunted Mansion.
Still got a picture of a doorman executioner that we're absolutely not going to mention, I guess. Was that the original pitch for the cast member uniforms or something?
We, my ghost host voice and I, went into the art gallery. The paintings were very strange. They seemed to be stretching.
Okay, this book expands on the earlier one by actually showing a picture of the stretching room. See, it's not just a condensed version of the earlier record, it's also that book's The Stuff We Missed episode.
Madame Leota was a spirit. In fact, she was just a head in a crystal ball.
Okay, this Leota looks unflattering in a completely different way. She looks like Madame Mim.
I tried to get help from the caretaker, but he was more frightened than I.
Well, at least you tried this time, Robbie. Last time you barely acknowledged him.
Down the path I went. I passed a group of singing minstrels who paid no attention to me at all. A group of cats and a family of owls joined in spooky harmony.
Most of these residents don't look all that ghostly. Also, all four of these owls are clearly Archimedes. Is this just Sword in the Stone?
At last, my venture was over. I was frightened, but intrigued. I'd like to visit that house again and unravel its mysteries.
So yeah, it's similar to the other record, but even more abridged, and with only one voice. Now we move on to television.
And now, tonight's program, Disneyland Showtime.
This one just barely counts, but it's historically significant enough that I felt it warranted a mention. This is the official television premiere of the Haunted Mansion after opening, as its only prior television presence, as far as I know, was in the Disneyland 10th anniversary special when it was still in development and Walt still hadn't figured out its name.
Haunted Mansion and Supernatural.
This special, however, was post-Walt, so it needed new affable hosts to be the face of Disneyland, introducing the audience to the new wonders in the park, so they went with the Osmond brothers, E.J. Peeker, fresh off of Hello Dolly, and some flavor-of-the-month Disney child actor who probably never went on to anything else, something like Russell Curtis, I don't know. The bulk of this special features the fun-loving celebrities who are supposed to be at a very specific Disney event or meeting, goofing off while being pursued by a fuddy-duddy trying to keep them on track, following in the grand tradition of the Reluctant Dragon, a tradition that would continue on to the California Adventure special. Donnie expresses desire early on to see the Haunted Mansion, but most of the special is his family looking for him while he wanders around more aimlessly than he does in the background of the White and Nerdy video, interrupted occasionally by musical numbers. Eventually, after the Osmonds do their show, Donnie does get to ride the mansion, and Kurt shows us how it was all built. But they still maintain the premise that the mansion really is a retirement home for real ghosts, so the conceit here is that the Imagineers and the Illusioneers created the special effects in their quest to make the ghosts comfortable. And the ghosts they built themselves were like vessels for the real ghosts?
When word got out of Walt Disney's plans for a haunted mansion, the Ghost Relations Department at WED Enterprises was deluged with inquiries from assorted ghosts and haunts who were dying to get a look at it. Some of the ethereal inhabitants were much too shy to be seen by mortals. and mechanical substitutes had to be devised to make them visible. A system was developed by the people at Disney to control the movements of the ghostly inhabitants of the Haunted Mansion through the use of scalloped-edge discs.
So there are real ghosts here who really chose to come here to retire at the Disneyland Mansion, but their movements are under Disney's control and they have no free will. Was that a selling point in the brochure?
Probably the single most difficult problem faced by the Illusionaires at WED was that posed by some of the more bashful boarders who refused to show their faces.
Also, we get Thurl soloing his lines without the rest of the busts.
As the moon climbs high o'er the dead oak tree, creepy creeps with eerie eyes, grim grinning ghosts come out to socialize.
The Haunted Mansion was an idea of Walt Disney's. You see, he began to worry where ghosts were going to live after all the old houses were torn down to make room for freeways. He decided that if someone didn't give him a house to live in, why, they'd just disappear.
I mean, Walt could have used his influence to stop Judge Doom, but he wouldn't be a real capitalist unless he just applied a Band-Aid without getting to the root of a systemic issue.
Oh boy, but I'm sure glad it's not Halloween tonight.
Well, how come, Donnie?
Because I'm not that big a Nightmare Before Christmas fan. Then the cast goes on an abridged ride-through of the attraction with mild commentary, and this is the primary source for most of the stock footage Disney has used of the ride in the years to follow. At least until the invention of HD video. And after the ride, Donnie wants to ride again, but he goes in the wrong direction for the entrance, so it's here we go again, as ghosts from all over the world come to live in the mansion. So it's a mild blending of fact and fiction, but there's just enough embracing of the reality of the mansion and enough historical significance for it to count for this video. Next up, we get another TV special, which has possibly even less to do with the narrative of the mansion, but I really had to include this one.
From Walt Disney Productions, Mickey Mouse proudly presents The Mouse Factory.
This is an episode of The Mouse Factory, an anthology series from 1972 where a celebrity host would introduce clips and segments from Disney shorts and features, all centered around a theme. One episode, Spooks and Magic, is treated as a Halloween episode, even though it aired on February 16th. The scary part is that you missed Valentine's Day. The framing device is set at the mansion, and it's hosted by...
Welcome to Diller's Midnight Manor. I'm your ghost host.
Phyllis Diller as the ghost host. That casting is just so wrong and yet so right at the same time.
Let me show you around the ground. Watch the gate, Clyde.
Okay, the first name we're given for the groundskeeper is Clyde. Yeah, it won't be the last. We get some footage of non-mansion things, then footage of mansion things recycled from Disneyland Showtime, all with light snark.
Over here are complete recreational facilities for our physical fitness program.
These jokes aren't anything special, but they do fit in with the mansion's tone. Maybe it doesn't sound that way coming from Diller, but if Paul Frees had read them, each one of these jokes would be plastered all over 5,000 t-shirts on Etsy. In fact, here's a few of the actual Phyllis Diller jokes in this special, read as if the ghost host was reading them.
Over here are complete recreational facilities for our physical fitness program. Our retirement plan is the living end. Now there's a night to remember. The Over 400 Club is having a little party for the lately departed.
Legitimately could fit.
How do you like the guest room? Cool it, Lenore.
The Raven's named Lenore. And since they never implemented its dialogue, it will be speaking nevermore. But this device has got to frame something, so after a termite problem, ghost host Diller calls up some archive footage.
If I didn't know better, I'd say a mouse just answered.
Well, yeah, whose factory did you think this was? So we get an abridged version of Lonesome Ghosts that we're pretending is happening in the mansion, which is not so far-fetched, because at one point in early development, the Imagineers considered including the Lonesome Ghosts in the attraction. This didn't end up happening, of course, but this special places them as mansion residents, who apparently have so little respect for the ghost host that they mess with the exterminators she hired. And it probably comes as no surprise that this is not the last time we'll see the Lonesome Ghosts in one of these adaptations.
I'd better give those exterminators a warning knock before I go in. Hi, fellas. It's just me.
Run for your life! She turned us live action somehow!
So then Phyllis wants to watch TV, and she invites over Disney characters playing the role of Universal characters.
Oh, here they are now. Hi, gang. Why, it's a costume party. Why are you wearing your street clothes? It's okay, Wolfman. You sit right over there. Yes, and Hunchback, you sit over there next to Wolfman. And Dracula, if you don't mind, sit as far away from my neck as possible. And little Dackenstein, you sit right over here. I'll be sitting next to you. But my favorite relative of all times was Auntie Mim. I inherited my hair from her side of the family.
Madam Mim in a crystal ball. The read-along's prophecy came true! So we get an abridged version of the wizard stool from Sword in the Stone, and then Phyllis tries to send her ghost guests home.
Come on, gang. Out. Show's over. Well, don't just sit there. Come on. Right. Okay. I warned you. This'll teach you. I want a ghoul just like the ghoul that buried dear old Dad. He was a ghoul.
Okay, I will pay Disney as much as they want to build an animatronic Phyllis Diller, put her at a piano singing that cacophony, and place it in the graveyard scene out of sync with everyone else singing Grim Grinning Ghosts. It's not more out of place than Robot Ellen was.
Now, what's going on here? You call this soup swill?
Man, Goofy's a real utility player here, showing up in different roles in every sequence. He really was the Phil Hartman of Mouse Factory.
Which Goofy? You take the east side. Martha, you take the north side. And which Hazel, you get the depressed area here where Donald Duck lives. Now, out with you, on the double.
So we get an abridged version of Trick or Treat, the Donald Duck short where June Foray played a witch named Witch Hazel. You know, before all those Looney Tunes shorts where June Foray played a different witch named Witch Hazel.
Trick or treat. A trick or treater. I've got just the treat for you, dearie.
And in our final segment, Phyllis tries to kill Snow White. But Snow White's too smart for that now. So we get some glitchy transmogrification.
Hocus pocus, you're a toad. Something's wrong with this thing. What in the world is happening? I can't believe it. Wow! What's wrong with this wigged out wand? Aha! That's better!
Remember, kids, when you meet Snow White in the park, it might be Phyllis Diller in disguise. Happy Halloween in February. And then there's a The End card where Disney feeds their icon to another monster who would later become a Universal icon. Bob Gurr, you traitor. This thing is great. I mean, it's not great like it's a faithful adaptation of the tone of the mansion or anything, but it's great in the same way Gilbert Gottfried in the Tower of Terror is great. My only plus-up would be add some more mansion iconography and maybe add the skeleton dance to the shorts lineup, but for 1970s Disney variety television, this is just the right amount of stupid to be absolutely perfect. I love this thing. Then there's a pretty long gap in adaptations that I've been able to find. I haven't found anything for the rest of the 70s or anything at all for the 80s. I'm sure Disney must have done something with the mansion iconography in those 18 years, but I haven't found it. If they have, let me know if you do. The next adaptations I have been able to find don't come until 1990. Now, I thought about including the Disneyland 35th anniversary special, you know, where a ghost girl dances with young Woody Boyd, but that doesn't really treat the mansion as being real. It just happens to separately be haunted, unrelated to its fictional haunted status. Like, yeah, there's a ghost girl, but like none of the mansion ghosts are treated as real. She's just an unrelated ghost who happens to be there. So no, this is not going to be yet another video where I babble about the Cheers Disney crossover universe. But if you want another one of those, you don't need to ask twice. The next proper adaptation I could find was released 6,680 days after the Mouse Factory episode. If they had just released this 20 days earlier, we could have kept to a spooky theme, but no. But this is a big one because June 1st, 1990 saw the release of the first video game representation I have been able to find of the Haunted Mansion. I refer, of course, to Adventures in the Magic Kingdom for the NES, one of many beloved Disney games made by Capcom. In this game, Goofy has lost the keys to the castle, and you have to find them by getting to the end of attraction minigames and by answering trivia. Now, before we get any further, yes, the title is Adventures in the Magic Kingdom, but the mansion exterior in the game looks more like the Disneyland mansion, and the castle on the box art is Cinderella's castle, but the castle in the game looks more like Sleeping Beauty's castle, plopped on top of the Great Wall of China. And the map layout doesn't resemble any existing park, but it's closer to Disneyland Park than to Magic Kingdom, Florida. And that's mostly because this is a relic of a time when Disney wasn't quite as precious about specific nomenclature in their branding, and often used the phrase Magic Kingdom to refer not specifically to Magic Kingdom Park in Florida, but to the general idea of a Disneyland-style Magic Kingdom Park. Disneyland itself was frequently referred to as the Magic Kingdom before there even was a Florida park. So when this game advertises itself as Adventures in the Magic Kingdom, it's not saying that it's Adventures in the Magic Kingdom trademark park located at 11807 Seas Drive, Lake Buena Vista, Florida 32830. It means Adventures in a hypothetical amalgamation of all Magic Kingdoms. Adventures in the idea of a Magic Kingdom. That way they're legally not claiming that this is the adventure you'll have when you visit any specific Magic Kingdom, because the Haunted Mansion at all those is an Omnimover ride and not a side-scrolling platformer. But here, the Haunted Mansion is just one of your quests on your way to find the 6 keys that unlock the not specifically branded castle. As you begin your quest, Mickey gives you the Dennis Nedry pose as he cheerfully warns you that you could die. Then if you do die, he gives you the same pose and callously tells you to try again. So the level begins, and the first thing you see is this really scary ghost guy, and if you touch him now, it's insta-death. And instead of friendly Mickey shaming you, it's scary ghost guy shaming you. Traumatizing. The first part of the level is the cemetery, most likely meant to reflect the queue outside the ride, but borrowing a little from the graveyard scene in the ride, and also adding Nosferatu zombies! Nothing like that in the ride. You can kill them by throwing a single candle at them. The main thing borrowed from the graveyard scene is the heads popping up behind the gravestones. Some of them are Dracula. Some of them are Fido Dido. Then you move inside the mansion where you can start collecting more candles to throw at enemies, and the scary ghost guy does like a Scooby-Doo mirror gag. He doesn't go quite full Groucho and Harpo with it, and it's not quite Hitchhiking Ghost either, since his reflection doesn't appear alongside yours, but hey, it's cute for, being scary. And we get bottomless pits, which, are in the ride, but not as far as guests know. We get falling chandeliers, which aren't in the ride. And we get hands that reach out of coffins, which I guess is a reference to the coffin occupant, except the lid was finally removed and suddenly he's lost interest in getting out and now he just wants to drag you in. Also, he's lying lengthwise in the coffin, or he's just placing his hands weirdly, or he has a companion in there with him. No wonder he lost interest in getting out. Have fun, you two. Oh, and also, while the zombies can be killed with 1 candle hit, each hand takes 3. You got some strong-ass hands there, Rockbiter. Then you ride this flying chair up to the upper level, where you're in the ballroom, and we get our most explicit bit of iconography from the ride thus far, the ballroom dancers. And they seem to be minding their own business, but they still hurt you if they touch you, so you gotta kill them. I don't want to, they're just having a nice time, they're not hurting anybody. Well, except me, but I feel bad killing these lovers in eternal embrace. But the castle key isn't going to find itself, so die, dancers! Then there's some tedious platforming as you hop across floating chairs and chandeliers, and you eventually find a different shaped floating chair, which takes you up to the attic for even more tedious platforming, as you ride a floating chair over a bottomless pit and try not to get knocked over by flying books. Then you jump across chairs that will fall shortly after you land on them, all while avoiding swooping ghosts who look like parrots, and finally you ride one last chair up to the boss battle. The singing busts are there, although their placement is more reminiscent of the watchful busts, and there's plenty of candles to stock up on as the scary ghost guy comes in for the attack, and you gotta fight him off. And once you defeat him, Goofy gives you the key. Isn't Goofy the one who lost the keys in the first place? I'm starting to suspect the narrative of this game wasn't intricately crafted by an author with a master plan. Anyway, 2.5 months later, in August of 1990, the Disney Sing-Along Songs line released Disneyland Fun, the first Disney sing-along songs video to consist mostly of original footage, and not just musical numbers from movies framed with redubbed Professor Owl, Jiminy Cricket, or Ludwig von Drake footage. This one features surprisingly few Disneyland songs, mostly other songs that can be framed around Disneyland attractions and experiences, but one of the handful of Disneyland songs it features is Grim Grinning Ghosts. And even though this scene potentially only takes place in a little girl's imagination, I have to include it because this was my only exposure to the mansion when I was a spineless little coward boy.
Boy, this place is creepy.
Yeah.
I wonder what weird things happen here at night.
Yeah, I was too scared to ride the ride as a kid, and then I didn't really end up going to Disneyland Park during my teenage years, so my first ride on the mansion wasn't until my 22nd birthday. As a kid, all I knew of the mansion was this, and even this was almost too scary for me. If you asked me what the Haunted Mansion was, I'd say it's the place where all the villains congregate and have a spooky party. The scary Snow White trees are dancing until the scary Snow White witch reveals herself with a cartoon sound effect, all while Thurl sings a way slowed down version of Grim Grinning Ghosts.
The haunts materialize and begin to vocalize. Grim grinning ghosts come out to socialize.
Again, as a kid, this was the version I knew. When I finally rode the ride, I was shocked at how up-tempo the real version of the song is. The witch does this weird tiptoe and head turn between the columns, disappearing behind the columns, followed by the wolf, Captain Hook, and the witch again. And this was real unsettling as a child, but I think having Captain Hook there was reassuring because at least he was a villain I knew, right? And I knew how silly and non-threatening he really was. So that might have helped me not to be too scared, knowing that there was someone here I could handle. And then someone I could really handle was Donald in a sheet as a ghost. Okay, Donald's just being silly. Yeah, he's in a terrifying place, but Donald's a good guy. This is gonna be okay. Although, come to think of it, I was just assuming that it is Donald. The video doesn't offer any proof that it is Donald specifically. It could be any duck. Maybe it's Magica Dispel, and I should have been scared. Well, I was about to get scared again anyway, because now it's time for actual footage of the ride interior, and I had no idea what I was looking at here as a kid who had never ridden this thing. But hey, this is the only appearance we get of any Haunted Mansion characters in the Haunted Mansion portion of this Disneyland video. But we're about to get a character who shares a voice with a mansion character, Maleficent. Shiny, wet Maleficent with a prosthetic Jay Leno chin.
Creepy creeps with eerie eyes start to shriek and harmonize. Grinning ghosts come out to socialize.
That boo is objectively very silly, and yet it scared the crap out of me as a child. I don't know if that says more about the video or more about me as a child, but it definitely says a lot about something. And then all the villains dance together. They're just having a good time. It may not be mansion characters, but it is true to the mansion spirit of scary people just having fun. Then everyone stops dancing, the villains disappear, the trees stop moving, and the girl stops dissociating.
Danielle. Hey, Danielle. Let's go.
As a child, this segment scared the crap out of me and also intrigued me, just like the mansion is supposed to. So even though it doesn't feature that much in the way of mansion characters or iconography, just the exterior and a little bit of B-roll, for little child me, it was the perfect tonal adaptation of the Haunted Mansion, and it set me up to love it when I finally rode the ride as a recent college grad. Side note, there was also a Disneyland Paris sing-along video in 1993 that used many of the same songs from Disneyland Fun, and it also has a Grim Grinning Ghost sequence, but since that's based on Phantom Manor, which is a distinct story from the Haunted Mansion, I'm not covering it here. So let's jump to 1994 when we got a couple of Haunted Mansion adaptations, starting with a pop-up book. I bought this used copy online that was advertised as being in pretty good condition, and you know, it starts out in pretty good condition. And of course, then it's, missing some things. Some pages are not in great shape. Yeah. Pretty good is a relative term when it comes to pop-up books. Fortunately, I did find someone else on YouTube who has an actual good copy of this, who demonstrated all the things as they're supposed to work. By and large, the special effects in the ride are translated to pop-up effects quite effectively. I swear for once I'm not going for a pun, I just couldn't think of a better way to word that. Many of the things that move in the ride move similarly here thanks to pop-up technology. And interestingly enough, Leota didn't move in the ride at the time, but her table floats around here not dissimilarly from the way her head would float around 11 years later. There are some missed opportunities, like I feel like the bride's beating heart could have been translated to a pop-up effect, but removing the veil for a scary face works too, I guess. We also should end with the hitchhiking ghosts and have, you pull the tab and they move their thumbs, or maybe have a pop-up effect where they appear in a doom buggy they previously weren't in. But the hitchhiking ghosts instead make a non-pop-up cameo on page 1, which feels wrong. I guess the text on each page also would be better if more of it came directly from Exitensio, but despite any missed opportunities here, this is pretty cool as pop-up books go. Maybe I'll find a less broken copy of my own someday. Also in 1994, we got something I've spoken about before, the television series Walt Disney World Inside Out. The Halloween episode of the Disney World promotional series features several segments, including a look at the resort's wardrobe department that kind of borrows a gag from the aforementioned Mouse Factory episode.
Getting kind of tired of being a werewolf, so I was wondering, can you use your magical powers to turn me back into my old, beautiful self? Well, it's not exactly what I had in mind.
But of course it had to feature a Haunted Mansion segment. A pretty brief one, like, oh crap, we forgot to include our most famous spooky thing in our Halloween episode, what can we throw together last minute level brief. In this segment, host Scott Harriet riffs on the happy haunts.
Do the Broncos have a shot this year? Hello?
Serpents and spiders.
Hello?
Tail of a rat.
So I'm at the Dead concert, I'm having a great time, right? And never mind. Check. Now, after the reception, did everyone get heartburn?
And the reason this counts for this video is that it does confirm the existence of hitchhiking ghosts.
Well, the Haunted Mansion's always been one of my favorites. Hitchhiking ghosts. I don't think so.
And the hitchhiking ghost is another Scott. It'd be kind of redundant if you saw that guy in the mirror at the end of the ride. It's nothing special. It's okay as far as Walt Disney World Inside Out segments go, but it's been severely overshadowed by the aforementioned Tower of Terror segment earlier in the same episode.
Oh, hi, I'm Gilbert Gottfried, and I'm wearing a fuzzy pink bathrobe. Come on, let's go solve the mystery.
And then on December 16th came the final adaptation from 1994, our next video game to feature the Haunted Mansion, a game released only in Japan for the Super Famicom, whose title translates as Mickey's Grand Adventure in Tokyo Disneyland. This is a game where Mickey has to gather all his friends for the big show, navigating platform levels based on Tokyo Disneyland attractions using both helium and water balloons. The Haunted Mansion level starts off immediately with more recognizable mansion iconography than Adventures in the Magic Kingdom did by showing us a stretching room portrait. And it's actually a squash and stretch portrait. Okay, that's not the way those portraits stretch, but the spirit is there. And in this first part of the mansion, Mickey has to go up, which I actually think is a pretty clever way of adapting the feeling of the stretching room to a game mechanic and a side-scroller. There's no hanging body at the top, just a ghost below you that will catch you if you fail.
Which I learned from bitter experience because I'm bad at video games.
Fortunately, if this ghost gets you, you don't lose a life, only 1 health point, but you do have to start over from the bottom of the stretching room. Then there's the Hall of Doors, and each door leads to another passage where you have to do something. One of the passages is yet another tall climbing thing, because Tokyo didn't have a Tower of Terror yet, so they had to put all their tall bits into the Haunted Mansion. You have to race this ghost up to the top of the stairs to get to the door before he blocks it, and you have to land on these buttons to open the stairs while he just gets to float up to the top. It's tedious and frustrating. But if you beat him to that door, you enter the library, where the watchful busts are just kind of minding their own business, so I want to leave them alone, but the door's locked and there's nothing else in this room, so I guess I gotta attack them. And when I do, books fall on me and hurt me. Okay. When I attack a bust, I can move under his ledge so the books don't hit me, but if I'm under his ledge when he's finally defeated, he might hurt me on his way out. Complicated. Anyway, once you defeat them all, the door opens and you push this button on this machine. Then you go back to the entrance, back down the stairs, back to the Hall of Doors for another passage. This one's got knights you can either defeat or avoid, then you gotta navigate this little underground tunnel without falling in a bottomless pit and dying of starvation. Then you gotta trigger both these buttons at the same time to open the door, which requires 2 water balloons, and is probably not actually that tricky to get timing-wise, but it was for me because I suck at video games. But you make it into the door, into the next hallway, which is just loaded with knights, but you run to the end, open another door, trigger another machine, and try to make it back without dying. I failed. Fortunately, continuing from a game over did not send me back to the bottom of the stretching room, just the corridor of doors. But I did have to redo the parts I already did, which was obnoxious. Then I gave up on this game and just watched a video on YouTube. So it looks like the next passage had paintings and doors that fall, then you go into a hall with bad guys in disguise as treasure chests, and a button on the ceiling. Then that opens the door to the room with real treasure chests and another machine. Then one last tall room where you have to tediously balloon your way up until you get to a ledge, go in a door, go in another door, and you're in the seance room. And then you have to throw water balloons at Madame Leota, and I don't love the idea of fighting her, but I like that the floating instruments are like her shield. That's a fun way to adapt ride iconography to a game mechanic. Anyway, once she disappears, the door opens, another machine. Once you've triggered all 4 machines, the door that let you in now leads you out to the graveyard, which has, ghosts floating around and some popping up behind headstones. That one might be the Beating Heart Bride, it's hard to tell. Then you make it through and you throw water balloons at Ghost Pete. And that's the mansion level. I like the aesthetics of this game, the visuals are great, the mansion looks so fun rendered into these graphics. This looks much better than Adventures in the Magic Kingdom's mansion level, but the gameplay here is even more tedious. I got mild enjoyment out of the balloon mechanic, but only mild, and each task to progress through the mansion was just frustrating. Clearly, I am not a hardcore enough gamer to handle commercials for theme parks starring Mickey Mouse designed for children. The next year would see the publication of Enter If You Dare, Scary Tales from the Haunted Mansion, written by Nicholas Stevens and illustrated by Sergio Martinez. This is an anthology of short stories, and it seems like it's Disney trying to do their own version of Goosebumps or Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. The same team also published one based on Pirates of the Caribbean, which I did not buy and have not read because it's not relevant to this video, but, maybe someday if the people demand it. But for now, let's read this book, starting with the foreword.
Welcome, dear friend, to my humble homestead.
Well, I guess that's more polite than foolish mortals.
Sit right down, take a chair, and we'll see if you get to the end.
Look, my attention span's not what it used to be, but I think I can make it through 75 pages. Our first story is called The Fortune Teller. It centers on 2 boys, an arrogant kid named Joe Lambert and a scared kid named Luis Rodriguez, who lose their football in the Haunted Mansion graveyard, and they encounter a strange figure.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ezekiel. I work for Madame Blackheart, who just moved into the big house there.
Hey, this book gave Leota a last name. Neat. Leota Blackheart, psychic at law. I gotta get myself a Disney Plus pitch meeting.
Oh, Madame Blackheart doesn't just live there,
said Ezekiel.
She works there too. Madame is a seer, a fortune teller. Perhaps you boys would like to come inside and see what the future holds.
So Joe pressures Louise into entering the mansion and meeting with Leota, and Ezekiel takes them inside.
Just then, Ezekiel returned, smiling his ghastly smile.
Madame Blackheart, we'll see you now.
He led the boys into a cavernous parlor.
Your cavernous parlor betrays an aura of foreboding.
Sorry, couldn't resist.
On the table sat a round object a little larger than a basketball. It was draped with black velvet.
I'll bet that's a crystal ball, right?
Joe asked Ezekiel. Ezekiel gazed at the covered object. There was something in his eyes, something wild and terrified.
It is the source of all of Madame's power,
he whispered.
Oh, okay, so it's gonna be a twist that her head is in the ball. Probably would be a more effective twist if we didn't know this was based on the Haunted Mansion, but hey. So a human woman shows up with her head covered in a veil, sits down and lifts the cloth and looks into the crystal ball.
I shall begin,
Madame Blackheart said. Murmuring and swaying, she peered at the round object beneath the black cloth.
One of you,
she said suddenly,
shall grow to be a man of wealth and prominence.
That would be yours truly, Joe said, elbowing Louise.
And the other?
Madame Blackheart's voice rose, becoming thin and shrill like an icy wind.
The other shall spend all of his days in an asylum for the hopelessly insane.
Man, Goofus and Gallant is way more intense than I remember. So even Joe's a bit creeped out by this, to the point that he leaves his football behind and wants to go back for it the next night.
That's my genuine autographed Joe Montana. I gotta get it back. My grandfather gave me that ball.
Maybe you should use a less cherished ball to play catch with, period, let alone next to a haunted mansion. So the kids sneak into the mansion, Joe gets his ball, but temptation overtakes him and he looks inside the crystal ball to see a woman's living head. Who could have seen this coming? Madame Blackheart's body shows up, takes off the veil, and reveals no head, just a bloody stump. In his fear, Joe knocks over the table, shatters the glass ball, and scrambles to leave with his football, but he accidentally grabs the lifeless woman's head instead. So this Haunted Mansion book kills off Madame Leota for reals in the first chapter. Bold. Later, Louise passes the mansion and sees the freshly dug graves for both Madame Blackheart's body and her head with the new headstone. I'll give it this. I don't know how good a Haunted Mansion story it is, but it's a much better Twilight Zone episode than Tower of Terror. Chapter 2 is The Face in the Mirror, where Sarah Jane Way keeps seeing a scary ghost over her shoulder in her reflection, and keeps seeing her own reflection become deformed. She goes to the stable to ride her horse, and discovers a photo of the man who's been haunting her. It's Jake McKeith, who built the stable 100 years ago.
Yep, old Jake had a colorful life.
Miss Shea said.
Fought in the Civil War, then bought this place.
Which side did he fight on? Is this set in New Orleans Square or Liberty Square? It's a pretty important question.
He's buried in the cemetery in that old abandoned mansion beyond the riding trails. You know, the place over by Sedgwick Park.
I assume Sedgwick Park is what the locals call Tom Sawyer's Island.
Why is Jake buried there?
Sarah asked.
Story goes that he was in love with the widow of the mansion's original owner. I guess she's the one who had him buried there.
I like how we don't know if the widow was in love with him too. This could have been a pity bury. Anyway, Sarah goes riding, the horse gets spooked by a snake and runs wild. She sees Jake in a puddle reflection, but he's warning her, and she ducks just in time to not hit the branch that killed him 100 years ago. So it turns out Jake is an exceptionally helpful ghost. That's a more positive outcome than the first story. Next is Music to Their Ears, where Brandon Morell's older brothers try to bully him out of playing his clarinet, so he goes to play at the graveyard and he hears other musicians join in. He ends up playing a concert for skeletons, a skeleton dance if you will, and he's warned that he has to keep playing for the entire party or else he's doomed. There's no stopping. So clearly this is a warning against trying to make a career out of your artistic passion. You think it's gonna be fun, but then you just have to keep doing it forever. Speaking of warnings, next is The Eyes Have It, where one of those predatory modeling agencies seems to be being run out of the mansion as a vain teen girl gets her photo taken and it ends up stealing her soul, I think? Yeah, this one had even less to do with the mansion as we know it than the other stories. But the final story is Late for the Wedding, which is the second of these stories to actually use specific mansion iconography because it's a possible backstory for the Beating Heart Bride. Basically, a cranky old man died, his daughter died years ago, he had forbidden her from marrying her love as long as he was alive, but now that he's not, her boyfriend, now an old man, digs her up and marries her with her heart still beating in her chest. So I think it's sweet and romantic in a creepy way, but it could also just be creepy in a creepy way. It could just be skeleton fetish porn. Look, when I said I had the attention span for 75 pages, I was expecting those pages to have a lot more to do with the Haunted Mansion. Yeah, I just gotta be honest. If it wasn't for the first and the last story, I would not think this book had anything to do with the Disney Haunted Mansion. You could republish the other stories under a different title and I would not make the connection. Sure, some of the elements are evocative of memorable mansion characters, a ghost in the mirror, graveyard musicians, pictures, but they all feel like classic ghost tropes that just happen to be used by both the ride and this book. But it is a decent tonal adaptation of the mansion, embracing spookiness and a little bit of silliness, and I can imagine that a young person might have an interest in horror awakened by this book the exact same way they'd have it awakened by the ride. If you like children's horror, it's worth a read, just don't expect that much mansion specificity from this book. Then in 1998, we get 3 adaptations that feature the Mickey Mouse Gang. On July 24th, there was a Game Boy game in Japan only called Tokyo Disneyland Fantasy Tour, and it had mini games based on several attractions, including one where Goofy enters the mansion. Alright, Goofy's going to the Haunted Mansion, and I don't read Japanese, I can't read this exposition. I assume that's saying there's 999 happy haunts, but there's room for 1,000, but beyond that, I don't know what's being conveyed to me here. Okay, game starts, and hey, Leota let her hair down. She looks good. She's giving us more exposition that I can't read. Okay, what am I supposed to do here? Do I literally just choose the same design she shows me? It can't be that simple, right? Let me try a different design. Okay, that was wrong, and let me try the same design again. Wow, it's not even a memory game, it's just a matching game on the level of a Celebrity Jeopardy question on SNL. That's disappointing for a mansion minigame, but that's a nice rendering of Leota. Much better than either of the books that came with records. More prominently in 1998, we got another sing-along video, this one more focused on the mansion. Sort of. This one came out after I outgrew sing-along songs, so I never really watched it until researching this video, and this is the one that's breaking me. So this is allegedly a Halloween party at the Haunted Mansion, and we open with our invitation to the party, and then we get Corey Burton. Sure, makes sense, right? Corey Burton. He's the go-to Paul Frees sound-alike, so why wouldn't he play the ghost host? Here's the thing. He's not playing the ghost host, he's playing the magic mirror. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, wait, wasn't Tony Jay the standard voice of the magic mirror at this point in Disney history? Corey's not playing the normal magic mirror. He's playing the weird live-action Hans Conried magic mirror.
To the Haunted Mansion you're invited for a Halloween party. I'm so excited.
So for those who don't know, in a number of Disney television specials, most notably 1 Hour in Wonderland, Hans Conried, Captain Hook himself, played a weird live-action version of the magic mirror who could interact with Walt and his guests and cause Charlie McCarthy to be skeptical.
I am here, master.
It's some kind of gag.
Oh, Charlie, you shouldn't throw stones when I can see Bergen's lips moving. No wonder Disney started hiring the other ventriloquist instead. So, okay. Despite being the go-to substitute ghost host, in this video, Corey Burton's not doing Freeze, he's doing Conried. Just doing Snidely Whiplash instead of Boris Badenov. He's not doing the Hans Conried character who showed up in the mansion in the other sing-along, just the Hans Conried character that most people have no memory of Hans Conried playing, as a callback to some Walt-era television specials. But like, I really don't remember those specials being in heavy circulation in 1998. Maybe Disney Channel reran them from time to time, but this was not a prominent and particularly remembered version of the Magic Mirror, at least not among the target audience for a sing-along songs video. Now, Conried's Magic Mirror does have a Haunted Mansion connection, in that reportedly the footage they shot of him in 1 Hour in Wonderland was the first footage they tested the mansion's face projection effects with, but I'm gonna venture a guess that very few of the people who watched this sing-along video knew that. Having Corey do Conried as a throwback to specials that the target audience doesn't remember is a deliberate choice to do some real deep Disney fan service. Not mansion fan service, but maybe we'll get more of that as we go?
Come on, join in. The Halloween party's about to begin.
Or maybe not, since as soon as the kids enter the mansion, this is no longer a party at Disneyland, but a party at a soundstage that makes zero effort to resemble the mansion as we know it. Did the makers of this video know anything about the Haunted Mansion?
The Haunted Mansion's a haunted house.
Oh, I stand corrected. They're clearly experts.
Listen up, you goblins and ghouls, dress up and have fun, and those are the rules. You can trick or treat with a skeleton, make no bones about it, it's fun.
Like, you could argue it's supposed to be the ballroom, but the color scheme makes it look like just a different random set. Why pretend this is the Haunted Mansion?
Daisy Duck said, hee, Minnie, I'll go as you, and you go as me. Minnie said, no, here's what we'll do. You go as me, and I'll go as you.
Daisy and Minnie are apparently going as each other? I did not get that from their costumes at all. But it is a cute couple's costume idea. Oh, yeah, Minnie and Daisy are a couple. You didn't know that? Mickey and Minnie and Donald and Daisy are actually one big polycule. They have other branching relationships outside of the polycule, too. Mickey is actually married to Bugs Bunny. Come on, skydiving is not a first date activity. And that tangent had about as much to do with the Haunted Mansion as the rest of the sing-along video.
Welcome to each and every guest. I am the voice that knows what's best.
Hey! Who said that?
Oh yeah, one of those kids is a young Tyler Hoechlin, long before he would go on to fame in projects like Teen Wolf, Supergirl, and Palm Springs. That movie had us believing someone who was in this could land both Kristen Milioti and Camila Mendes.
It was me. I'll be your guide. I'll always be at your side.
Where are you?
Yeah.
Who are you?
Who and where and what I am is for you to guess, my little Sam.
So Corey as Hans is the mirror starts barking orders, and the kids in the video wonder who the voice is, even though the kids in the audience already know.
Up the stairs and down the hall, try to find the crystal ball.
Look, crystal ball? Oh,
So they find the crystal ball, which contains no Leota, but does feature a kiddie song about pumpkins.
5 little pumpkins sitting on a gate. The first one said, oh my, it's getting late.
It's still better than some of the illustrations of Leota, I guess.
That was pretty good right here. Ring, ghosts come out. Ring, ghosts come out.
Oh, finally, a Haunted Mansion song in this Haunted Mansion video. No Haunted Mansion footage, of course, just old Disney cartoons, including another use for lonesome ghosts.
Ring, ghosts come out to socialize. Flying ghosts in the firelight. Rising spooks on every side.
I guess it's kind of an eerie rendition with inexplicably changed lyrics here and there, but the last time this appeared in a sing-along, you had Thurl doing it, and this does not outdo that at all.
This place sure looks spooky now.
Anyway, we're less than 10 minutes in, and that's basically all the stuff that has to do with the Haunted Mansion in this video set at the Haunted Mansion. This thing is called Party at Disneyland, and the only other scene at Disneyland is in the land that hadn't opened yet when they did their other Disneyland sing-along, so sure, they gotta promote that Toontown, but no mansion characters, just Merlin.
The night's magic is not yet done. I have been commanded by my Lord Mickey to transport you to the party.
Haunted Merlin doesn't have the same ring. So, like I said, I didn't grow up with this video. I can't gauge its effectiveness as a spooky sing-along video for children, but as a Haunted Mansion adaptation, yeah, this is the worst one yet. At least the Game Boy game had a good picture of Leota. At least this book had stories that feel at home in the Haunted Mansion, even if they're not with mansion-specific characters. The only things this sing-along has that you'd want from a mansion adaptation are the exterior at the beginning and the song is downplayed compared to other songs. But this video has what you want from a 1 Hour in Wonderland follow-up, so if you're in the Venn diagram of people who loved 1 Hour in Wonderland and were still watching Disney sing-along songs videos in 1998, I'm glad this is here for you. Fortunately, 1998's other offering is a lot more mansion-y. A little golden coloring book called either The Haunted Mansion or The Haunted Mansion Haunted Happenings, depending on if you're reading the cover or the title page. This is another one that I haven't found in print, but a scan of the entire book is available on archive.org for you to print out in color.
Halloween morning started off like any other day. Mickey was walking into his office when he got a phone call.
Why is the sign on the window facing in the office? Seems like a misguided way to advertise the business.
Hello, squeaky cleaners,
said Mickey.
Yes, we've cleaned big houses before. We'll be right over.
Wow, an immediate appointment. You just have no bookings. You really should have your sign facing outside, Mickey.
Minnie, get the troops together,
Mickey declared.
We've got a big job.
Yeah, that's great, Mickey. Do you mind? I'm trying to play freestyle here.
The squeaky cleaners had no idea what awaited them inside the house. They were going to have the scariest Halloween ever.
This is one of the very few adaptations to use the Florida/Tokyo mansion design, other than the video games that are specifically set in Tokyo.
While everyone was unpacking the truck, Donald and Goofy took a look around the front yard. These big rocks have poems written on them, Goofy told Donald.
Yeah, and just wait until the overflow queue has interactive gags that get boring way faster than you'd expect.
What are you boys doing?
Mickey asked Donald and Goofy.
I want you to meet Mr. Ghoul. This is his house.
That is clearly Lurch. You don't own the place, you're just the butler and you're pretending while the master's away.
Donald notes that the house kind of reminds him of the Disney World Haunted Mansion.
Wait, the Haunted Mansion attraction exists separately from this real Haunted Mansion that looks exactly like it? That is overly complicated lore for a coloring book.
Then Donald asks Mickey if he's ever gotten the feeling that he's being watched.
Oh, it wasn't enough to dress up as Universal characters in the Mouse Factory, now you're cribbing Looney Tunes gags.
Whoa!
Exclaimed Minnie.
I wonder whatever happened to this member of Mr. Ghoul's family.
Okay, you've all ridden the Haunted Mansion, why do you not recognize the stretching portrait? It's not just similar, it's the same piece of art. Is that just a more common painting in this world? Is it like dogs playing poker to you?
Meanwhile, Donald and Goofy were busy in the library. They didn't know they were getting help from some strangers.
Since they're in the library, I assume those are supposed to be the Watchful bus, which I guess in this mansion are busts of Lumiere and Cogsworth.
As Donald polished a mirror, he thought he spotted someone.
Wait, but the statue is literally right behind you. This isn't a Jake McKeith situation. If you turn around, you'll actually see that statue. What is going on here? Anyway, for a while, Mickey and Minnie are oblivious to the hauntings while everyone else starts to get scared. Classic Abbott and Costello stuff with some mansion iconography.
Donald and Goofy ran right past Minnie and Daisy. The girls were having a chat with Mr. Ghoul's wife, Madame Leota.
Whoa, bombshell! Leota's married to Mr. Ghoul? Leota Blackheart Ghoul, mansion housewife. Also, this art of Leota is clearly Madame Medusa. They cannot decide which evil Disney madam she is.
Tap the tambourine and see what happens,
cackled Madame Leota.
With a prompt like that, it would be more concerning if this wasn't a prank.
As Minnie tapped, the table rose into the air and a ghostly figure flew over Daisy's head. When Minnie and Daisy saw this, they decided to catch up with Donald and Goofy.
So that's how the tambourine awakens the spirits. It's just living in there, I guess. So eventually even Mickey can't ignore the ghosts and everyone's scared. And they end up going through the rest of the scenes pretty much in order as they show up in the ride. Much like Ron Howard and Robbie Lester did decades before. They annoy the beating heart bride and make a break out the window. Oh, Ron and Robbie got stairs. Donald's not so lucky.
When the squeaky cleaners reached the ground, they finally felt safe. Until they noticed they were being watched.
Look, there's Archimedes again. He's just all over these mansion books. And he wasn't in the sing-along that Merlin was in. Did they have a bad breakup after Sword in the Stone?
Mickey and the gang ran as fast as they could. When they passed a man and his dog, they all screamed and shivered.
What's the matter with all of you?
The man called after them.
You look as if you've seen a ghost.
Huh, this groundskeeper is less scared and more confused. That's a different take. He must be new on the job.
Mickey and Minnie darted ahead of the group and came upon a tea party. "Would you like to join us?" asked one of the party hosts.
Thank you, but we've got to run,"
said Mickey. And that's just what he and Minnie did.
Okay, but none of these ghosts have been threatening or even unfriendly in any way. Mickey and the gang are just straight up prejudiced against ghosts.
As the squeaky cleaners were driving off, Mr. Ghoul came running out of the house.
"Come back, Mickey,"
cried Mr. Ghoul.
"You forgot all your cleaning supplies."
"That's okay,"
shouted Mickey.
"You can use them to clean your own mansion next Halloween."
Aside from the confusing acknowledgement that the ride exists in the world of the story, this is a cute coloring book. It probably could have just been a coloring book of scenes from the mansion without the Mickey and Friends story, but, you know, the story's cute enough for a little golden book, and I do like the rendition of mansion characters in the Disney house style. But I don't buy that Leota and Mr. Ghoul are married. That ship is not canon as far as I'm concerned. Then on March 23, 2000, we got another video game, Walt Disney World Quest Magical Racing Tour.
Welcome to Walt Disney World.
And you thought the Disney park attractions of today had way too long names. I was aware of this game when it came out, but I didn't play it at the time because, you know, we didn't own consoles and I guess the PC version was a little too expensive considering how interested I was, but it made sense to me to turn theme park attractions into racetracks because theme park attractions loop, you know? Once someone unloads, then the next guest loads, and it made sense to just have a Mario Kart clone go through Disney World attractions. And boy howdy is this a Mario Kart clone. So yeah, never played it myself until working on this video, where I am playing an emulation of the PlayStation version on my MacBook, which is probably not the ideal gameplay experience, but what do you want from me? I'm not a gaming channel. At least not for games made after 1999. The central characters of this game are Jiminy Cricket and Chip and Dale in their Rescue Rangers garb. Well, Chip and Dale aren't nearly as scared of the mansion here as they are in A Day at Disneyland, which I looked at for this video, but ultimately decided didn't add enough narrative to count as an adaptation. There's also other playable characters who are original to the game, but they're reminiscent of existing Disney characters. Look, it's not Gizmo Duck. Look, it's not Brer Bear. Look, it's not Magica Dispel. But that's not important. What's important is driving through the Haunted Mansion at breakneck speeds. And what's important is that this is the first video game we've played today to actually use the mansion music, although good luck hearing it over the sound of the engines. So I raced, and I was doing okay at the start, until I ended up going the wrong way somehow, and then ended up somehow stuck behind the wrought iron mausoleum gate. I don't think that's supposed to be possible, but I found a way. Okay, yeah, I'm not good at this. At least not good at this on a keyboard. Screw the racing, I just want to do time trial mode because I just want to look at how they brought the mansion to this game. That's right, the mansion isn't designed for speeding past, it's meant for taking in. So you start outside, I like how the gates open during the countdown, you go in through the Florida Q canopy, into the foyer, and into the stretching room, which doesn't stretch while you're in it, but each lap it's a little more stretched, which is pretty clever. And they got all 4 paintings, even the ones that are behind you while you're racing through. That's attention to detail. Of course, you can skip the stretching room if you take the shortcut through the fireplace, which puts you right in the library. Then you go up the stairs in the direction of your choosing, but both paths reconnect in the candelabra hallway. Then you have to make a very sharp turn into the conservatory. Don't go down the endless hallway, you just can't. And then you can go around the occupant's coffin, there's bonuses around the other side, but it's faster to just go past it, past the clock into the seance room where Leota's ball is there, but the rendering doesn't really allow her to be there. At least not on this PlayStation emulator. Then, instead of the balcony overlooking the ballroom, the seance room leads directly into the floor of the ballroom, and you can drive through the dancers, but it doesn't hurt them or you in this game, so that's good. They're actually ghosts, you just go right through them. Then you loop around, go up the stairs to the balcony, where you can either shortcut over the balcony or take the long way around the hall. Then you drive up the stairs into the attic, where you can drive right through the Beating Heart Bride and crash out one of 2 windows until you land in the graveyard, where most of the characters are there, just, you know, rendered in very low-res sprites. And you make it into the Hitchhiking Ghost Mausoleum, where you hear a staticky soundbite of Paul Frees telling you to beware. And you see the ghosts, which look straight out of a 1996 GeoCities fan page. You can even see the Hitchhiking Ghost mirrors, although they don't actually reflect anything. I guess that effect was harder to do on a PlayStation than it was on an NES. Then you can just barely make out little Leota above you, and you're back in the woods, back at the start of the track. The graphics are what they are, but considering how fast you're supposed to zip past all this, it's amazing they put in as much detail as they did. Like, it's all here, proportioned a little differently, but still, I don't think they skipped a single detail that was at Florida's mansion at the time. All in all, not a bad use of the mansion. It fits the needs of a ride track layout pretty well. Also, love the vehicles. They actually turned the Doom buggies into a Dune buggy. Just no notes, perfect. Also, toward the end of the year, on December 7th, a Game Boy Color version of the game came out. My understanding is all the other ports of the game are pretty similar to each other, but of course the Game Boy Color is an entirely different console with far more limited capabilities, so how do you port a racing game to that? Not particularly well, it looks like. I guess I recognize some mansion-y architecture, but come on, putting the ballroom before the library? What are you doing, Game Boy port team? Anyway, a little while later, Disney spun off Mickey Mouse Works into House of Mouse, giving the cartoons a nightclub framing device with cameos from all sorts of Disney characters, and yes, the mansion characters are included. As far as I've discovered, there were 2 particularly prominent uses of mansion ghosts in House of Mouse. The first was in the direct-to-video spin-off movie, Mickey's House of Villains. Like any House of Mouse episode, it's filled with archive shorts, including the Mickey Mouse Works segments Mickey's Mechanical House, How to Haunt a House, Dance of the Goofies, and Hansel and Gretel, and also 3 classic Disney shorts, Donald and the Gorilla, and the same 2 that the Mouse Factory episode used, Trick or Treat and Lonesome Ghosts. I guess they figured it was easier to pad a TV episode out to a featurette length with more shorts than with more scenes. Maybe they were like, this way we could just trim some shorts and slide it in with regular House of Mouse reruns. I don't know.
Welcome, my children. Oh boy, I love Halloween. Lots of haunted happenings around town.
No, that was 4 years ago.
I've got a trick for Mickey Mouse, but you will all have to wait until midnight.
This movie was advertised as being the big shakeup. The villains are taking over the House of Mouse. Oh no. That is teased at the beginning, but it doesn't actually happen until 45 minutes into this 68-minute video. 6 of the 8 shorts featured in this episode play before the plot actually starts. There's less than 20 minutes of actual plot in this over an hour-long special, but in those handful of minutes, the villains take over, including Cruella releasing the hitchhiking ghost from a crate, and other familiar mansion ghosts also show up. Some of them even get a line in the song.
It's the fact you can't ignore!
It's a shorter line than the racist Lady and the Tramp Cats get, but hey. The next year, on October 10, 2003, another Halloween episode aired called House Ghosts. This episode starts with...
Welcome, my children.
the same Mickey monologue sequence that House of Villains started with.
Oh boy, I love Halloween. Lots of haunted happenings around town.
5 years ago now, Mickey. But one thing is added to the end of the monologue, a doom buggy. That wasn't in House of Villains. More mansion iconography. Let's do it. Also, 2 of the Mickey Mouse Works shorts in this episode are 2 of the same that House of Villains used, the same Hansel and Gretel Silly Symphony, and the same goofy How to Haunt a House cartoon. But that's where seeing the same footage we saw in House of Villains ends. But we do get the same plot device as Pete sees the crate of hitchhiking ghosts.
All right, you grim grinning ghosties, get out there and haunt this house.
So Pete unleashes them as revenge for nobody liking his costume. But it backfires on him as the ghosts harass him instead, and Mickey seems completely unbothered.
When the crypt doors creak and the tombstones quake,
Spooks come out for a swinging wake.
They sing a swinging arrangement of Grim Grinning Ghosts arranged by House of Mouse composer Mike Tavera.
Vocalize.
grim grinning ghosts come out to socialize.
It's a fun rendition. I like it more than either of the sing-along versions, even more than the one I'm nostalgic for. And the sequence features fun cameos from other mansion ghosts, including the Executioner, not being a doorman, and the Beating Heart Bride, catching Pete's eye before scaring him crapless. There's also more Disney animated spooks, including the Skeleton Dance Skeletons, and yes, the Lonesome Ghosts, who seem really delighted at seeing Pete naked. Anyway, despite Mickey being unbothered, the Happy Haunts somehow prevent the costume contest from happening.
But we didn't have the costume contest, Donald. Didn't you see the ghosts? Wow, we'll have to have the costume contest next year.
I would have loved to see more mansionery throughout the episode, but this musical number captures the playful spirit of the Grim Grinning Ghost pretty well. It doesn't quite capture the scary side of the mansion for anything more than a laugh, but you know, it's a kid show for Saturday morning. If you're going to use the mansion characters in a family-friendly Saturday morning show, this is a pretty good use of them. Then, 6 days later, on October 16th, the first video game dedicated entirely to the mansion came out. This was part of the promotional push for the movie. Even though the game only has slight connections to the movie, the biggest connections are the design of the mansion and the use of the same Dapper Dan rendition of Grim Grinning Ghosts. While the game takes its aesthetics from the then upcoming movie, the story is completely different. It's set in the past, the mansion is under a different curse, and Leota is neither Audley nor Tilly, she's...
Oh, I, child, am Madame Leota, speaker of the spirit world, medium of the mysterious, and seer of things unseen.
The Southern Belle. With that voice, I feel like her name should be Blanche. You play as Ezekiel Holloway, not to be confused with the Ezekiel in this book. The game's Ezekiel seems to be a variant on the Groundskeeper, a young, lanky, awkwardly jumping version of the Groundskeeper. He's summoned to the mansion by a job prospect, but it turns out Leota summoned him to help with the curse. as she dumps just the most exposition in the world on him.
This house was once home to many friendly ghosts, but a powerful, evil man named Atticus Thorne has taken over the estate, corrupting the memories of many of the ghosts. An ancient artifact will aid us in this effort, a sacred lantern. He'll be creating magical barriers throughout the mansion and twisting the very rooms themselves until we can turn on the lights and undo his spells. As the good power of these souls increases in the beacon, their energy will enable us to break down the magical barriers that Thorne has erected. But there is more I have to tell. The primary source of the beacon's power lies in the 6 sacred gems that adorn it. I'm sorry if you find this confusing, Zeke, but I'm afraid we have little time and much to do.
Still, Zeke seems to be taking it pretty well. Leota comes with you, essentially playing the role of a slightly more helpful Navi from Ocarina of Time, and also dumping more exposition. And much like in the movie, the real chills come not from the ghosts, but from the spiders. I certainly appreciate that the familiar mansion ghosts are not your enemies, but rather the ones you need to rescue.
Something's missing. Can we get more cowbell?
Yeah, shouldn't you be demolishing Country Bear Hall? And I appreciate the way the game attempts to marry aesthetics from the movie with aesthetics from the ride, even if it's more of a switching back and forth between them than an actual organic blend. And I appreciate the Doom Buggy Easter egg, despite there being no narrative justification for it. There's a lot I appreciate in this game, but I did not enjoy playing it. It wasn't frustrating in the way some of the earlier games were frustrating, where I just kept failing. It was just tedious, repetitive quests over and over and over, and I was just aching for bigger variety in gameplay. I appreciate how much this game tries to do justice to the feel of the mansion and expand the world of the mansion, but it's not fun to play. But if you gave the same plot to a point-and-click adventure in the Haunted Mansion, I'd be interested in that. Anyway, on November 26, 2003, just in time for Thanksgiving and nearly a full month late for Halloween, we got the first theatrical Haunted Mansion movie. Yep, this is the adaptation that looms largest until the new movie comes out, and it's generally seen as a disappointment, even by its star.
I did a Haunted Mansion movie, and it wasn't very good. So I don't know if they want to bring the old baggage and have me stinking up the new one.
On paper, there's a lot that must have made sense in development. Don Hahn had good experiences before producing a movie about a curse that befell all the servants of a house that could only be broken by the master's true love, and Comedians in Haunted Houses is a tried and true formula.
Sort of, it was a paradigm from Bob Hope and the Ghost Breakers, and it was Don Knotts and the Ghost of Mr. Chicken, and Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein, and those are the sort of movies where you have an ordinary, everyday Joe going into a haunted circumstance and just trying to get out of it any way he could, and sort of putting Eddie Murphy into that role was sort of a perfect modern everyday equivalent of those guys.
At one point, they were going to honor the legacy of Comedians in Haunted Houses so much that they were going to cast Mr. Chicken himself, Don Knotts, in this movie. Don Knotts was going to play the groundskeeper. That is the most perfect casting ever, and not just because having 2 separate Mayberry alum and 2 separate Mansion adaptations would make me personally very happy. But for whatever reason, the character's not there. I don't know if Don Knotts dropped out or if just rewrites wrote him out before he even filmed, but there's no groundskeeper in the movie. Well, no living groundskeeper. There's the ghost of the groundskeeper, which seems like really missing the mark, having the one living character in the ride be just another ghost in the pile of ghosts.
Look at the size of these knockers. Ever seen anything like that before?
Perfect metaphor for the movie as a whole, really. Referencing a joke in an actual horror comedy without keeping the actual joke.
Knockers was obviously from Young Frankenstein. Anything we can take from that movie, we will.
Remember this fun, silly, scary thing? Here's a watered-down piece with its aftertaste. It's hard to pinpoint exactly what went wrong here, but I don't think it's just one thing. I think it's a death by 1,000 little cuts. There were some bigger miscalculations than others. You can chalk it up to family-friendly remake-era Eddie Murphy as a terrible choice to lead the Haunted Mansion movie, but honestly, Eddie Murphy as a realtor trying to sell the Haunted Mansion is an even funnier idea than Phyllis Diller Miller as the ghost host, or Gilbert Gottfried in the Tower of Terror. That element would have been a great framing device for like a comedic Halloween TV special. Eddie Murphy is the realtor trying to put a positive spin on the mansion's features, and that's the framing device for like the history of the mansion, or classic spooky Disney cartoons. We don't have enough excuses to show lonesome ghosts yet. It's just not a good fit for the Haunted Mansion movie. But that said, the movie's problems do go a little deeper. It wouldn't be fixed just by recasting the lead role.
What is it? It's a spider, Margot!
So like, the son has this arc about overcoming his fears, where he's got a fear of spiders and then he needs to face that fear of spiders.
All your life you're gonna be facing spiders, okay?
I am?
What I'm trying to say is you should never be afraid. Don't be afraid of anything.
I get why having an arc related to fears made sense for a Haunted Mansion movie, but I really don't think overcoming those fears is the story that the Haunted Mansion is telling you. I think accepting and learning to live with your fears would be a much better mansion moral. And the dialogue pays lip service to that idea.
Like, look, it's okay to be scared, alright? Everybody gets scared sometimes. It's okay to get scared. Everybody gets scared every now and then, son, but you just can't let it stop you.
But in practicality, the action is still about mustering up bravery in the face of the fear and not just accepting fear as a part of life, which I feel like is much closer to the story the attraction wants to tell you. But at least the son's arc, even if it ends up at the wrong place for a mansion movie, is still kind of on theme for a mansion movie. Eddie's arc is... he's late coming home on his own anniversary because he's working on the business he shares with his wife, so, you know, a simple phone call would have taken care of everything, but instead he makes up for it by taking the family to the lake, and then he learns not to take even small detours. Like, he learns doing any work for the business is bad, I guess. And he learns to keep trying, I guess.
I tried, I failed.
Try again.
Okay, he learns that the only thing that breaks haunted glass is a car for some reason. I get that it's, you know, metaphor for putting his family ahead of his belongings, but that wasn't even like a big character flaw of his. It was just like a little moment early on.
Hey, Megan, don't slam the door like that. It's very sensitive.
It's a car, Dad.
Ah! It's not just a car. It's a very delicate piece of machinery.
And it's such a minuscule thread of this thing that doesn't tie into the themes relevant to the mansion's story. Unless it's going for a theme of, like, letting go of earthly possessions, but it doesn't tie that super well when even the ghosts don't let go of earthly possessions.
You can't take it with you.
The hell I can't!
But then at the same time, there are some faithful representations of sequences from the attraction. Eddie finds most of them behind a stereotypical secret passage.
There's always a sliding bookcase, you know, a trapdoor, a secret passage. I think it's just an homage to every, you know, haunted house movie that's been made, ever.
Perfect metaphor for the movie as a whole, really. The good Haunted Mansion stuff is hidden away in there, you just gotta look for it behind the bland cliche movie.
The butler did it? You gotta be kidding me.
And don't get me wrong, the ride is not above using horror tropes and cliches as well, but at least it presents the novelty of seeing them happen right in front of your face. Seeing cliches that aren't from the ride happen in the movie just makes me wonder, why am I watching this movie instead of the hundreds of others I've seen this scene in?
This scene actually was not shot in the original photography. It was something that we added after we had cut the movie together. We realized that somehow Eddie was missing through part of the movie. So we surprisingly created this set, which was really the closest homage we paid to the ride. It's very much out of the ride at Disneyland. And it wasn't really there in the original conception of the movie.
So it's there because they needed scenes with Eddie Murphy, but they didn't come up organically in the story. Both Eddie Murphy and the iconography of the Haunted Mansion are largely superfluous in the Haunted Mansion movie. So when your most faithful translation of attraction scene to movie scene is only there because they realized the plot didn't give their alleged main character anything to do, that's a sign that your movie's problems go deeper than just it's not doing enough from the ride. A better execution of the Mansion fan service might have made more Mansion nerds enjoy the film, but that alone wouldn't have made it resonate with a wider audience. The success of the first Pirates movie eclipsed the popularity of the source material in popular culture. Yes, it happened to be a good Pirates adaptation, but it was also just a fun movie people liked even if they had never heard of the ride. And I don't know what could have been changed to make this movie appeal to a wider audience because nobody knows anything, but there were real easy ways to make this appeal more to Mansion fans at the very least. Like leaving the mansion haunted at the end, for one.
Bye-bye.
That feels like a change that was made in effort to appeal to a wider audience, but it didn't really work. Some of the fan service is effective, and some just comes so close but doesn't quite get there.
The storm has flooded the road. I'm afraid there will be no leaving the mansion tonight.
I'm afraid there's no other way.
Just say there's no turning back now. You're dancing around it. Just say it. Even after the misguided ending, the movie ends with botched fan service by having Leota and the bus in the car, because it's not like there are any prominent characters in the mansion specifically associated with hitchhiking you could have used here. We don't know for a fact that the hitchhiking ghosts were part of the ghosts who went to heaven. They could still be around. If the bus are still around, who knows? But at least the fan service in the post-credits scene mostly works.
Hurry back. Be sure to bring your death certificate. If you decide to join us, make your final arrangements now. We've been dying to have you.
Yeah, that line read worked. Tilly is a much better fit for Little Leota than for Madame Leota. One of the many things that worked about the first Pirates movie is that the fan service was actually woven organically into the story. Every recreation of a ride tableau happens for about a second in a scene that the story set up anyway. Main character's in jail? Throw in the dog scene. A character's drunk? Have him sleeping with the pigs. But here, the scenes from the ride are detours that distract from the goal. Look, it's the singing busts! Only 4 of them, and none with Thurl's voice, even though I don't think Thurl was retired at this point. It would have been a great vocal cameo. They put in his face, but not his voice, and that just seems wrong. But it's Dapper Dan's. You like them. They're a Disneyland thing.
Oh, in Dixie. Dad, there it is.
Okay, never mind, the plot's over here. That was just a distraction. The biggest fan service sequence in the entire movie is just kind of breezed through.
It's going to take up probably about 2 minutes in the film. It's one continuous shot, even though we're shooting it over many days.
All that work, all that effort, all that care and love and respect for the iconography of the ride, just kind of there.
The artistry behind the technology really gives us the ability to take original ideas from the ride, anywhere from Madame Leota to the ghosts flying up around to stars in the sky, and really take that to another level where it feels three-dimensional.
You know what else feels three-dimensional? Riding the ride. The only characters from the ride who are actually part of the story and not just mild distractions are Madame Leota and Master Gracie, who's not really so much a character from the ride as it is a name from the queue. Keep in mind that the original plan was that Master Gracie was supposed to be a dead child, not the master of the house.
I am Madame Leota, seer of all.
But Madame Leota's main goal just seems to be sending them on fetch quests.
Enter the tomb under the great dead oak and travel down deep under the ground, and there you will find the key that must be found. Find the black crypt that bears no name, or soon your fate will be the same.
Let me guess, you're gonna get to the end of the crypt and then Goofy gives you the key. But originally the hitchhiking ghosts were gonna be part of the story. They were gonna be the main ghosts who help everyone out. But then in rewrites they just turned them into servants, so that's why Ezra, instead of being hitchhiking ghost Ezra, is now Wallace Shawn. And instead of the other 2 ghosts, we have his wife Emma, who is played by the other actress who played Frasier's ex-wife, Nanny G.
I dreamt that I was riding a candy unicorn.
I'm not trying to work the Cheers universe into every single video, it just keeps coming up. The movie's also just not very funny. I mean, Eddie Murphy is a great comedic performer and he's got comedic delivery, but the words he's saying just aren't that funny. And I know that's subjective, maybe you do think it's funny and fair enough, but even if it is funny, it's just not a tonal fit for the Haunted Mansion. And like I said earlier, the humor of Phyllis Diller is not really a tonal fit for the Haunted Mansion, but at least the jokes they gave her were tonal fits, even if the delivery wasn't. Here it's just not really Haunted Mansion type jokes. It's deflating the mansion. In the ride, the humor works with the scares. The humor lowers your guard to make the scares hit harder, and then the scares lower your guard to make the humor hit harder. But they work together. Even when the jokes are about the mansion and its peculiarities, the target of the joke is you, the living, and your discomfort with it. The jokes are made by the comfortable because of their amusement with those who are uncomfortable. Here, maybe Jim Evers is using humor as a defense mechanism against his fear, and that's not inherently bad, but it is not the mansion's sense of humor. The jokes here all come from the uncomfortable, making fun of the mansion to try to assuage their discomfort, not from the comfortable, amused by the discomfort. Neither approach to humor is inherently better or worse than the other, they just aren't the same styles of humor, so if your goal is to adapt the Haunted Mansion, it helps to understand the mansion's sense of humor. In fact, the very best joke in this movie is just in the director's commentary.
This is Jennifer Tilly's head. I actually got to work with Jennifer Tilly's voice on Stuart Little and graduated to her head on this picture. I'm looking forward to the opportunity to work with her whole body soon.
I also hate to ask questions like this in movies with fantastical elements, but I do not understand the rules here.
I don't make the rules, okay? I just work here.
So Leota is the only one who knows things, but she doesn't control anything. She is part of a separate haunted magic than the ghost magic, but she didn't put the curse on the house, that's just unseen forces. But she does know about the curse and she has answers about the curse. But she doesn't know everything because she can't just break the curse herself. She has to just talk in riddles, I guess. And Ramsley, for some reason, thinks that his plan will break the curse that he's definitely responsible for, but he's really convinced that continuing to do things his way is also the solution to the mess that he got himself in. I mean, okay, that's just the character flaw of ego, I guess, but he thinks he's got a grasp on these rules that the audience definitely does not have a grasp on.
Well, damn you.
Damn you all to hell!
So then Ramsley summons the Hell Demons, but they turn out to be his own undoing, just like Pete unleashing the hitchhiking ghosts, and once again Eddie is superfluous in his own movie, but what was he trying to do there, and why did he think it would work? So the singing bus are also haunted by a different magic than the rest of the house because they also didn't go to heaven, and that's fine, but like, why have most of the ghosts under one particular curse, but then there's just also additional haunted stuff that is never explained even as little as the original curse is explained? And if the story was more compelling, I wouldn't mind the vagueness behind the rules. I don't know the rules in the mansion itself, I just know there's ghosts and they like being here, and I don't need to know the rules, but you're presenting just a few too many rules for me to be comfortable not knowing the rest of them. Part of the magic of the original ride is that the disparate flavors from different artists all come together and blend into a tone all of its own. The spookiness of Claude Coates and the goofiness of Mark Davis aren't intrinsically compatible, but they work together to craft the mansion's own distinct identity. And unfortunately, the disparate flavors that went into this movie do not blend nearly as seamlessly. This film was made by talented people, and it's clear that Rick Baker especially really wanted to do the mansion justice. He cast himself as the Hatchet Man.
I wanted to stay true to the feeling of the ride because I'm a big fan of the ride. This is very much a drawing that Mark Davis did.
Give that makeup to a walk-around character at Mickey's Not So Scary and Oogie Boogie Bash, I dare you! Nobody here wanted to make a bad Haunted Mansion movie, but for whatever reason, whether it was misguided creative decisions or just mandates from corporate, the story they settled on did not do the mansion justice. But hey, it still gives me more of what I want from the mansion than that stupid sing-along, so that's the bar we're clearing here. Ultimately, it's a meshing of disparate ideas that all make sense separately and might even make sense on paper together, but they just don't quite congeal. There is a lot to like in it, but despite being the most prominent adaptation thus far, it certainly isn't worthy of being the definitive Haunted Mansion adaptation. That said, there are people younger than me who grew up with this movie and loved it. It was one of their first exposures to horror comedy, and it got them interested in the spooky and the silly the exact same way the ride would for people their age. So I guess for kids, it can be an effective companion to the ride. There still could have been much better ways to implement this ride to a film, and I hope we're about to see one, but if this movie worked for you as a kid, I'm happy for you. There is also a bunch of stuff to promote the movie. There was a DVD feature that claims to be a virtual ride, but it's really just a tour of the movie sets with new footage of Ezra and Emma. Neat DVD feature, it's nice that they got more Wallace Shawn for this, but it's pretty far removed from the ride, especially when the title makes it sound like it's going to be a virtual ride through of the original mansion. There are also 2 music videos connected to this movie. The one on the DVD is for the song that's not in the movie, Raven Simone's cover of Stevie Wonder's Superstition. A cover which samples just a little bit of Grim Grinning Ghosts.
Very superstitious.
In this music video, Raven and her friends are green screened into the exterior of the movie's mansion for a surprise party. They dance on the sets of the movie and are apparently scared by fog, I guess?
Okay, all right, y'all, no more surprise parties. Yeah, no.
Then there's the Nelly video. The song that is in the credits of the movie, even though it wasn't written for the movie, is You, which samples the People's Court theme. Yep. Nelly is green screened into the exterior of the mansion because he inherited it from his uncle. They go inside and it's neither the interiors from the movie nor the ride, but it's still haunted in ways that have nothing to do with the movie or the ride. So the cover song that's not in the movie uses the sets from the movie, and the song that wasn't written for the movie but is in the credits has a video based on the movie that doesn't use the sets from the movie and is not included on the DVD. Good, I wasn't confused enough yet. And we're not quite done with the movie continuity yet, because it continued in comics in Disney Adventures magazine. The December 2003 issue plugged the Mansion movie hard, featuring an interview with the kids from the movie, a closer look at a few of the ghosts, and a comic. Scans of the comic can be found on the Mansion Fandom Wiki, but I bought a copy off eBay myself to see if there was anything interesting in the BTS info. There wasn't really, but it is very funny that the cover places the Mansion movie side by side with a slightly smaller showcase of a movie that would go on to win 11 Oscars. And it's funny that ordering this on eBay cost me a spooky $13.13. The comic in this issue is called Cookie Creeps, about young twins named Ty and Madison selling cookies for a school trip. And Madison wants to sell cookies at Gracie Manor, even though Ty's too scared. Well, until he sees the suits of armor and can quote Holy Grail, and then he just barely avoids getting hit by a knight. Ezra and Emma find the kids, and then a scary ghost starts chasing them. The ghosts chase Madison into the secret passageway while Emma and Ezra escort Ty outside. Madison skips the fan service hallway and goes straight to Jennifer Tilly, who doesn't really contribute much because Emma and Ezra immediately usher Madison outside again, just in the nick of time as the scary ghost shows up. Meanwhile, Ty's outside and runs into the singing busts, who are just as unhelpful as they are in the movie. But at least Ty got over his fears long enough to befriend the singing bus, while Madison is filled with new fears. And they escape the mansion with Madison vowing never to sell cookies again, much to the scary ghost's chagrin. He just wanted a cookie! Wah, 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 wah.
Trespassers don't get cookies!
Then there was another Mansion comic in the winter 2004 Comic Zone issue of Disney Adventures called Monster Makeover. Unfortunately, the Mansion Fandom Wiki only has scans of 2 pages of the comic, and it considers the rest to be lost media. Fortunately, eBay still exists. Yeah, I scanned it. Links in the description. The crew of Space Extreme, TV's most extreme home decorating show, arrives at Gracie Manor. A crew consisting of the host Phil, the producer Rita, and the cameraman Larry, and his camera that he calls Tony. So I guess in this case, some jerk is the camera. The crew barges in uninvited, which annoys Ramsley, but he takes the opportunity to mess with them. Given that this was the extreme early 2000s, Phil begins redecorating by sledgehammering paint everywhere, and a ghost sneaks up on him, and Larry tries to warn him, but another ghost trips Larry into the paint. Later, Phil tries to get rid of the old junk in the mansion, like Madame Leota. Just trying to get rid of the old junk that's actually in the Haunted Mansion. Are we sure Phil didn't produce the movie? So Leota summons ghosts to mess with them, Phil doesn't take responsibility, Larry tries to escape, but Ramsley is not done torturing the crew. So he gives them a taste of the zombie mausoleum. And that's the last straw. So the crew escapes into the night, and Ramsley's satisfied, until he sees that their damage is already done. They put a skateboard ramp in the ballroom! Wah, 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 wah. These comics are cute, I guess. The artwork is decent, and the premises are fine. I just don't think the jokes in them are very funny, but it is interesting that they try to blend the ride sense of humor with the movies, having some jokes deflate the mansion, and some deflate its intruders. The important thing about these comics, though, is that the premise of kids selling cookies in the mansion, and the premise of a home renovation show entering the mansion, are both exactly as funny as the premise of Eddie Murphy as a realtor trying to sell the mansion. Your big budget movie was built on a backbone about as strong as a Disney Adventures comic premise. Then, beginning in October 2005, we had a new comics continuity, a Haunted Mansion comic book line that was released quarterly until October 2007. These are anthology comics published by the unfortunately named Slave Labor Graphics from a number of different writers and artists. 7 issues were released, and an 8th was in development but never put out. but some of the stories from it have leaked online. Issue 1 has 6 stories. The first, Room for 1,000, is another of these adaptations that basically has a character go through the scenes of the ride in order. But instead of that character being a living guest, it's a hopeful ghost who wants to move in and become the 1,000th happy haunt. He himself still seems a little scared by some of the other residents, but then he scares the only living human in the story, the groundskeeper, and then he feels confident and at home in the mansion. But we, the living, are reminded that they still have room for another. This is just about perfect. It's nearly all the scenes you like in the ride, with only a few omissions, but those get covered in other stories in this issue. But it doesn't focus on boring humans taking up space. It's the first demonstration that a Haunted Mansion story could just be about the ghosts. It faithfully adapts the ride as we know it while reminding us of the potential of this series. There's 999 happy haunts here, and there's room to hear all of their stories. The second story, Blueprint for Murder, is about the building of the mansion and only features 3 characters, all of whom are named after Imagineers. Mr. Gracie hires Mr. Coates and Mr. Davis to build the mansion for him, and as a probable nod to Claude and Mark's differing ideologies in building the mansion, Mr. Coates and Davis do not get along, and Coates plans Davis's murder, not knowing that Davis was planning the same thing for Coates. So this is revealed to be the backstory for the coffin occupant and the candelabra down the hallway. I like tying those 2 haunts together since they're so near each other in the ride, and yeah, as far as potential backstories for elements of the mansion go, this one works for me. The third, While the Fifi is Away, focuses on ghosts we don't get a lot of stories about, the ghosts in the pet cemetery. It's about a poodle who thinks her owner, the beating heart bride, misses her more than she actually does.
Husband, I gaze nightly in search of you, yet I know you will never return to me. Why does my heart still beat for you so? And why does that little rat dog keep staring at me?
It's pretty funny, and it adds some lore that outside ghosts can't go in the mansion and inside ghosts can't come out. The fourth story, Talking Heads, is about the beheaded knight coming to Madame Leota who doesn't realize she's dead.
A spirit from beyond. How marvelous. My powers must be improving. I didn't even go into a trance, and yet here you are.
But Madame Leota, you yourself are...
Just go with it. She's been dead for who knows how long, but I'll be darned if I can convince her of it.
I see.
I don't know how I feel about Oblivious Leota. It's a unique take, but I feel like I prefer Leota as a font of wisdom rather than her as a sort of Buzz Lightyear, oblivious that she's the same as those around her. The fifth story, The New Groundskeeper, is a little story about the groundskeeper, whose name apparently is not Clyde, but is in fact Horace Fusselbottom, and he is fired from taking care of the mansion and replaced by this 80s movie bully. But Horace gives an ominous warning that they won't like a stranger there, and sure enough, when the bully arrives, the ghosts just want to know where Horace is, and they chase the bully out to the point of the hitchhiking ghost following him home. So that's a good way to work in the one bit of lore that doesn't really work if you're just following a ghost who's not leaving. It's a different interpretation of the groundskeeper role than his usual scaredy cat self. You know, the version that the first story in this issue went with. But I kind of dig that the groundskeeper and the ghosts have a cordial relationship here. That is a fun interpretation, that the ghosts have their token living friend that they like. The final segment is part 1 of an ongoing story, and we'll get to that in a moment. But issue 2 begins with another story about the groundskeeper and his secret. Uncle Theodore sings why the groundskeeper continues to work this job if he's so scared all the time. Turns out his wife is buried here, and he dines with her every night. I don't know if this shares a canon with the earlier groundskeeper story or not, since the wife seems to be the only ghost Horace has any sort of relationship with here, but it's a sweet little story. It's interesting that this is a story about holding on to the past, when so many ghost stories are about learning to let go of life. But this is also a story about how learning to live with your fears can lead to something rewarding, and I'll take that over the movie's handling of facing fears. The next story in issue 2 is called Lenore Meets the Haunted Mansion, and no, it's not an origin story for the Raven. This is a crossover with SLG's original character, Lenore the Cute Little Dead Girl. I don't know anything about this character beyond her appearance in the story, which involves her going to the mansion because she's trying to sleep and she's annoyed by the noise. She moves through the mansion and riffs on various elements of it, and in this case it seems to have elements of being a real haunted mansion and elements of being a theme park attraction. She gets to the source of the noise, the 20,000 Leagues organ, and then she gets distracted and doesn't move through the rest of the mansion. Much like the movie, here Lenore's jokes are kind of deflating the mansion rather than enhancing it, but I accept that more here because it's coming from another spooky being and not some dumb mortal, and also this isn't a feature film. Still, I imagine this works better as a Lenore comic guest starring the Haunted Mansion than it does as a Haunted Mansion comic guest starring Lenore, but I don't actually know. Lenore devotees would have to answer that for me. The next story, The Woman in Black, is about a young boy escaping the terrifying Woman in Black by hiding out in the mansion where he meets a ghost boy named Victor who takes him to Leota. There's still more stuff about Leota being confused, and that's just gonna be a running thing here, isn't it? But Leota does still have wisdom, and she tells him that he doesn't belong and that he needs to face his fears. So he faces the Woman in Black, only to discover that she's only looking for her son, Victor. So once again, we have a sweet little twist, and a much better use of the facing your fears idea than Eddie's son went through. I'm not saying this entire comic series is an apology for the movie, but I'm not saying that either. The Big Nap is the first of our stories to focus on the hitchhiking ghosts, and it's a wordless little story about Gus and the circumstances that led him to being a prisoner, and then a ghost, and then a hitchhiker. It's lighter in tone than a lot of these stories, but I feel like it would legitimately make a great animated short. The first story of issue 3 focuses not on the groundskeeper, but on his dog, who's digging up bones, much to the chagrin of the ghosts those bones belong to. But when they find out he's bringing the bones to orphan puppies, they decide they can spare them. We have had as many sweet twists in these stories as we've had creepy twists. I like that the individual stories are allowed so many different tones. Next is The Mummy's Curse, a short little backstory for the tea-drinking mummy, who was cursed with 1,000 curses by Anubis, and had to pass them all on to others, and he feels he may be responsible for the curses on Gracie Manor. Of course, his companion doesn't really hear his confession. Next is The Peppermint Girl, where two boys sneak into the mansion and fall for a wallflower in the ballroom, so they each race to remove themselves from the land of the living first so they can be her dance partner. And yet, each attempt is unsuccessful. The darkly comic twist is that neither of them realize they're both dead, and they're both too wrapped up in their competition to actually dance with the Peppermint Girl. I love this, it's so sitcom-y. It's just like Frasier and Niles competing over a girl and being so focused on the competition that they don't realize that they both have a chance if they just made him move. Look, when I said I wasn't going to tie every video back to Cheers and Frasier, I lied. Issue 4 begins with the first installment of a second ongoing story. Again, we'll get to all the ongoing stories later. The second story is Big Game, about a hunter who has bagged all manner of mythical creatures, but what he wants is to hunt a ghost. So he goes to the mansion and selects his prey, and he chooses the Executioner, presumably based on his doorman abilities. But the only way he can tussle with the ghost is to become one himself. So he ingests some poison, and is immediately welcomed as a mansion resident and doesn't have a chance to hunt, leaving his sidekick stuck out of luck. Then we return to the pet cemetery for Night of the Ghost Fleas, in which our dear Fifi is frustrated by fleas, and frustrated by trying to follow the logic of ghost rules, and even annoyed by the hitchhiking ghosts themselves. It's another piece where the humor comes from deflating the mansion rather than working with it. The jokes are amusing, but it's far more of a mansion parody than a mansion story proper. No wonder it's written by the same writer of the Lenore story. Still, in an anthology, it's okay if some of the pieces take a more irreverent tone with the source material. Issue 5 begins with the Dynamite Party, and it's the backstory of the Dynamite guy from the Stretching Portraits. Basically, he's a real jerk to his wife, he gets an invite to a party at Gracie Manor, he goes pantsless just to spite her, and he can't see what's going on, so he's oblivious to the hauntings and the spookiness, and his inability to see leads to him sealing his own fate. So it's the Lockhorns meets Mr. Magoo meets Grunkle Stan, I guess. In the next story, Blue Loop Garoo, the mummy asks the werewolf why he's so sad. The werewolf explains the story of how he got trapped in the mansion, but that's not really what's making him sad. What's making him sad is that there's nothing to eat because even the fish are ghosts. Wah wah. Then another installment of an ongoing story, and then the Pickwick Capers, the backstory for Pickwick, the chandelier ghost. Pickwick had a fear of heights instilled in him at a young age, so he became a great cat burglar by sneaking under things. A mysterious stranger at a bar challenges him to steal the pirate gold from Gracie Manor. So he manages to sneak in underneath. But it turns out it's not heights that do him in, its depths as he can't survive the stretching room. But he got over his fear of heights, so that's something. This feels the most, ironic prequel joke version of all these stories. It's like, oh yeah, that high up guy, he used to be scared of heights. It's like, things used to be the opposite of how they are now. James Bond didn't used to care whether his martinis were shaken or stirred. But, it's cute. Issue 6 is, mostly ongoing stories, but the one sort of standalone story in it is Doom of the Diva, the backstory for the opera lady, Baronessa Elda. Despite being an operatic talent, her career has taken a downturn due to her difficult reputation, but she gets invited to sing at Gracie Manor. She's confused when she has no audience, but when she starts singing, the ghosts start arriving. And this terrifies her. She tries to escape while some prankish spirits tie her hair to the balcony, but Gracie appeals to her ego. But she's scared over the balcony and her neck is broken by her own hair. Dark. But at least she sticks around to sing for everyone forever. Issue 7 begins with another wordless hitchhiking ghost story, Laugh I Thought I'd Die, featuring Ezra. Ezra apparently sells novelties and gags. But when sales start to go down, he scours the world for new gags and discovers a Chinese finger trap in this sequence that is, probably not the most culturally sensitive thing we've encountered here. And he's stuck in the finger trap and, laughs himself to death, I think. And then he gets invited to the mansion where he annoys all the other ghosts with his gags, so he's hitchhiking for a way out. Next is On a Tightrope, the backstory of the tightrope girl in the stretching portraits. In this continuity, her name is Daisy de la Cruz, and she tightropes over alligators as a carnival act in the bayou. She is collecting so many suitors, and it turns out she's turning them into gators. And the gators are waiting for their revenge. Then we move on to Three of a Kind about another stretching portrait, the Quicksand Guys, whose names in this story are Hobbs, Big Hobbs, and Skinny Hobbs. These three are traveling gambling men, but when a certain Bartholomew Gore catches them cheating, he chases them out to the swamp. Of course, they come across quicksand, and when they can't decide how to cross it, they decide to gamble for who should carry each other. And they continue to be stuck there to this day. Issue 8 was never released, but 2 stories from it were leaked. The first is Preaching to the Choir, which is the backstory of the little ghosts that come out of the organ. Turns out they're a school bus full of dead children. Yeah, this one's dark, and the bus driver is the creepiest thing we've seen in these comics so far. The other is the last of the hitchhiking ghost stories, The Doctor Is In, about Phineas. Or as he's known here, Dr. Phineas Q. Hackenbush. He was a flim-flam medicine man who sold a bunch of snake oil to a bunch of suckers, but when he's chased out of town, he falls to his death. So he's invited to the mansion, where he tries his tricks again, and ends up making the ghosts think they're sick, I think, much to Madame Leota's confusion. So she has words with him, and then he's trying to get out of there, just like the other hitchhikers. Okay, now that we've looked at all the one-off stories, it's time to look at the ongoing stories, starting back in issue 1 with part 1 of The Mystery of the Manse. The Hanging Ghost Host checks in with us after we've read the other little stories in the issue. Yes, the Ghost Host was once William Gracie, the first mate on the sailing ship Pomona. When Captain Pace is facing a dangerous storm, despite the crew's protests, Gracie discovers that Pace has been secretly gun smuggling and not sharing the profits with the crew. Gracie confronts Pace, but then the storm starts breaking the ship, and Pace is stuck tied to the ropes. Rather than free Pace, Gracie, in his anger, cuts his head off and puts his head in a hatbox. Ah, see what they did there? And at the point of the story's publication, the Hatbox Ghost was still missing in action, so this wouldn't have been like a deep cut, but still a deep-ish cut for this story to use. And that was how William Gracie became Captain Blood. The story continues in issue 2, which is as much a Pirates of the Caribbean comic as it is a Haunted Mansion comic.
From that day on, it was all yo-ho, yo-ho, a pirate's life for me.
But as the age of piracy is over, Gracie plans his escape from this lifestyle, and it involves betraying his entire crew in exchange for safe passage to New Orleans. In issue 3, the Pirates of the Caribbean connections come to a close as Gracie arrives at Lafitte's Landing. Gracie is told of a mansion he can retire to, which I guess means this doesn't share continuity with that earlier story where he hired Coates and Davis to build the mansion, but hey.
Mystery surrounded the place. Even the men who designed and built the house had disappeared shortly after its completion.
Or that story did happen, it just wasn't Gracie who hired them, I guess. Look, again, I like that the continuity is kind of muddled between the different stories here because it makes them feel more like ghost stories that have been passed on and embellished. So Gracie becomes the latest person to kind of go through the scenes in the mansion, or at least the ones that exist at this point in the narrative. He's scared, but he's home. In part 4, anime boyfriend Gracie here falls in love with Emily DeClaire. He asks Emily to marry him, but realizes he needs to exorcise the house if she's going to live there. And that's when Leota enters the picture. And Leota's interested in Gracie while he's still in love with Emily, and I don't know, like jealous, spurned lover love triangle Leota, I think I like even less than clueless Leota. But I guess if Gracie chooses Leota, then they'll get married, he'll change his name to Mr. Ghoul, and then they'll invite Mickey and the gang over to clean the mansion. But that doesn't happen in this continuity. Instead, Leota does her famous seance ostensibly to remove all the ghosts. But she has different ideas when she realizes that the ghosts are the crew that Gracie betrayed. So without telling Gracie, she turns the mansion into a magnet for ghosts. But as far as he's concerned, the ghosts have all gone away. Because he has no idea who's just been summoned to the mansion. Oh snap, Gracie versus Hatbox, it's gonna go down! In part 5, we go to the day of the wedding. But Leota arrives to cause trouble because we're really sticking with jealous, spurned Leota here. Emily looks in the attic for something old, and finds an old Hatbox. But the ghost of the dead captain arrives and tells her the truth about her fiancé.
Would you have left him if you knew that William Gracie was once the infamous Captain Blood, Scourge of the Caribbean? Would you feel differently about him if you knew he betrayed his crew, my crew, and left them to die so he could escape with their treasure?
When Gracie hears his bride-to-be screams, he races up to the attic to find her speechless on the floor as his old captain and his old crew are gathered.
Poor William. Seems your precious love died of a broken heart.
Wow, I thought that condition only affected people from Naboo. But on the Hatbox Captain's way out, he reveals the truth. It was Leota who summoned him. And Gracie murders Leota mid-seance. He realizes redemption is beyond him now, so he takes the only way out. There's always his way. But then, the story continues in part 6. Leota's sudden death caused her to not even realize it had happened and to continue her seance, forever making the mansion a beacon for wayward ghosts. And we get a little explanation for why there are so many different types of ghosts, even ones that don't really fit together. The one living person still around is Michelle, the maid, who opportunistically continues to take care of the house so she can access the pirate gold. And Gracie tells us the current state of the mansion, and the listener tries to escape. As mansion backstories go, there is a lot I like in it, and then there are quite a few things that I really don't like, but overall, it's a better backstory than the movie gave the mansion. But now we move on to the other ongoing story, which is, 2 ongoing stories, or really one ongoing story that was about to set up another ongoing story, but, well, you'll see. This begins at the start of issue 4 with The Interview. A young girl named Sarah is racing to the mansion for an interview to be the new housekeeper. The maid interviewing her, presumably Michelle, gives her the lay of the land. She also tells Sarah something she didn't realize. She died on her way to the mansion. But it turns out she's not fully dead yet, and she's brought back just in the nick of time, but she has mixed feelings about it.
Oh man, I think I just blew another interview. This looked like such a nice place to live.
This first part of the story kind of seems like a way to reconcile seemingly incongruous theories about the mansion, both that you yourself die when you fall out of the attic, and that you escape to the land of the living and a ghost follows you home. This first installment of the story kind of has that cake and eats it too. The girl did die, but she is still going home at the end. Of course, it's not quite the end yet. In the middle of issue 5, we get the follow-up interview. Sarah can't stop thinking about how much fun the ghosts looked like they were having in Gracie Manor. Her boyfriend Steve is not very patient with this.
I thought you were done with your bad goth poetry phase, Sarah.
Do you have to be a jerk all the time, Steve?
Do I have to be? No, it just works out that way.
Sarah ultimately decides she wants to go back to Gracie Manor. In issue 6, Steve races to the mansion to try to stop her, but instead, he begins the journey through the mansion tour. Sarah arrives a little later and runs into the groundskeeper, who tells us a little more about his wife. Sarah talks about how much she wants to live with the ghosts, but the groundskeeper tells her it's not worth it. So Sarah has reconsidered her goals by the time Michelle finds her.
Well, I came here to die so I could live forever, but Dick here convinced me that it wasn't such a great idea.
Also, the groundskeeper's named Dick in this story and not Horace. Flexible continuity. But in all the chaos, Steve gets scared to death. And he is the 1000th Happy Haunt. Which, leads to the mansion getting sucked up into the ground? Well, that was certainly, something. And this was all leading somewhere, because in the final issue, issue 7, we got part 1 of a spin-off, a joint spin-off, of both The Mystery of the Manse and the interview, The Misery of the Manse. While the mansion's being sucked into whatever wormhole it's being sucked into, Gracie seems to come back to life, back to his human form. He tries to explain to Steve that he's dead, but even he doesn't understand what happened afterwards, until Leota shows up, once again in full body form.
I'm here to see you get your just rewards, William. I'm here for you to face judgment.
Judgment? What are you talking about, you crazy witch?
I'm talking about how while you were murdering me, I was cursing you to 1,000 years of suffering and agony. Condemning you to feel the wrath and anguish of everyone you had murdered in your worthless lifetime.
Well, that should come as a relief to the mummy that the curses weren't all his fault. Turns out Leota used to talk about when the 1000th ghost arrived, something big would happen. Some horrible fate. And with the mansion seemingly being dragged to hell, Sarah dives in after it. And the saga ends on that cliffhanger, because of all the stories leaked from issue 8, the follow-up to this was not one of them. At least not yet. So, we'll never know where that story was going, but it was certainly an unexpected direction. I didn't love every individual story here, but I really liked the format of this series, an anthology of mansion stories with overlapping but not necessarily identical continuities. Much like the ghost stories surrounding the mansion itself, they can't all be true, but maybe they all have a bit of truth. I wish I could have seen where the ongoing story was going, but in the meantime, I'm glad the stories that were published are here for our enjoyment. Then the 2010s came around, and 2 years in a row, we got video games that feature a version of Disneyland. Or in the first case, a sort of netherworld Disneyland. Yes, the first game is Epic Mickey, the video game whose development required Disney to trade a whole-ass human being to Universal for a rabbit. Epic Mickey is set in the Wasteland, where forgotten characters live. Some of them are characters whose stories were told but have since been forgotten. Others are characters who were abandoned before they were even released. And Oswald has shaped the Wasteland into a bizarro Disneyland, building attractions that parallel the Disney attractions, and even building animatronics of the Mickey gang. The game's full of deep Disney fan service, with main levels being set in these bizarro Disney park realms, and in-between levels set in these side-scrolling takes on classic Mickey cartoons. The Wasteland's equivalent of New Orleans Square is the Bog Easy, and it's populated with some familiar haunts. Yep, big surprise, it's the Lonesome Ghosts, who apparently have been forgotten despite showing up several times in previous adaptations covered on this list. Maybe someday I'll get tired of seeing them pop up in mansion adaptations, but I doubt it. I love those silly guys. Here, the side-scroller levels are based on Lonesome Ghosts, as well as a few other Mickey cartoons, and you finally get to the Wasteland's equivalent of the Haunted Mansion. Lonesome Manor, an imposing mansion cobbled together from unfinished pieces of haunted mansions around the world. I like that Lonesome Manor incorporates a mishmash of all mansion designs, but kind of a missed opportunity to not just have this be the Museum of the Weird. Inside the manor, there's architecture reminiscent of the mansion, as well as familiar familiar marble busts who give you advice, platform puzzles with floating tables, and plenty of restless spirits for you to rescue. Then there's a fun twist on the stretching room with variants of the portraits that are familiar but not identical to the ones we know. Boy, did this lady marry all of the singing busts? You have to realign them so that the portions are lined up properly. A simple but effective little puzzle. I enjoyed it. Much more fun than the Famicom take on the stretching room. Then there's the library, which is in chaos right now, and this is where you meet Madame Leona. Leona, with an N. The game leaves it ambiguous whether Leona is a forgotten draft of Leota, or if she's a creation of Oswald in his Bizarro theme park, but she's basically Leota in everything but one letter. We know she's not a toon because thinner doesn't work on her and just kinda annoys her. She wants you to restore order to the library, and she has other tasks for you as well. You don't have to do all the tasks, but the more you do for her, the more she'll help you out later. So this Leona variant on Leota is not quite as benevolent as some, not quite as vicious as others. She's very much a you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours type, and you know, that's fair enough. I think that's a good place for Leota to be. Also, there's a hatchet here that belongs to Constance, who was apparently once the owner of Lonesome Manor. I love that Constance used to run the manor. I imagine she was a resident of Wasteland up until the moment she was brought back to the real world to replace the Beating Heart Bride. Then there's the ballroom, where the organ is giant, sentient, and grumpy. You can befriend him by somewhat tediously jumping on the keys he wants you to play. It's annoying, but still less annoying than a lot of the games I've played today. Then you make your way up the pipes to the attic. And in the attic, you fight the Mad Doctor, and it doesn't have that much mansion-y stuff, so I don't have to keep talking about it. Out of all the video games I played for this video, this may not be the best mansion adaptation, but it is far and away the most fun game. I'm actually going to continue playing this game for fun, and that is not something I can say about the others. Then in 2011, we got a far more faithful version of Disneyland Park in Connect Disneyland Adventures. This faithfully recreates the park layout, minus corporate sponsorship and Lucasfilm rides, since this was before the buyout, but much like all the earlier video games, the attractions are represented with mini-games, most of which are built around the Kinect motion control. But then in 2017, the game was re-released for Xbox One and Windows as simply Disneyland Adventures, no Kinect required, so there's also controller and keyboard controls available. I couldn't get either of the Xbox versions or the Windows version to work on my MacBook no matter what emulator I use, so I played the Windows version on my roommate's computer, which is a bit old and slow, so I played it on the lowest possible graphics settings, and even then the controls weren't super responsive. I can't judge if that's a problem with the game itself or just the computer I was using, so I won't let that factor into my review too much. I just want to see how this game represents the Haunted Mansion. I approached the mansion and noticed that the area that was at the time the Fast Pass station just leads right into the main queue, which has the singing bus. That's fun. Then I ran past all the people waiting in line to skip ahead because I'm the main character and I wait for nothing, except the loading screen, which has me falling in space for an approximate eternity. But once it got close to loading, I was given the helpful advice of don't tumble into something, which is just good to keep in mind throughout life, and careful of the painting. As soon as we enter the mansion, we find ourselves outside the exterior we just came in through, but now it's dark. In fairness, that does sometimes happen in actual Disneyland Resort attractions. And we get Paul's dialogue read by Corey. At least he's not doing Hans this time. But as soon as I'm inside, a ghost warns me to go back, so I run into the stretching room where Leota is mad that I've shown up. I guess this is another villain Leota take. So the room stretches and the ghosts drop me and the gameplay begins as I collect coins while trying not to tumble into something, and Corey reads Paul's lines in a seemingly random order.
Is this haunted room actually stretching? Or is it your imagination? Of course, there's always my way.
You know, conversations mean things, right? With the very occasional new line that actually justified hiring Corey instead of just reusing Paul's audio. There's iconic pieces of mansion furniture that you don't want to bump into. Is the coffin occupant waving at me? That's fun. Then there's this bit where I figured out too late that what you're supposed to do is make the pose in the hole to fit through the painting. This was clearly designed for Kinect motion controls. Still, as far as I can tell, the worst thing that happens if you screw up in the game is you lose some coins. There seems to be no actual death in this game, so even the tedious parts here are far less frustrating than in most of the other games I've played. The second mansion minigame is Escape the Mansion, where you're moving from room to room and there's ghosts and you're supposed to defeat them. You can do this either by shining a flashlight on them for long enough, or just by ducking and letting them go. That counts as winning. If they fly over you while you're ducked, you get the points, even if it looks like they touched you. If they go through you while you don't duck, you get hurt. But again, there's no actual death in this game, so do whatever you want. Really, the only thing you need to do in this part is move your character so they don't just get stuck behind something. You go through several mansion rooms and can choose some alternate paths at some point. Each room is a fun rendering, even if the actual gameplay is a tad repetitive and uninvolved. Then when you're done with all that, you move up the stairs and Phineas possesses this suit of armor and becomes a completely different ghost and starts chasing you. And on the PC version, you're supposed to repeatedly hit P to run, not just hold it, as I eventually figured out. But again, no death, so even if he catches you, he doesn't really catch you. He just keeps chasing you, down the hallway, around the conservatory, through the corridor, and eventually into the seance room. Then in a cutscene, you knock the grandfather clock into him, because it's not like defeating him might have made for fun gameplay. And now you're in the seance room, moving around the table while Leota chants that things fly at you. Once again, you attack ghosts with the flashlight, and you can kill Leota with the flashlight, but I don't wanna.
Unlock the crypt with a skeleton key.
Key? Crypt? Damn it, are you the movie version of Leota? That's it, you're dead. That didn't feel good. I don't like killing Leota. But you don't have to kill Leota, you can just make your way around the table and leave. And making it through the room defeats her off camera or something. Now you're in the ballroom, and as you make your way down, Constance is the big boss now. I guess she didn't want to wait for you to come to the attic. I'm more okay killing Constance than Leota because, you know, Constance is a murderer. There are other ghosts that aren't bothering you, and you can defeat them, but you don't have to. This isn't like the side-scrollers. The ones who aren't bothering you can just be ignored. Although if you only destroy one dancer, it is kind of funny watching their partner just continue to dance without them. What? Oh, she's gone? Oh, I hadn't noticed. I was only thinking about me. Anyway, you make your way through the ballroom, skip the attic and the graveyard, and get a final cutscene with the hitchhikers. The gameplay is nothing to write home about, but I like seeing the mansion characters and rooms rendered here. I would love a full game with these assets, something on the scale of the 2003 game, but, you know, more fun than that. Then 3 years later, we get another story set at Disneyland, as the mansion features into the final book in the Kingdom Keeper series, The Insider, released April 1st, 2014. The Kingdom Keeper series is another thing that I was aware of, but never actually read myself. In fact, I've never read any Ridley Pearson. My only exposure to him was the times Dave Barry mentioned being friends with him in his columns, and I definitely do not have time to read all of the Kingdom Keeper series, but I'm told the mansion doesn't come into play until the final book, so time to listen to an audiobook of a series finale with no context.
I always thought this place was haunted for real, Maybeck says. The two pass an antique vanity with an oval mirror. On the vanity, a pair of scissors glints in the light. There's an ivory-handled hairbrush, a box of face powder. Charlene approaches the vanity, touches the hairbrush. She pulls a strand of hair away. It's black. Save the estate sale shopping for another time. That would be Leota.
Wouldn't Leota's hair be blue?
In the Haunted Mansion, the story, Madame Leota was in love with Master Gracie. She killed Constance, his blonde bride, and stuck her in a trunk in the attic, hoping that with Constance gone, Master Gracie would love her instead. But it backfired. Gracie hanged himself. People think Leota died of old age and returned to haunt the mansion.
So it sounds like in this world, the canon backstory of the mansion is not really any backstory we've encountered yet, but closest to the backstory in the Mystery of the Mansion comics. Leota is a spurned, jealous lover. Things would probably go easier for the Kingdom Keepers if the coloring book had been canon and she was just the lady of the house.
What if ghost stories are real? Comes the voice from the dark. You clever girl. I know that voice, Charlene says in a hush. It's Madame Leota.
I mean, it could also be Maleficent, except apparently you already killed Maleficent. I should probably read this whole series.
An emaciated form with an ancient, withered face appears out of the dark. The deeply creased skin is sucked back over high cheekbones like fruit left too long in the sun. The eyes are the gray blue of lake ice, the nose withered to a black hole beneath what appears to be a shriveled red chili pepper. The specter's cracked lips have been smeared with red grease paint, forming a hideous cavity absent of teeth, but occupied by a black tongue that ticks back and forth like a clock's pendulum. That's her. Charlene can barely speak.
Really? Because I did not get that from this description. This is no Leota I know.
With fingers like her former nose and a neck like a turkey's, Madame Leota is the single most hideous human, female or male, the two have ever seen.
I don't get it. Why does Leota keep getting such unflattering depictions? Leota Toombs was an attractive woman, and Madame Leota is scary but not ugly. What's going on here?
Wait, he didn't want to marry her? Maybeck says to Charlene. Go figure.
Then later on, some guests are riding the mansion, and they see both in-ride Leota and this weird, scary, not Leota.
A hideous Madame Leota approaches. Not at all the headless woman in the glass ball, but it's her. Somehow, there's no denying it.
Then later, some mansion ghosts attack the Little Mermaid ride. I guess they're just really drawn to omni-movers.
Suddenly, the worker swivels his head and looks directly at her. He has no eyes, only empty sockets below a shelf of prominent bone. His nose continues to twitch, and he licks his lips. Story withdraws, realizing that she has just seen a ghost from the haunted mansion, an overtaker, a nuisance. The worker claws his way out of the cloud, but a bolt of blinding light strikes him, leaving only a wisp of black ash where the ghost stood. Story glances from the catwalk to the floor below. She sees a white-bearded man, his bare torso projecting up out of the blue sea of the set, the remainder of his body invisible below the sculpted waves. King Triton.
And then later, the keepers sneak into the mansion after dark to look for clues, and they find one on the grandfather clock.
It's quite clever, really. The clock is numbered for 13 hours, not 12. I might have missed the hieroglyph altogether, but I was intrigued by the clock only having one hand, and happened to look where the hand joins the mechanism. Jess dons her pair of glasses. On the metal stub that connects the clock's one hand to the mechanism behind the face is a tiny Osiris hieroglyph, no bigger than a collar button. 13, Jess says. As in the 13 pieces of Osiris. Yeah, and the hieroglyph to make sure that number is noticed.
Anyway, I got the book on Kindle to Command F to see if Leota or mansion comes up anywhere further in the book, and it doesn't, and this book is long, so I am curious to check out this series someday, but I don't have time right now. I gotta move on to the next batch of Haunted Mansion comics. Yes, when Disney acquired Marvel, they started the Disney Kingdoms line of comics, several different ongoing stories based on Disney attractions, and one of them was The Haunted Mansion. Now, unfortunately, this supplanted the SLG comics, so this is probably the reason those ones ended on an unsatisfying cliffhanger, but at least this one's trade is still in print. Earlier, there had also been a Disney Kingdoms line inspired by Rolly Crump's Unmade Museum of the Weird, which is also included in this collection, and I haven't read the Seekers of the Weird comics yet, but flipping through it here, it doesn't seem to feature any characters who actually made it into the mansion attraction, so while that does count as being mansion adjacent, I'm not covering it here. If I'm not including Phantom Manor adaptations, I'm not including adaptations of unbuilt things. Now, unlike the SLG comics, this is a single ongoing story with a single continuity, but right off the bat, tribute is paid to the varying different backstories given to the mansion, with a collection of locals telling creepy old stories about the creepy old house. Then we meet 15-year-old Danny and his explorer grandpa. Is this somehow also going to be an adaptation of that Iceploration show that used to be at Busch Gardens?
Do you know where you're going next?
To the top of the majestic and snowy Matterhorn.
Hey, at this point, climbing the real one is probably less painful than riding the ride. Or maybe not, since Grandpa dies in an avalanche and Danny's life is in a malaise after that. But one lonely night, he receives a vision of Madame Leota, begging him to come to the mansion.
Danny, come to the mansion now. Your grandpa needs you.
It's your grandpa, Marty! Something's gotta be done about your grandpa! So Danny summons all of his courage.
I could check it out. It's just a house.
A house you now know for a fact has something supernatural going on with it, but hey, whatever you need to cope. So Danny starts to move through the mansion, and it starts out being another character goes through the scenes of the ride in order story, but with a few changes. Notably, Danny does not see a hanging body, at least not yet. The changing paintings actually come to life, and the subjects of the paintings start chasing Danny until they chase him into the seance room.
Enough! How dare you enter my chamber? You will leave my guest alone.
So if our protagonist is Leota's guest, I guess technically in this story, Leota is the ghost host. No disrespect to Pete Renaday, but they should have just had Eleanor read the host lines for story and song.
I am the great and benevolent Madame Leota.
Benevolent in this continuity anyway. Leota tells Danny that she summoned him to break the curse of an evil sea captain who has taken over the mansion and trapped the ghosts, destroying them if they don't turn evil. Only a living person can break the curse. For reasons I don't quite follow, but I'm rolling with this much more happily than I am with the movie's confusing half-explained rules, and Leota claims Danny was the only one she could reach because of his connection with his grandfather, who is somewhere in the mansion. So once again, Madame Leota has summoned a mortal to help with the curse. But at least this time I don't have to tediously button mash against a giant spider.
But how am I supposed to help? I saw the monsters from the paintings, but I haven't seen any ghosts.
Wait, you haven't? I could have sworn this guy was a ghost. Yeah, he came from a painting, but still. But much like in the ride, Leota's seance is the linchpin. Once she chants her spell, now Danny can see ghosts. Danny agrees to do his best, but Leota offers one final warning.
But you must avoid the attic. At all costs. You do not want to run into Constance, the bride.
Hopefully she doesn't come down to the ballroom like she did in that Connect adventure. The chapter ends on a cliffhanger, as it turns out Danny's on the radar of both the captain and Constance.
I'm coming for you, Danny. We've been dying to have you.
In Chapter 2, the ghosts lead Danny to the ballroom for the swing and wake. But unlike in the Connect adventure, Constance dares not follow into that cursed room. Danny's confused that the cursed ghosts are partying, but Pickwick explains.
I am Pickwick, and what better way is there to spend eternity than partying? You should see what we do for Christmas. It's a nightmare.
Which is fine, it's just annoying that it's nightmare during Halloween, too.
We already have 999 ghosts. How would you like to help us round it up to the epic 1,000?
I'm reasonably certain that won't open a portal to hell in this comic's continuity. Pickwick explains that because the captain was one of the few people to die within the mansion, he was granted power over some of its magic. I guess it's like how if you keep dying at the same part of Super Mario 3D World, they give you extra power-ups out of sympathy. So it seems like the easy solution would be for Danny to die and then he can defeat the captain on his own terms. But Danny doesn't want to, so that's not an option. The first to fall under the captain's thrall were apparently the ghosts in the dueling portraits, who attempt to shoot Danny, but fortunately they have stormtrooper aim. When Pickwick asks why Danny's here, he reminisces about his grandfather and how he taught him about bravery.
I've taken a few falls myself, Danny. It happens. What matters is if you get back up and try again. Your grandmother taught me that.
She might have learned it from Leota talking to Jim Evers in an awkwardly shoehorned character arc moment, but she taught it to me much more organically.
Do you miss her?
Dearly. Someday I will find her again.
Someday I'll find her, your long dead grandmother, my lover, your grandma, and me. Pickwick tries to cheer Danny up with the party, and his cheering up turns a bit sinister. You can tell from the red eyes, that can't possibly be good. Meanwhile, the painting subjects report back to the pirate captain, who monologues his backstory about what brought him to the mansion.
Then on the dying breath of an old witch doctor, I was told a tall tale of a mansion that was haunted, but full of enough treasure to gift any pirate who found it more riches than a king. Me crew was sure that I had lost me marbles, but I knew this treasure was me destiny. I sailed far and wide, traveling to any and all haunted lands I could find, but none held what I desired. One day I chanced upon this mansion. As soon as I set foot on this land, I knew in me heart that this is what I had set sail for. The treasure would be mine. I plundered the halls and believed that the treasure would be deep within the flooded basement below. But instead, I walked the plank.
Okay, but never mind that. You apparently found the submarine voyage sea serpent and the primeval world dinosaurs. Those seem like pretty big discoveries. The captain still has yet to find the treasure, but he thinks the mortal can help him. Meanwhile, Danny gives in and decides to party for a few minutes.
Okay, maybe for a minute. May I have this dance?
See, that's the way. Don't waste time in a suicide race with your friend. Just walk up and ask for a dance. So Danny starts enjoying himself, and the spell of the ballroom takes hold over him as he starts to forget why he's there. Chapter 3 begins with the captain's fruitless pursuit of the treasure.
I've searched this black-spotted mansion for decades. I love the cutlass my death gifted me, but no amount of magic is worth being marooned. All I be needing is to find the treasure so that I may leave these hellish halls. This must be it. It has to be.
If it took decades to search every room except one, I don't know if I'd be more relieved or annoyed that it was indeed in that last room. But it's a moot point anyway, since the room is in fact empty.
Whoever crafted this mansion must have been a knave with a wicked sense of humor.
Well, one of them had a wicked sense of humor, the other was just a fan of scaring children. So the captain decides once and for all he's gonna need the kids' help, and he crashes the party. And since the curse he put on the ballroom works too well, Danny's not scared. Not even when the captain turns the ghost scary. Only once he's physically removed from the room does the spell start to wear off, and he starts to remember why he's here, and that the captain is evil. And now, that evil captain is coming right for him, and his host Leota is nowhere to be found. He's gonna need a new guide to help him out of this predicament, but what ghost could possibly be powerful enough to stand up to the captain?
Excuse me, young man. Would you mind closing that door? The commotion could wake the dead.
And hold for studio audience applause. So the Hatbox Ghost offers to help Danny escape by giving him a tour. Now he's the ghost host and the pirate is his enemy. We got the same basic players as the Mystery of the Manse comic, we're just flipping around roles.
That fool! Nothing but trouble since his return!
I love how in just 13 years, we went from a movie where the fan service references to the ride were mostly distractions from the main story, to this comic, where even the fourth wall meta jokes about the actual attraction are narratively motivated. Case in point, the next page.
The endless staircase. No mortals have ever seen this room in this house.
Some have seen it in Liberty Square, but never in New Orleans. So the MC Escher room from the Florida mansion is a portal between all haunted locations in the world, and all Hatbox has a specific philosophy on haunted houses.
You see, the magic within the mansion reaches far and wide. Some are built as resting place for spirits, once they wish to retire from their haunting days. Some are places of pure magic for fun and exploration. Others for the mystic and macabre. But they are all built as reminders that in death, we should celebrate life.
You know, I wasn't expecting the ghost with an evil smile to have such an uplifting outlook on life, but I kinda dig it. The dead enjoy their happy haunting, but they still remember the value of life.
I can't! This is all just too much for me. I hate to say it, but I'm afraid, okay?
Anything that isn't a little scary in life usually isn't worth doing.
Oh, and once again, a better lesson about facing your fears than Eddie's kid had. I love how we've had two comics that both seem in part to be correcting the mistakes of the movie, and yet they still go in their own distinct, interesting directions with it. So, Hatbox leads Danny to a room that's not in the New Orleans mansion, the library. But as soon as Hatbox leaves, Danny's intercepted by the captain, who has taken Leota captive and forces her to confess the truth.
Your grandfather's ghost is not in the mansion. I lied, Danny.
Aww. Yes.
Leota explains that it had to be a living person because the living can't call the mansion their home, which I guess means they have to be able to either escape or die. But the captain tires of her exposition and smashes her ball to 1,000,000 pieces. But this time there's no lifeless head for the kid to accidentally grab and traumatize himself with. So the captain takes Danny himself and tells him to go to the attic and confront Constance for the treasure. Chapter 4 begins with a flashback to 1879, the day of Constance's final wedding. She's already planning to kill kill her newest husband. Then in the present, the captain posits that being killed in the mansion on her final wedding night gave Constance the power to kill not just the living, but also the dead. Make them extra dead. The captain threatens to kill Danny if he doesn't go up to the attic, but Pickwick and the ballroom ghost save him in the nick of time now that they're no longer under the ballroom spell. But Pickwick wants Danny to go into the attic anyway because he remembers seeing a window up there. The captain chases Danny up and up until he runs into someone he should have seen in the stretching room, but I guess the various hosts finally succeeded at not frightening someone prematurely. Remembering encouragement from his grandfather, he enacts an action sequence that's, well, kinda grotesque, but he makes it across the other side swinging onto a decaying skeleton. And all the skeleton lost was a couple of bones and an eyeball. He makes it up to the attic, sneaks around avoiding Constance, and finds an empty treasure chest. But he sees the window and realizes it must be the way out, just in time to be caught by Constance.
There is no way out.
It will be dark soon.
The chapter ends with Danny falling backwards out the window, just as we the guests theoretically do at this point in the ride, depending on whose fan theory you're following. But the final chapter opens, and Danny did not die from his fall.
Oh, isn't that swell?
We get a cameo from Dick or Horace or Clyde. The book doesn't make a choice on his name, but he quickly gets scared away because the ghosts are finally free. Once Danny completed his chilling challenge and found the way out, all the ghosts could roam as they choose. But that includes the captain, who threatens a new reign of terror. But despite his fear, Danny stands up to him.
I broke the curse and beat you because I used the fear.
Okay, use fear on captain. And it didn't work. I'm dead. Thanks a lot, Roberta Williams. And Danny's about to be dead too, but he's saved at the last minute by Grandpa! Honestly, with the way their relationship has been shown over the course of this comic, this appearance hits me just as hard as the appearances of Leota and the Hatbox Ghost. This comic actually made me excited for its original characters. I can't believe a mansion adaptation is actually using, storytelling. Turns out Grandpa wasn't in the mansion because he's been with Danny all along, but he couldn't follow him into the mansion because of the curse. But he's so proud of him. It's so sweet. I'm legitimately emotionally invested in the relationship of the mortal kid in a haunted mansion story. How did that happen? But the captain gets back up and is once again on track to slaughter everyone until he's decapitated by Constance. Okay, I kind of love that Constance's role in this story is basically the T-Rex in Jurassic Park. She's terrifying, stay away from her, but if you're being threatened, she'll save the day because she wants to kill the one threatening you even more.
You may continue, as you were. It'll be nice to have things back to normal before my wedding day. And besides, I hate pirates. They sing too much.
Yeah, but I doubt this dead one was singing much about a pirate's life for him.
Well, with the curse lifted and the spirits of the mansion restored, the option to come and go is ours again. That was all we wanted, true freedom. And we want to stay!
See? How hard was that 2003 movie? The curse is lifted, now the ghosts can truly be the happy haunts they were always meant to be. You could have even had Master Gracie and Elizabeth choose to go to heaven, but the others choose to stay. It was so easy. Also, the curse being lifted means Leota can reform herself, and of course, the mansion itself was the treasure all along. The real treasure was the houses we haunted along the way. Leota apologizes for lying, Danny forgives her, and now that he can see ghosts, he meets his grandmother. Damn it, comic book based on a theme park ride. Stop making me cry over the family of what's supposed to be the boring human character. Danny's grandparents tell him to live his life, and they go off on adventures together. We get an epilogue with Danny talking about the current state of the mansion. Everyone's happy, except the captain.
The captain's head is being kept away from his body to make sure he doesn't completely reform like the other ghosts and cause any trouble again.
Well, the other comics started with the pirate captain's head being kept in the hat box. It's only fitting that this one ends with the pirate captain's head being kept in the hat box. Danny knows the town is still scared of the mansion, so in order to help the people understand, he puts up the original teaser sign for the attraction. How is this comic using fan service this well and still keeping to a core emotional story? What wizardry is this? Life has moved on for Danny too, and he and his family have learned to grieve together. Although grieving is probably easier for Danny now that he knows his grandfather is still around as a ghost, but, he hasn't seen him recently. But he has seen some ghosts recently. Some ghosts who followed him home. This book changed a ghost will follow you home from a sinister warning to an uplifting promise. That might be considered sacrilegious by some Mansion fans, but I think this story absolutely earned it. I loved this comic. It had just about everything I'd want from a Mansion story, except maybe the singing bus, but pretty much everything else, and it made me care about its own original characters, which is a real uphill battle for Mansion adaptations, let me tell you. It probably helps that at no point is this trying to fully explain the backstory of the Mansion. This is just a story that happens in the Haunted Mansion, and it can coexist with others, as long as you give some characters leeway to switch allegiances. And as a Haunted Mansion story, it is one of my favorites. In fact, it's pretty much the original reason I'm doing this video. I initially had this idea long before the new movie was confirmed because I picked up and flipped through this comic years ago at the gift shop in New Orleans Square. And at the time, the only other real attempt I'd encountered to turn the Haunted Mansion into a narrative was the Eddie Murphy movie. And I was just blown away by how this comic did it so much better. And it opened my eyes to the many ways one could tell better stories about the Mansion. So this one holds a special place in my heart, and it's still one of my favorites. I think it absolutely holds up. Then July 5th, 2016 saw the publication of a book entitled Disney Parks Presents The Haunted Mansion. This is the republishing from October 30th, 2018, just in time for Halloween. I believe the original edition came with a CD that has Grim Grinning Ghosts. This does not, because who had CD players anymore? Me, but who else? This is a storybook or coffee table book that just illustrates the lyrics to the song from the ride, with illustrations by James Gilliard. Okay, Leota here is less unflattering than the early storybooks, but she still could use a skincare regimen. It's more of a direct translation than an adaptation. It doesn't really attempt to interpret the story in any way, it just shows beautiful illustrations of the scenes we love while we can listen to the song we love. But it does technically count as adapting the visuals of the mansion into another medium, and it's a fine example at that. Then, starting on July 19th, 2016, and ending on July 16th, 2019, 4 books were published in a series entitled Tales from the Haunted Mansion. And yes, Tales from the Haunted Mansion is different than Enter If You Dare Scary Tales from the Haunted Mansion. These tales do not claim to be scary. But you know what these tales are? From the Haunted Mansion, more so than these tales.
Tales from the Haunted Mansion, Volumes 1 and 2. Transcribed by John Esposito, as told by Mansion librarian Amicus Arcane.
These books are transcribed by a mortal human writer named John Esposito because they were written by Amicus Arcane, librarian of the Haunted Mansion, who basically serves as the story's version of the Ghost Host.
Welcome, foolish listener, to the illustrious library of... well, you know where you are. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your guide, Amicus Arcane, the sole librarian and entrusted keeper of 999 bone-chilling tales.
The first book is called The Fearsome Foursome, about a group of kids named Tim, Willa, Noah, and Steve, who bond over their love of scary stories, and they receive a mysterious invitation to the mansion.
So they gathered after dark, carting standard storytelling paraphernalia, flashlights, marshmallows, and blankets, and made their way to the unwelcoming wrought iron gate of a sprawling estate.
As a Mansion adaptation, I knew I was in good hands when we got the first description of the mansion itself, which not only homages the attraction's blend of disparate styles, but finds an in-narrative reason to resemble both coast mansions and reference a foreign spin-off.
It was an imposing structure of a time and a place all its own, erected from brick and mortar and a touch of grand imagination. Its very design was a contradiction in styles. Turrets jutted into the clouds like a centuries-old Gothic, while stone columns adorned the entrance like something you'd see in an antebellum manor. What the fearsome foursome couldn't know was that the mansion looked whichever way they thought it should appear, as if it was some kind of phantom manor.
Admittedly, some of the prose is a little overwritten, and that's coming from me. It's clearly going for like a Douglas Adams-y, the ships hung in the air much in the same way bricks don't sort of thing, and a lot of it works, but some of it is just a little overdone. Just a smidge.
And then something utterly bizarre for a book called Adventures in Happyville took place. But for one called Tales from the Haunted Mansion, it was not so unusual at all.
At the start, I thought for a second this book was going to be another characters move through the scenes of the ride in order, since the kids do go to the stretching room.
Hey guys, I hate to break it to you. We're not going anywhere. There are no windows and no doors. Panic would have set in had Willa not been leaning against the false wall. Right on cue, it glided open to reveal a secret passageway. She couldn't resist embracing this magical moment. There's always my way. Had they remained a second longer, they would have witnessed a series of lightning flashes flickering from the dome, and then they would have seen the figure of a man hanging by a noose from the rafters. But they had already moved on, so they were spared. Unlike you, foolish listener.
But then they get to the library, and the meat of the book begins. The librarian, Amicus Arcane, reads all the kids' scary stories about them.
Master Timothy, continued the librarian, are you ready to hear your tale? What do you mean, my tale? The first story is all about you, and that remarkable old glove you found.
Tim's story, Lonigan's Glove, is about his love of baseball, and the time he took the glove of the legendary Lefty Lonigan, a glove that comes with its share of curses. Willa's story, Witchbone, is about her making a wish to bring her dead guinea pig back to life, with dire results. Noah's story, Sea Creatures, is about him mail-ordering some instant sea monsters to prank his awful stepdad, and it goes too far. And Steve's story, The Dare, is about a series of escalating dares that also go too far. Now, like the earlier book, the first 3 stories aren't that mansion-specific, although they pepper in plenty of Disneyland references.
Tim found himself standing on a ball field. He located the scoreboard over the right field wall. He could make out some lettering faded from the sun. No, it couldn't be. It wasn't possible. The date said July 17th, 1955.
Quick, get to Anaheim so you can stop that one girl from having to make out with Bob Cummings.
The dares were usually pretty harmless. So far, no one had gotten into any real trouble, although Andy Kenderson did receive an in-school suspension for picking his nose while placing his lunch order.
Andy Kenderson. That one took me a second. Nice reference to Ken Anderson there. There are lots of other characters named after Imagineers, so many in fact that I do not have time to cut them all together.
He reached up to detach the safety bar that propped open the lid. Steve got to it first, the genial host. Don't pull down on the safety bar. I will lower it for you.
Yeah, the final story starts with just references like the first 3, but then when Steve gets to the graveyard at night, that's when we're firmly in mansion-y territory.
To compensate, he switched his cell to night vision mode. Moving it back and forth, he picked up an image. There were 3 dudes hunched together by the side of the road. Hitchhikers in old-fashioned attire, thumbing for a lift. An unnatural glow pulsated around them. Probably a camera defect or a lens flare. Steve couldn't tell which. But when he glanced up to see them live, the hitchhikers were gone. They must have found a ride. Good for them.
Even before that last story got more mansion-y, I found myself more accepting of the disparate ghost stories of this book than I did of the earlier book, because this one started with such a mansion-y framing device. That went a long way to selling me on whatever the book wanted to throw at me. At the end of the book, the truth is revealed. These stories are all real, but these children have forgotten. They are the newest residents in the mansion, and they go from scared to excited.
Their ethereal forms took flight, joining the other spirits in their midst. Music swept in from beyond the bookshelves. The party was just getting started, and Willa so wanted to join in. Let's go, Timbo. Take me dancing. She took Tim's hand and floated through the wall in search of the ballroom. A moment later, the rest of Tim's parts followed.
The book series continues in a similar format. Each book features someone coming in contact with the mansion and hearing ghost stories before learning some sort of a truth. Some of these ghost stories are backstories of specific mansion residents, others are stories of ghosts we don't necessarily know, but they all feel like part of the same world, not only as the mansion, but as each other.
Very unhappy returns. Why have you come back?
The second book is called Midnight at Madame Leota's, and unfortunately, despite being the title character, Leota only has a cameo toward the end.
The middle-aged medium in the speckled bandana and matching peasant dress called forth spirits from the netherworld, or so she claimed. "Spirit, present thyself," commanded Madame Harriet. "What? You were expecting someone else? Patience, foolish listener. It's not yet midnight."
The main character of Book 2 is actually Willa's brother, William, now a renowned skeptic, spending his life disproving the supernatural, but secretly hoping to find proof of it so he can talk to his sister one last time. In his searching, he finds the mansion, and Amicus tells him some stories.
The librarian reached for a book on the highest shelf. It floated down to his hand, Volume 2 engraved on its spine. "What are you doing?" William asked. "Selecting a tale." The librarian sank into the high-backed velvet chair and opened the old tome.
The first story in this book is set at a carnival, and it features a pretty girl named Jane and her jealous friend Connie. Is Connie Constance Hatchaway? No, she's not. Constance Hatchaway makes a cameo later in this book, but also the ghost of Connie shows up separately, so no, Connie is not Constance. I do like these books, but I guess they had to keep at least one piece of the Haunted Mansion Adaptations legacy of unnecessarily confusing elements.
Jane wished only the best for Connie, and Connie wished only the best for Jane. The best demise, that is. It would be perfectly acceptable if Connie's best friend croaked suddenly. Jane was far too gifted, too pretty, too well-liked to live. But being Jane's best friend, Connie sincerely wished Jane's premature departure would be a painless one.
Connie and Jane are riding a cheap spook house that bears some resemblance to the mansion attraction, but with what sounds like an 80th of the budget, and Connie decides to make Jane think she's going insane.
It was the mirrors, Janie girl. What mirrors? The mirrors. 100,000 reminders of who I had become. And for a split second, Connie sounded like her old self again. Had become? What are you talking about? You're Connie. No, Jane. The other voice was back, whispering, hissing, declaring. I'm the ugly one.
Okay, I need a Teen Girl Squad overlay for the Haunted Mansion right now. The 4 Gregs are Constance's murdered husbands.
You're wasting my time, Mr. Arcane. That story had nothing to do with Madame Leota. Patience, Master William. All will be revealed. In time. I'm ready now. In time, repeated the librarian.
The next story involves a kid named Ernie having to learn about his family history to prep for a school cultural festival.
A banner featuring that year's International Day theme, It's a Small World, hung from the gymnasium bleachers. You can add the after all part if you like. You know you want to. Ernie was a quarter Romanian on his father's side, so Romania it was, which struck him as a total bummer. Team France was building an Eiffel Tower out of matchsticks. Team China the Great Wall of papier-mâché. Claudia Coates over at Team Caribbean claimed she hailed from pirate stock.
In a single sentence, a Claude Coates reference and a Pirates of the Caribbean reference. This author really knows how to squeeze the fan service in.
But Romania? What in the world are they famous for? Transylvania, idiot, shouted Vicky Van Sloan from Team Holland. And vampires. I thought vampires lived in the Pacific Northwest.
An official Haunted Mansion adaptation made a Twilight joke. What a time to be alive.
Ernie crawled along creaky floorboards, passing holiday decorations, until he came upon the wooden crate exactly where he remembered it to be. As far as he could tell, the crate contained nothing of value, just some outdated evening wear, a suit and a cloak, along with a smattering of gray dust at the bottom.
But Ernie accidentally brings a vampire back to life.
I saw something. Calm down. No, you don't understand. I saw a man climb down the side of the house. He had hands like a lizard and wings like a bat.
Because it's midnight! I don't know why this is the book that's bringing out all the Homestar references.
I'm not interested in vampires. I only want to hear from a ghost. My sister.
After the second story, Billy gets really impatient, so he just starts exploring the mansion himself. After running through the MC Escher room, he finds himself somewhere else.
The door flew open, and William barreled through, stumbling headfirst over a stack of metal canisters. Right away he knew what they were. Old movie reels. He had somehow found his way into the mansion's projection booth. Didn't see that on the tour, did you?
Well, no, but I assumed the Leota, Constance, and singing bust effects had to come from somewhere.
The projector came to life, its take-up reel stubbornly pulling the film through its rusted gears. Arcane, I don't have time to watch a... The librarian pressed a bony finger to his lips. Don't spoil it for the audience.
The next story is about a movie theater that gets foreclosed on by an evil banker, leaving its owner, Uncle Rory, to die of a broken heart. Just so much Naboo blood running through these stories.
The day Uncle Rory died was the second worst day of Mark's life. The day Uncle Rory came back from the dead was the worst.
But Rory's nephew Mark inherits the storage space full of old movies. Haunted old movies full of the ghosts of Hollywood's past. And those ghosts have their revenge on the evil banker.
Trevelyan's disembodied head turned and handed it to a ghostly figure that had emerged from a mausoleum. The strange apparition held a cane and wore a top hat and a cloak with a high-pointed collar. He took the banker's head and placed it into a large container. A hat box, if you will.
And once again, hold for studio audience applause.
He stopped and slowly turned to look directly into the camera, directly at Mark. The audience demands a proper ending, he said.
After that story, Billy leaves the projection room and finally makes his way to the attic, where he comes face to face with Constance, who again is not Connie.
Excuse me, can you tell me about Madame Leota? The bride spun around, her feet never touching the floor. Leota is dead, she hissed, floating toward William, her face obstructed by a veil. I'm the one you want.
So many of these stories just can't get past the idea of the bride versus Leota. Whatever happened to strong women supporting each other?
William closed his eyes, the dutiful suitor, as the axe went up. But as he awaited the final blow, a child's hand took hold of his, and William felt himself being whisked out of the attic.
But Billy is rescued from Constance by a ghost girl named Camille. And the final story is hers.
All right, let's go. What's her story? I thought you'd never ask.
Basically, she was a mute girl in an abusive situation, and she gets stuck in a cellar, and, I don't want to get into the gross details, but the chapter is called The Roaches.
Camille, where is she? Why do you care? She's merely a character in a story. Isn't that right, Master William?
Finally, after all those stories, Billy gets his audience with Madame Leota.
A large crystal ball filled with mist was floating above a table. He approached and, for the first time, did not question what he saw. Madame Leota. The mist inside the ball dissipated, forming a rim of wild blue hair. Then a face appeared, the visage of a handsome lady, surrounded by a phosphorescent glow.
Finally, a book with a flattering depiction of Leota. Was that so hard?
I seek forgiveness. His voice cracked, and she could barely hear him say, It's my fault. She's dead. Madame Leota's face turned red. Explain yourself. William's eyes grew heavy. It had to do with a pet, a guinea pig. You see, Chubbs was mine, and then he was hers, and... You're not going to believe this next part. I'm a floating head. Try me.
And a self-aware Leota. It may just be a cameo here, but it's a very respectful cameo.
I require something personal. He withdrew the item from his pocket, a bracelet with 4 charms representing each of his sister's pets, a rabbit, a parrot, a goldfish, and a guinea pig.
So Leota conducts her seance, and Willa does not appear, but Noah and Steve do, and Leota makes them escort Billy to the ballroom, where he finally gets his audience with his sister.
You never said goodbye, he added, as he placed it on her wrist. Most people never do. William bowed his head in shame.
Billy apologizes because he felt responsible for Willa's death, but Willa absolves him of any guilt and tells him that he has to go live his life and move on. They have a very touching goodbye. It's a very sweet story. Once again, I'm getting emotional about original characters in a Haunted Mansion story.
For William Gaines, the world was once again filled with the unexplainable, the unimaginable, the magical.
The individual stories in this one were all pretty good, with, varying levels of mansion connectivity, but the framing device was a beautiful meditation on grief and closure. This series is, good.
Still here, foolish listener? Congratulations to you and 1,000 curses to us.
Book 3, Grim Grinning Ghost, follows a new gang of characters, a tough guy just out of the joint who joins some old colleagues to make a delivery to the mansion, where Amicus tells them the stories behind the items they're delivering.
Enter freely. Pass through our spiked gates. Hear the cry of the raven, and roam our cavernous corridors, where doors breathe and walls have eyes. Where the things that haunt your dreams are real. And death is only the beginning.
Are they referencing Universal rides now?
For when the sun goes down, the true nature of the mansion is revealed.
The bit of backstory in this book does acknowledge the span of backstories given to the mansion over the years, but it establishes that they don't matter.
Its precise history remains a mystery, concealed by fiction, contradicted by fact, one of the few glorious enigmas remaining in a world obsessed with origin stories.
That's the way to do it, if you ask me. It's not about the how or the why of the mansion, it's just about the stories of the individual ghosts.
There are some who claim it began as the residence of a certain Lord Gracie, heir to the Gracie fortune, who died under unusual circumstances. His body was discovered hanging under a skylight in the main foyer. Others cling to the tale of a merciless sea captain whose treasures remain hidden within the mansion's walls, along with the body of his late wife. Still others suggest the mansion was designed by a mad genius for the sole purpose of transforming it into a deadly amusement park.
Nobody would believe that this was in an amusement park.
The librarian lowered himself into an antique chair, like he was lowering himself into the grave, and he reached for a hardcover book that had been waiting for him on a music stand.
Strange Musicality is about a piano, and more specifically, a piano teacher.
The sonata he'd taken credit for had actually been composed by someone else. Someone who could no longer defend herself. We'll see about that.
Basically, a young musical prodigy is getting acclaim for his original composition, and he's not telling anyone that he stole it from the dead music teacher, but he thinks he's getting away scot-free, until he starts to hear the tune everywhere, in a very Telltale Heart sort of way. But, with actual confirmed supernatural elements, and not just guilt.
Amicus stopped by the head of the sarcophagus, where he knocked 3 times with his free hand. It's tea time.
Some Tea with the Mummy is, as far as I can tell, not a reference to Tony's old show, but it is, as the name suggests, the backstory of the tea-drinking mummy and the tea brand he was once a mascot for.
It came in 3 fabulous flavors, Original Blend, Earl Grey, and Bountiful Boysenberry.
Okay, the Revenge of the Mummy quote might have been coincidence, but that had to be a Knott's tribute. We've officially moved beyond just Disney park references.
According to the packaging, Tusk's tasty Tanis tea was derived from the ancient Tanis plant, thought to be extinct until an expedition uncovered a remarkably virile specimen under the sands of Egypt.
This centers on a cultural grave robber named Colonel Bartholomew Tusk, who has convinced himself that he doesn't have that evil a relationship with the cultures he explores.
The colonel hadn't hurt anyone. He was a mostly honest businessman, and Tanis tea had raked in an honest fortune fair and square. If it hadn't been Tusk, it would have been one of his competitors, Lord Henry Mystic, perhaps.
Okay, and now we've officially referenced all the mansion-adjacent attractions that aren't actually the mansion.
There is a curse, explained the foreman. A most terrible curse. Colonel Tusk tisk-tisked the idea. Curses generally are terrible, that is. That's what makes them curses.
Tusk raids Prince Amonmose's grave, despite a high priest's warning to leave the tomb alone. In the tomb, Tusk finds all these Tanis leaves, and true to Western explorers' ability to make money off of things that aren't theirs, he turns the leaves into a tea brand. What he doesn't know is that the tea can bring the mummy back to life. and things do not end well for him.
The librarian opened the book and, with Marge and Pasquale his unwitting audience, began to read our third and final tale.
And the door that breathes is the backstory of, as you would expect, the breathing door, and it might be the saddest story in the entire series. The door is made of wood that was cut down from a sacred tree that a young witch died trying to protect, and the witch's soul is in the door, and that's why it's breathing. And you disrespect it by calling it big-ass termites, Eddie?
The breathing door was back where it belonged, inside the narrow corridor next to others of its kind.
I'll be honest, I didn't enjoy the framing device of this one quite as much as I did of the first two. I just didn't really latch onto any of the characters this time around the way I did with the Fearsome Foursome and with Billy. But all the individual stories in this one are great. I love them all as backstories for mansion residents.
"We want to leave," shouted Marge at the top of her lungs. "But you can't leave," replied the librarian. "Not without this." He slid his gloved hand into his jacket. Marge and Pasquale backed away, holding hands, anticipating the horror. What was he reaching for? The librarian removed a musty old billfold from his inside pocket. He opened it and began counting out money. "Your final payment."
Book 4 was published specifically for the Haunted Mansion's 50th anniversary.
The party began on August 9th, 1969.
I'm not sure what the in-universe significance of that date is, since I'm pretty sure the mansion in-world has been around longer than that, but maybe the ghosts were just hovering elsewhere and then made their way to the mansion on that date. The frame story here is about Prudence Pock, a name known from the Haunted Mansion Q. Prudence Pock is in an asylum where Dr. Ackerman checks in on her, and instead of Amicus, it's Prudence telling stories to Dr. Ackerman this time. First, we get a little story about the first time she went to the Haunted Mansion.
She had visited Route 13 many times in the past. What respectable ghost writer hadn't? Her first time was when she was doing research for a story on those legendary hitchhiking ghosts, one of whom was a distant relation.
Okay, so I'm guessing that line is because Phineas Pock is another name that comes up in the various mansion graveyards, and one of the hitchhiking ghosts is said to be named Phineas. So this book seems to be purporting that no matter what last name the comics gave him, that hitchhiking ghost is Phineas Pock, relative of Prudence Pock. I think that's what's going on here, but either way, I love that even the text of this book continues the mansion's history of providing a playground for fan theories.
Instead, Prudence found herself looking into the eyes of a granite angel perched on a pedestal, its wings expanded, its hair seeming to change colors in the moonlight.
In the mansion, Prudence meets the ghosts of the Fearsome Foursome, who had inspired her most successful books.
"Thanks for keeping our stories alive," said Tim, the one wearing a baseball uniform. "I really like the movie version," added Noah, the chubby one. "Part 1, not so much the other ones." "That kid that got to play me was lame, chimed in Steve, the handsome one. "And whose dumb idea was it to make Willa a boy?"
Well, I guess that's the only legitimate time that gender-swapping someone in a horror comedy actually did ruin someone's childhood.
Those happy haunts she'd heard about, the hitchhikers and the mummies and the brides with hatchets, they had all materialized. And just so we're clear, the haunts are mostly happy because you're not.
Yes, that's it! The sense of humor of the Haunted Mansion is that it is making fun of us, the living. It's not about Eddie Murphy making fun of the mansion, it should be about the mansion making fun of Eddie Murphy.
Their talk was intruded on by a long, labored moan, a dispirited plea of gloom. "Cherry!" "Would you like to hear his tale, Doctor?"
So Prudence continues to tell Dr. Ackerman stories about the other residents of the asylum. The first story is called Class Brain, and it's about a young girl who was tasked with bringing a friend's dead brother back to life. A young girl named Shelley. Get it? This is another really sad one.
Fueled by blind hatred, the mob began to chant, "Destroy! Destroy! Destroy!" But the creature was not destroyed, and the mob stopped chanting when they heard the screeching tires, followed by a thud.
Dr. Ackerman is skeptical about the story until he sees the reanimated creature with his own eyes in another room. So he returns to Prudence to hear the next story, A Pirate's Death for Me. yeah, this one's got all the Pirates references.
Visitors came to Displeasure Island for the pretty views and fine dining, but mostly they came to see the lighthouse because it was extraordinary.
This one's about a greedy kid who finds the secret of Captain Gore's treasure. As far as I know, no connection to Master Gracie this time. But he finds Captain Gore's treasure because of some ghosts, and he sacrifices his friends for the treasure like the twerp he is.
They saw the old man's true self. That is, the true self he had corroded into. The lighthouse keeper was half skeleton, half rotted flesh. He wore tattered pirate clothes that hung from his shoulders like shredded rags. JC and Niles were too petrified to move.
Yes, one of the friends is named Niles, and it's taking everything in me not to make yet another Frasier joke here.
He dropped the lid, no longer interested in gold, and spun around to leave. The small shaft of light from the entrance abruptly disappeared. To his horror, the cave had once again been sealed. No way in, no way out. Or, if you prefer, no windows and no doors.
So the poor innocent friends die, but also the twerp gets his comeuppance, so, mixed level of happy ending.
Immediately following the tale, Dr. Ackerman excused himself from room 4, saying he had an errand to run.
So at this point, Dr. Ackerman wants to see the mansion for himself, so he makes his way to the cemetery, where he's distracted by the headstones.
Forgetting where he was, Dr. Ackerman laughed. He laughed because death suddenly seemed less serious. The amusing epitaphs made the inevitable less foreboding, at least momentarily.
It's great. It's such a great distillation of what works with the mansion's blending of tones. We go back and forth between the silly and the scary, and each tone leaves you unprepared for the shift to the next tone, making the next tone hit harder. These books really understand the mansion. But then he finds the headstones of the subjects of Prudence's stories, and the headstone of Prudence herself. So Dr. Ackerman returns to hear Prudence's final story, Writer's Block. It's her own story, one that Dr. Ackerman doesn't remember being part of. The story of how, as her biggest fan, he lured her to a chilling challenge.
Where are we, Doctor? In the catacombs below my home. The tour starts here. A Vincent Price narration would be most apropos, wouldn't you agree?
I mean, maybe if your home was in Paris.
The Pit and the Pendulum, exclaimed her tour guide, Dr. Ackerman. I had Poe's ingenious device meticulously recreated down to the most minute detail. And for the first time that evening, Prudence decided that her host was insane. We here at the mansion refer to that as a slow learner.
Seeing as they're both such big Poe fans as well, Dr. Ackerman puts Prudence in front of Poe's desk and then Cask of Amontillado her in.
She stepped over and gave the bars a tug. The door was locked, and Dr. Ackerman, peering in from the outer corridor, didn't seem to be joking.
So Dr. Ackerman kills Prudence, but then when he digs her out, he finds her creepy smiling corpse and realizes that even in death, she's still writing Memento Mori over and over, and that drives him to madness. Yeah, it's one of those stories where the doctor was actually the mad one the whole time. You probably saw that coming, but, it's fun.
For 4 glorious years, Doctor, I've been visiting you inside this padded room, repeating the tale of your crimes, watching the sanity drain from your eyes, night after night after night.
I'm not going to spoil the very end of the book, but the denouement has a nice bit of full circleness for the entire series of books, a series that I ended up enjoying way more than I expected to. It's like young adult horror fiction. I thought, yeah, these might be cute, but these were really fun, with a nice mythology all its own, piggybacking off of the mansion lore in just a fun, creative way. I really liked these books, and I highly recommend them for any mansion fan. You should pick them up and flip through them because, the text is great, the illustrations are great, but you should also listen to the audiobook because the narration's also great. Just however you want to consume these books, do it as soon as you can because, these books are great. On a less in-depth note, in 2016 and 2017, there were some stop-motion shorts for Disney XD produced by Stupid Buddy Studios. These commercial bumpers feature Disney XD characters at the New Orleans Square Mansion, encountering the characters and interacting with them.
He's just giving us a thumbs up. Back at you, buddy.
Uncle Scrooge?
Oh no, it appears you are suffering a medical emergency. Please remain calm while I attempt to reattach your head. This will only take a moment.
The Disney XD characters act like they do on their shows, and the Mansion characters act like they do on the ride, often with actual ride audio.
Hi, you must be the chef.
Till death do us part.
You want to go now?
I do.
These are, just there to be between commercial breaks, but they're cute. I dig them. I wouldn't mind seeing an entire stop-motion Haunted Mansion movie. Since, we keep retheming the Haunted Mansion after a stop-motion movie, why not? Then in 2018, Madame Leota showed up on Once Upon a Time. Okay, so I watched the entire first season of Once Upon a Time when it aired, even though I never figured out if I enjoyed it. I don't think I was enjoying it when I was watching it, but each episode ended on a cliffhanger that made me go, well, I gotta see what happens next. And then the season finale happened, and I no longer needed to see what happened next.
What's going on?
The curse. I think you broke it.
The curse of Dave being at all invested in what comes next. You broke it. So I haven't seen any Once Upon a Time since season 1, and I'm definitely not catching up on all of it. I'm just going into the 11th episode of the final season blind. We'll see if this intrigues me as much as Kingdom Keepers. The Leota scenes happen when two characters who I'm told are Captain Hook and the Wicked Witch of the West are looking for the Wicked Witch's daughter, and they go to a secret witch shop.
Here she is. Memento Mori.
Now, I'm told that Memento Mori is the name of the Mansion gift shop in Florida, and the idea of that gift shop is that it used to be Leota's shop, so having Leota in a store called Memento Mori is very good Florida fan service, I'm told. I don't actually know firsthand because last time I was in Florida, the shop over there was still Yankee Trader, so... Anyway, they overhear Leota giving a familiar seance.
Let there be music from regions beyond.
I'm just assuming that that's going to turn out to be the monkey from Toy Story 3. So Leota, played by Susie Joachim, is working with this character who I'm told is Mother Gothel.
You dare interrupt my seance? I am Madame Leota.
Give us the girl and then we leave. You and I will have our reckoning another day.
Leave? How? This chamber has no windows and no doors.
I guess Leota's the ghost host again. It's less interesting here than it is in the comics.
To find a way out. Of course. There's always my way.
So Leota's basically just here to shoehorn in some lines from the ride. She doesn't seem to be centered in the plot that much. I guess since she was one of the few bits of Mansion lore that wasn't superfluous in the Murphy movie, they had to make her superfluous somewhere else.
Stop! Mother, what are you doing here? I'm here to save you from the witch that kidnapped you.
Nobody kidnapped me. I ran away.
This place is so cool.
Leota looks so out of place in every shot. It's like those memes of Big Bird sitting in a board meeting or marching with stormtroopers.
This is a resurrection amulet. With it, one can resurrect a soul that has not yet fully surrendered to the other side. Today, you and I are going to use it to bring my dear Leota back to the realm of the living.
So what do I have to do?
To stand right where you are.
And die.
Okay, so Leota's there to be an almost dead person for the Wicked Witch's daughter to find out that Gothel's gonna sacrifice her? I guess Leota could be this evil. There's nothing in the ride that says she isn't, but it's not that fun a way to see Leota as far as I'm concerned. And the performance is unremarkable. It's not terrible, but it's nothing particularly special. No disrespect to the actor. I'm sure she did it exactly as she was directed. She just wasn't directed to do anything remarkable with the role. But then the Wicked Witch comes and offers to sacrifice herself instead, so her estranged daughter is moved and threatens Gothel and Leota, and they just kinda peace out. And then I guess this Order of Witches comes back, so one of them might still be Leota, but she's not, like, identifiable anywhere else in the series. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not feeling the urge to watch all the Once Upon a Time I missed. It's official, Once Upon a Time is no Kingdom Keepers. Now we move past the teens and into the 20s. On August 18th, 2020, while the original mansion was still closed because it was late 2020, a new graphic novel was published by IDW, a young adult comic called The Haunted Mansion: Frights of Fancy. Yes, this is yet a third comic book continuity. Fourth if you count the Disney Adventures comic set in the world of the movie. We open with an actual visible ghost host welcoming some foolish mortals to the mansion, but that's only a cameo. Our main character is the ghost of a young lady named Sydney Campbell, who's quite excited to join the world-famous Haunted Mansion. But Constance takes a disliking to her, so Constance is the antagonist. Not quite a scary, murderous antagonist this time, just like a hazing, mean girl antagonist. In the world building of this story, the mansion is both a retirement home for ghosts and a tourist attraction for the living, and the ghosts earn their keep by scaring the living guests. Unfortunately, Sydney is not a natural scarer, but she gets encouragement from the tightrope girl, who by this point was named Sarah Sally Slater. Sarah Sally Slater helps Sydney scare seashells by the sea, never mind. Sally's encouragement helps, but Constance challenges Sydney to make the place scarier than ever by the mansion's anniversary. Unfortunately, Constance sets Sydney up to fail further by teaming her up with some of the goofier ghosts. Yeah, in this comic, the dueling paintings are no longer scary threats in service of an evil pirate, they're just distracted, bickering goofballs. But it's pretty funny. Things go poorly for a while, ghosts start leaving the mansion, Pickwick starts creeping on Sydney, which doesn't really end up going anywhere, and Sydney doesn't know what to do until she learns to use the strengths of the Gang of Misfits, whether it's recontextualizing their goofiness to be scary, or using their goofiness to lower a guest's guard just before the real chills come later. So it's not an origin story for the mansion itself, but it is kind of an origin for the flow of the mansion attraction as we know it, and it's cute. It's another adaptation that I don't think I would want to be the Haunted Mansion story, but it's nice as a Haunted Mansion story. Not every iconic character is part of the story. Leota only gets a cameo, the Hatbox Ghost is an extra, and I don't think the Hitchhikers are anywhere to be seen. I don't know if there was a specific goal for this comic to focus on some characters who weren't part of this comic, although they couldn't resist using Constance as an antagonist again. Once again, we get little meta references, although not quite as intricately woven as they are in the Marvel comic, and in general, the story is much lighter than, well, basically all of the other adaptations that don't feature Mickey Mouse. It's aimed at a younger audience, but it's still a sweet little tale, and you know what? I ship Sydney and Sally. That's why Pickwick was trying to swoop in. He knew if he didn't rush, Sydney would be Sally's dance partner forever. Then on July 13th, 2021, there was a new Little Golden Book of the Haunted Mansion. This one is not a coloring book. There is a grand tradition of Little Golden Books about Disneyland and Disneyland attractions, and this book is just about a kid riding the Haunted Mansion at Disneyland. It's not like a story about the Haunted Mansion, it's a kid rides the ride. So it almost doesn't count for this video, but the illustrations are nice. Once again, I like seeing different art styles take on the mansion in these children's books. And I would say this is our most flattering children's book Leota yet. And then at the end, the hitchhiking ghosts do begin to follow the kid home. So yeah, that's the only thing that makes this count for this video, is the fact that the hitchhiking ghosts are real. If it counts for Walt Disney World Inside Out, it counts for the Little Golden Book. Speaking of cute art styles, Chibi Tiny Tales. You know, the little segments where chibi versions of Disney XD characters do stuff. Some of them are theme park related stuff, and one of them features the Ghost and Molly McGee in Molly's Haunted Mansion. It features the titular Ghost and Molly McGee going through the Haunted Mansion, and I don't know enough about the Ghost of Molly McGee to know how ghosts work in the Ghost and Molly McGee. I hear good things about the Ghost of Molly McGee, I just haven't gotten to it yet. There's just way too much media out there, and I'm aware that I'm part of the problem making hour-plus long videos 2 months in a row. Next month, I'm doing something short. Anyway, this is another one where the characters go through the ride in order, and it's also another one where the characters harass the mansion instead of the other way around, but the mansion does fight back. Although, not with real weapons, standards and practices. And Molly's sad she annoyed the ghosts, but they still follow her home anyway. It's cute. And then, 2 days after that Tiny Tale aired, October 8th, 2021, we got probably my favorite Mansion adaptation so far. Possibly yours too. Muppets Haunted Mansion was a Disney Plus special that gave the Muppets treatment to the Haunted Mansion. The idea of a Muppets Halloween special had been in development hell for decades, and this was finally the piece of corporate synergy to make it happen. We were all excited for this. The Venn diagram of Disney Parks fans and Muppets fans is not a complete circle, but there's a lot more overlap than exclusivity. And Disney went all out in promoting this. There were promotional displays at Disneyland, in the Mr. Lincoln lobby, and outside the Esplanade. It was great to go to the home of the original Haunted Mansion and see promotion for Muppets Haunted Mansion. Even though, I don't know why they didn't bother making the bus concave on this display, like that wouldn't have been any more expensive than making them not follow you. And also, making us associate Muppets with 3D in Disneyland. Kind of a dick move. Now, Allie and I reviewed the special when it came out on our Patreon podcast, link in the description. Muppets Haunted Mansion came out today, and we've already watched it twice.
Yep.
And, yeah, we loved it.
Yeah, it was wonderful.
Okay, episode over. And now, looking back on it 2 years later, I still love it. Maybe it's not the best narrative, but as a jumble of things I like, it makes me happy. Essentially, the special treats the ride like a literary text, such as Christmas Carol or Treasure Island, and has the Muppets reenact it, but it also exists as a story in the Muppets world, so the Muppets are playing ghosts, but they're also playing themselves.
Guess who I am? I'm Kermit! And Kermit is me, get it?
They are pulling off the couple swap costume much better than Minnie and Daisy did. There's plenty of celebrity cameos, maybe too many. Some are inexplicable, and some are taking the roles of ghosts it would have been fun to see Muppets play, but I think the writers really wanted to make sure we don't see familiar Muppets as ghosts until we get inside the mansion.
Everything here will seem familiar.
But while some of the cameos are inexplicable, others make perfect sense.
There's a smudge on the crystal again.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
It's like taking care of my mother. With its short runtime, this special doesn't really have enough time to do everything it wants to do, both be a Muppet reenactment of the Haunted Mansion and an emotional story for Gonzo, but it still does the latter better than Muppets from Space did, and this special hits best when it's marrying Mansion and Muppet moments that just fit naturally together, like matching the ballroom scene with At the Dance, or Statler and Waldorf's box with the Doom Buggy. The humor of the Muppets is not the exact same humor as the humor of the Mansion, but it blends a lot better than the humor of Eddie Murphy does.
Don't worry, folks. We're not going to be explaining all the jokes.
I like the original songs all okay. Putting the existing epitaphs to music makes a lot of sense, although I feel like the Imagineers who wrote all those deserve songwriting royalties. And the segue into Grim Grinning Ghosts works, even though the use of it is far too brief. The Be Our Guest / Muppet Show theme mashup that is Life Hereafter is also pretty catchy, but the joke wears a bit thin. But again, the mashup of mansion architecture and the Muppet Show set is just Swedish chef's kiss. And parts of this just feel like it's making up for the mistakes of the Eddie Murphy movie, like doing a better job with the Stop the Wedding climax, and remembering when characters are driving away that there are hitchhikers. I like Will Arnett's take on the ghost host, and I love Taraji P. Henson as Constance. Speaking of Hensons, this is the first Muppet project in ages to have Brian Henson perform. Sadly, this might be because it was easier to get him back if he didn't have to share a set with Steve Whitmire. Almost every currently workable Muppet makes an appearance, which was apparently as much a budget-conscious thing as it was a fan service thing. They just had to use every resource they had. Being filmed pre-vaccine, there were a lot of shortcuts that had to be taken in production. It shot on those Mandalorian screens instead of real sets, and there seems to be as much digital animation in here as there is puppetry, which is probably inevitable when you're working with ghosts, but still, part of the appeal of both the ride's atmosphere and the Muppets at their best is how tactile everything seems, and that is missing here. But despite every nitpick I may have, this special has the heart I want from both the Muppets and the Mansion. Maybe some other adaptations were better at capturing the Mansion's scary side, but to date, this is far and away the best translation to another medium of the Mansion's playfulness. And as far as I've been able to find, those are all the times Disney has adapted the Haunted Mansion thus far. But there's more on the way. The new movie is right around the corner, and we'll get a new novel from Claudia Gray not long after. Will either of those become the definitive Haunted Mansion story? I mean, I really hope they're both good, but of course not. The definitive Haunted Mansion story is yours. The feelings you feel when you enter the stretching room and board the doom buggy, whichever park you're in, the ghost story that happens to you, your theories about the mansion, your ideas about who these 999 happy haunts were. That's the definitive Haunted Mansion story. Every adaptation is just speculative, but how you feel when you're in the mansion, that's the real story. It happens to you, and it just might follow you home. And I hope Disney continues to let all sorts of storytellers tell all different sorts of Haunted Mansion stories of their own for years to come. But in the meantime, which of these stories was your favorite? Which one was your least favorite? Which would you like to explore more of? Which of the worlds of these stories do you think are worthy of further examination? Let's discuss this all in the comments, and I'll see you after the new movie. And until then, this is Dave, signing off. Welcome back to Tolkien Adaptation Month, and welcome back to a look at Tolkien on radio.
Dave's Obsession of the moments.
In year one of Tolkien Adaptation Month, I talked about my favorite adaptation of The Hobbit, the 1968 BBC radio dramatization. I mentioned that it is not the only radio dramatization of Tolkien, and that maybe I'd talk about the others another time. And oh look, it's another time. Yes, Middle-earth was long thought to be unfilmable, and many of the attempts to prove the contrary, didn't. So many adapters thought the best format to bring Tolkien's work to life was audio. There are a couple of foreign language radio adaptations I won't be going into today because I don't speak those languages and I would not have much to say about them. I was lucky to find all the foreign TV adaptations with English subtitles. I am not so lucky with radio plays. I'm also not covering audio books or any other one-man audio productions. To count as a radio play, the script needs to be adapted and there needs to be a cast of performers. I am, however, going to start by talking about a production I've never actually heard. Yes, we are attempting to talk about not only the first attempt to adapt Lord of the Rings to radio, but as far as we know, the first attempt to adapt Lord of the Rings into any other medium. This was a 1955 BBC production, which is lost to the ages, like so many BBC productions. For a long time, all we knew about this was the cast and the crew, and what Tolkien wrote in his letters. He was, not a fan.
I think the book quite unsuitable for dramatization and have not enjoyed the broadcasts, though they have improved. I thought Tom Bombadil dreadful.
Okay, speaking as the director of the most prominent English language visual depiction of Bombadil as far as I know, I really want to hear what was so dreadful about this radio depiction.
But worse still was the announcer's preliminary remarks that Goldberry was his daughter, and that Willowman was an ally of Mordor. Cannot people imagine things hostile to men and hobbits who prey on them without being in league with the devil?
Okay, in their defense, you yourself heavily implied that all evil in Middle-earth was doing Mordor's work, even when it thought it was working for itself, so you gotta cut the adapter some slack there, Tollers. And for a long time we assumed that was all we would ever know, but then it turned out that not only had the scripts for the radio show survived, but several previously unknown correspondences between Tolkien and producer Terence Tiller had also survived. These are all in the BBC archives, and they have not, as of this recording, been released to the public for just any old one to read, but a writer named Stuart D. Lee was granted access to these items. So most of the information I currently have about this broadcast comes from an essay Lee wrote for this book, which is a collection of essays about Tolkien's work published in honor of Christopher Tolkien. This essay doesn't really have anything to do with Christopher. I guess when you devote your life to finishing your father's work, even in death you can't really get out of his shadow. Tolkien and Tiller actually corresponded quite a bit during the development of the scripts. Tolkien acknowledged that it would make sense to cut the songs, and he had some other notes on adaptation, but unsurprisingly, most of his notes were linguistic in nature. He had very specific opinions about what sort of accents and dialects made sense for which of the folks of Middle-earth, because this entire legendarium exists to support his fake language. His real language, but his man-made language for elves. The original plan was for every episode to be 45 minutes each, but by the time the scripts were written, the decision was made to cut them down to 30 minutes each, which, needless to say, required condensing the story even more drastically than was already expected. But Tiller sent the scripts to Tolkien for final approval, with a note that includes those magical words every author wants to hear: "I hope that the themes of your work have not been totally obscured or mutilated beyond reason." And Tolkien responded with a resounding, approving, "I do not think with the time at your disposal you could have done any better."
I'm virtually bursting with adequatulence.
From the sounds of things, it seems like most of what was cut was the world building, the texture that gives Middle-earth its feeling of rich history and adds weight to the events of the story. And without those details, the story was basically functional, but far more fairy tale-ish. Tolkien himself acknowledged in his correspondence that, quote, "A weakness of the books is the necessity of historical build-up concurrent with the tale of the events." So between that, his backhanded approval under unfortunate conditions here, and his later dismissal of elements of the show as dreadful, it seems like he was just resigned at this point to never actually enjoying an adaptation of his work, whether he approved of it or not. But he gave a few script notes, some of them were implemented, and production began. Tolkien himself was invited to the rehearsals, but he opted not to attend. Probably because, again, he knew he wouldn't enjoy it and didn't want to just sit there stewing. Episode 1 aired on November 14th, 1955, which is impressive considering that's less than a month after Return of the King was first published, which means if you're watching this the day it premieres, the 68th anniversary of the first episode is in 2 days. Today, as you're watching this, is of course the 68th anniversary of the Hill Valley Lightning Storm, but that's a different trilogy. Tomorrow's my 3rd wedding anniversary. I should probably make a dinner reservation. The cast is full of character actors of varying degrees of notoriety. The 2 members of the cast who stood out most to me are 2 people who wouldn't have been particularly well known at the time, who play 2 Gondor characters who rarely ever make it into adaptations at all. 2 unknown actors playing 2 unknown characters? How could that be interesting, you ask? Let me tell you. Bergil, the 10-year-old son of Baragond, was played by a 15-year-old David Hemmings. And Yorith, the babbling old nurse in the Houses of Healing, a 24-year-old Prunella Scales. That's right. Before Jackanory cast Mr. Hutchinson as Bilbo, before Cronidally had fake Basil Fawlty as Barliman Butterbur, this production had Sybil Fawlty in the Houses of Healing.
Cannot abide cruelty to living creatures.
Well, I'm a creature, you can abide it to me.
You're not living.
Episode 1 was called The Meaning of the Ring, and according to the summaries in this book, it summarized concerning hobbits and the Hobbit, then breezed through the first 2 chapters of Book 1. The party may have been long expected, but it was short-lived. Episode 2 was called Black Riders and Others, which is such a funny name to me. It's the Black Riders and Friends show. Black Riders and the rest. Episode 2 breezes through the Sale of Bag End, the first Nazgul encounter, Gildor, Farmer Maggot, Conspiracy Unmasked, Old Man Willow, and the House of Tom Bombadil. Episode 3 is called Aragorn, and it covers the Barrow Downs, the Prancing Pony, the Meeting of Strider, Weathertop, Glorfindel, and the Flight to the Ford. Episode 4 was Many Meetings, and it starts with Frodo awakening in Rivendell and goes all the way to him deciding to take the ring at the Council of Elrond. Episode 5, The Moria Gate, covers the forming of the Fellowship, the failed journey over Caradhras, the Warg attack, the Watcher in the Water, and the journey through Moria, though without the Chamber of Records, concluding with the Bridge of Khazad-dûm. Finally, Episode 6, The Breaking of the Fellowship, covers Lothlorien, the Mirror of Galadriel, and the Gifts of Galadriel, Legolas shooting the Flying Nazgul, Nazgul, Boromir's attempts to take the ring, and Frodo and Sam's departure on their own. 6 30-minute episodes, all of Fellowship of the Ring, except for the parts that were cut. And that's Series 1, and although I haven't read the scripts myself, from the summaries I've read, it sounds like compressing all of Fellowship into 6 30-minute episodes left everything feeling pretty rushed. So there's no way they continued like this, right? There's no way they cover Two Towers and Return of the King with 6 30-minute episodes each, right? Of course not. They cover Two Towers and Return of the King with 6 30-minute episodes total. Yep, the BBC only greenlit one more series to wrap up the adaptation, and Tiller reluctantly decided that rushing through the finish was better than pulling what would later be known as a Bakshi and leaving it unfinished, or pulling what would later be known as a Rankin Bass and leaving it unstarted. So Tiller once again sent the scripts to Tolkien, and Tolkien once again acknowledged that Tiller had done his best, but he asked, quote, why this sort of treatment was allowed.
What gives you the right?
Is it irony to illustrate criticism of a BBC decision with a clip from an NBC remake of a BBC show? So Series 2, Episode 1 was called Fangorn, and it starts with Boromir's death, without his final dialogue. Then it breezes through the hunt for Merry and Pippin, the Riders of Rohan, the Hobbits' escape to meet Treebeard, an uncharacteristically hasty Entmoot, and Gandalf's return. Episode 2 is called Rohan and Isengard, and it starts with the crew arriving in Edoras, and then apparently the freeing of Theoden's mind all the way to the conclusion of the Battle of Helm's Deep is covered in 2 script pages. Then the crew reunites with the Hobbits and Isengard, have their exchange with Saruman, Pippin looks into the Palantir, and Aragorn takes the Palantir. All of Book 3 covered in 2 episodes. Episode 3 is called Into the Dark, and it's all of Book 4. Frodo, Sam, Gollum, Faramir, Shelob, Frodo's capture, all condensed into 30 minutes. Episode 4 is called The Siege of Gondor, and it's not quite all of Book 5, but basically everything up to the point when the Rohirrim arrive at Pelennor Fields. Episode 5 is called Minas Tirith and Mount Doom, and it starts with Theoden's death, then rushes through the end of the battle, the Houses of Healing, the encounter with the Mouth of Sauron, and then the battle outside the Black Gate. And then, 8 pages into the script, the action returns to Sam, who rescues Frodo, and it goes all the way to the arrival at Mount Doom, with Gollum's death and the ring's destruction apparently covered in less than a minute, and Frodo says he's glad Sam's with him here at the end of all things. The 6th and final episode is called Many Partings, and Sam wakes up in Gondor, Aragorn is crowned, the couples are married, the hobbits journey home, they meet Treebeard and Butterbur on the way, and a full 5 pages of the script are dedicated to the scouring of the Shire. Because even this slash-and-burn approach to adaptation knows how essential the scouring is, Sam marries Rosie, Frodo goes to the Grey Havens, well, I'm back, the end. And that's how it was adapted, and despite his claims elsewhere about not enjoying the broadcasts, Tolkien actually had some kind things to say to Tiller in the wake of the first series, complimenting him on the depiction of the elves and the Council of Elrond in particular. He even defended the production against some other people's criticisms. Notably, some critics apparently thought the Hobbits' voices should sound squeaky, to which Tolkien asked, why should tones rise with fall in stature? Tolkien did not think the Hobbits were part of the high voice crew.
Your voice is high all the time!
Series 1 got mixed but mostly positive reviews, but the extra condensed Series 2 was received a bit more negatively, with readers of the books left frustrated at the watering down of the story, and non-readers of the books left confused. This is a trend in a lot of Tolkien adaptations. It's a miracle people could follow the Jackson movies. So this wasn't Tolkien's bag, and that's fair. I can't judge it for myself because I've never heard it and probably never will. But, you know, for years the 68 BBC Hobbit was also thought to be lost, so if a recording of this somehow ever resurfaces, or even if the scripts are ever released publicly, I may revisit this topic in the future. But for now, it's time to come back to my side of the pond for the work of Mind's Eye Productions, aka the ones that came in those wooden crates. Yes, 11 years after the BBC Hobbit radio adaptation, an American group tackled both The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings for broadcast on NPR. I have not been able to find the exact broadcast dates for these shows. I don't even know for a fact which order they played in, but I will cover The Hobbit first because that's the story that comes first, whether or not the broadcast did.
In a hole in the ground there lived a hobbit.
Okay, Oliphant in the room. This thing is fighting an uphill battle with me when I already think The Hobbit was adapted to radio almost perfectly. So I'm going to start with some positive notes about this version. It is nice that this adaptation includes parts that the BBC radio version glossed over. Sure, it still doesn't include Chip the Glasses Crack the Plates or the Trolls Talking Purse, but it actually dramatizes the dwarves showing up 2 by 2 to Beorn's lodgings, and it dramatizes Bombur falling into the Enchanted River instead of just breezing through them both in narration the way the BBC show did.
Careful, Bomber, or you'll swamp the boat.
I won't! Bomber's fallen in. He'll drown.
Quick, throw him the rope.
And this version does include Bilbo coming home to find an auction at Bag End, but that pretty much is covered in narration.
He had arrived back in the middle of an auction in which the effects of the late Bilbo Baggins Esquire of Bag End, Underhill, Hobbiton, were being disposed of by Bilbo's cousins, the Sackville Bagginses.
But since the 68 version omitted that entirely, it's nice to hear that particular comic beat addressed. By my math, we should have gotten another radio version in 1990 that acted out the auction, but only described Chip the Glasses. But if we did get one, its memory is lost to the ages. But other than those handful of omissions that either one or both made, both of these adaptations are pretty faithful, so the biggest differences come in delivery.
Where are you going?
What about a little light?
We like the dark.
Dark for dark business.
See, that's almost as iconic as it is in the BBC version.
We like the dark. Dark for dark business.
Ray Reinhardt is Bilbo and...
Just what I say. And please don't cook me, kind sirs. I'm a good cook myself and cook better than I cook, if you see what I mean.
He's fine. Bilbo is fine in this. It's not his fault that Paul Damon's Bilbo in the earlier radio show was exquisite.
Please don't cook me, kind sirs. I'm a very good cook myself, you know. And I cook better than I cook. if you see what I mean.
Tom Luce is Thorin and...
We are at to discuss our plans, our ways, means, policy, and devices. We shall soon, before the break of day, start on our long journey. A journey from which some of us, or perhaps all of us, may never return.
He kind of sounds like Orson Welles trying to do John Wayne mixed with Jimmy Stewart, but accidentally dipping into Paul Lynde. But he's fine.
Now what? Somebody's banging with a stick.
Carefully, carefully. Not like you, Bilbo, to keep friends waiting on the mat and then open the door like a pop gun.
That was the sound of the door opening like a pop gun? Those are some gently tumbling dwarves. Then again, we don't know what pop guns in Middle-earth are like, since we don't know what guns in Middle-earth are like. Ha. I've said there's never been a bad version of Misty Mountain's Cold, and I'm not quite ready to label this version bad, but this is probably my least favorite I've heard.
The dwarves of yore make mighty smells.
I give them credit for doing more of the verses than the BBC did, even if they still don't cover all of them, and they change a word inexplicably.
Deep where dropping sleep in hollow halls make a hills. For ancient king and elfish lord.
And screeching to a complete halt between each stanza seems unnecessary.
And hoard, they shake and rot, and like they talk to hide against the hilt of sword.
Okay, what I'm about to say is probably completely inaccessible to everyone who didn't grow up Episcopalian, but this feels like when the season changes and suddenly all the hymns are to a different tune. The lyrics are still familiar, but the music feels off.
The dragonfire in twisted wires, they mix the light of moon and sun.
Okay, so let's compare the finding of the ring in both these radio versions. Here's the 68 BBC version.
Still, I guessed as well as I could, and I crawled along for a good way, until suddenly my hand met, on the floor of the tunnel, what felt like a little tiny ring of cold metal.
It was a turning point in the Hobbit's career. Not that he knew it at the time. He put the ring in his pocket almost without thinking.
And here's the 79 NPR version.
He crawled along for a good way till suddenly his hand met what felt like a tiny ring of cold metal lying on the floor of the tunnel. It was a turning point in his career, but he did not know it.
It feels like a ring. I'll just put it in my pocket.
It's like there's nothing wrong with it. It gets the point across. It just isn't infused with the same level of emotion. It's like a solid A-. The biggest thing this production gets right that my beloved BBC production gets wrong, the pronunciation of Gollum.
A slimy creature called Gollum watched him from a tiny rock island in the middle of the lake.
They get some other pronunciations wrong, but I'm trying to focus on the positive here. And it's hard to tell from the performance, but it sounds like this is yet another adaptation that has Bilbo deliberately ask a non-riddle.
What have I got in my pocket?
Are there more adaptations that get this wrong than get it right? It's weird. They also skip the pity that stays Bilbo's hand, but at least they paint a more accurate picture of his nerves in escaping than the smug taunting of Rankin Bass or Soviet Hobbit.
Bilbo almost stopped breathing and went stiff himself. He was desperate. He must get away out of this horrible darkness while he had any strength left. He trembled. And then, quite suddenly, in a flash, as if lifted by a new strength and resolve, he leaped straight over Gollum's head. Gollum threw himself backwards and grabbed as the hobbit flew over him, but too late. His hand snapped on thin air, and Bilbo, falling fair on his sturdy feet, sped off down the tunnel.
I will say, I still like this better than any of the filmed adaptations of The Hobbit. Any of the finished ones, anyway, that didn't just film actors reciting. If I had heard this before I heard the BBC one, I would have had very few criticisms, even though I think I still would have liked that version better once I heard it. I know it's not fair to judge a piece of media based on what it's not, rather than what it is, and this is good. It just was already done even better, and I heard the better version first. There's a lot of moments I liked in this one, but even then, more often than not, the most positive thought I had was, this scene is almost as good here as it is in the really good one. And the problem is, this adaptation isn't different enough from the earlier adaptation for me to enjoy it distinctly on its own without comparison. If this had a real unique take on any of the scenes or characters, I could potentially appreciate both as distinct versions, the way I can appreciate things from the numerous filmed adaptations of Tolkien. But unfortunately, this is trying the same basic thing as the earlier adaptation, and at its best, it's almost as good. Now, all that said, it actually is really nice to hear a version of The Hobbit adapted by the same team that adapted Lord of the Rings that still keeps the proper tone for The Hobbit. Speaking of which, let's hear how they adapted Lord of the Rings. Like their take on The Hobbit, the Mind's Eye production of Lord of the Rings is a decently faithful adaptation of the text, only really condensing and abridging things for time, but unlike their Hobbit, this didn't come after an excellent radio adaptation of the same source material, at least as far as we know, since we haven't heard the 55 version, but from what we hear, it doesn't sound like it was excellent. So this did not begin its life in another production shadow. Frodo is voiced by James Arrington, whose most prominent voice role is this guy.
Oh, no. Oh, yes. I mean, no, madam. Everything will be perfect.
And his take on Frodo...
You look the same as ever, Frodo.
So do you. Maybe a bit older and more careworn. Still... tell me news of yourself and of the wide world.
Maybe my brain has been poisoned by too many obsessions of too many moments, but Is it just me, or does he sound kind of like Guybrush Threepwood?
The ring you say is dangerous? In what way?
LeChuck's ring had a terrible curse on it, but I put everything right. You're safe and everything's gonna be fine.
This Frodo sounds more like Guybrush than the Frodo who was actually voiced by Dominic Armato.
My errand awaits.
What a pity that Bilbo didn't stab that vile creature when he had a chance.
Pity? It was pity that stayed his hand.
The audience didn't hear it, but trust us, it was pity.
So you have come, Gandalf. Yes, I have come for your aid, Saruman the White.
James Arrington also plays Saruman, and the role is a little more arch.
Have you indeed, Gandalf the Grey, for aid? Yes. It has seldom been heard of that Gandalf the Grey sought for aid, one so cunning and so wise.
I'm sure this is at least partially an attempt to distinguish the voice from Frodo's, but it's just so sinister cartoon bad guy. I don't feel any magical persuasiveness in this Saruman's voice.
But what has one of the big people got to do with us?
A lot of the hobbits and the elves are voiced by women, which I'm fine with because there weren't that many roles for them in the story, but it seems to be an attempt to make them sound diminutive or fair, and I don't know how well it works.
And what is he doing in this part of the world?
Begging your pardon, I know where he comes from.
Where?
It's from Hobbiton that this Black Rider comes from.
I guess these producers thought only some tone should rise with the fall in stature.
I can hear Fireside Tales and children's stories at home, Sam Ganji, if I want to.
Still, I do hear queer things these days, to be sure. Who invented the stories anyway? Take dragons now.
No thanks, I won't.
Sam is voiced by the legendary Lou Bliss, aka all these characters, and Sam's not really given much of an introduction. He's mentioned by the gaffer, but then he just shows up arguing with Sandyman, and we start following him until he hides outside Bag End dropping eaves.
Mr. Frodo, sir, don't let him hurt me. I heard a deal that I didn't understand.
I know his introduction's not that much more in-depth in the book, but like the way narration works in the book, we actually feel the weight that we're meeting an important character. And like, we know Sam because we know this story, but if this was your first exposure to the story, the introductions might feel a bit unfocused.
Master Elrond, believe not that in the land of Gondor, the blood of Númenor is spent, nor all its pride and dignity forgotten.
The actor who played both Boromir and Theoden here would go on to be the voice of Admiral Akbar.
I greet you, and maybe you look for welcome, but truth to tell, your welcome is doubtful here, Master Gandalf.
Insert joke here about Boromir's greed or Grima's council being a trap. Unlike the 6 hours total of the 55 production, this version got 11 hours, giving it breathing room to be mostly coherent in its adaptation. Still rushed at points, but like it mostly makes sense. Mostly.
But I've heard something that's made me anxious and needs looking into. I think you should get off at once.
Okay, so unlike in the book, where Gandalf is urgent, but he's still okay with Frodo planning his leaving methodically, here he just says Frodo should be off at once, much like Jackson would later have him do.
But Bilbo's birthday came and went, and still Gandalf did not return.
So Frodo didn't exactly go off at once then. This is the problem when you just take some phrases from the book verbatim without thinking about how they're affected by the parts you did change. Unlike Ralph Bakshi the earlier year, this version includes Gildor.
Tonight, Frodo, you will lodge with us if you will.
Oh, thank you indeed, Gildor. A star shines on the hour of our meeting, as you say in High Elven speech. This is good fortune beyond my hope.
And it includes Farmer Maggot.
Baggins is coming, he hissed at me. I wish to find him. If he passes, will you tell me? I'll come back with gold. No, you won't, I said.
And yes, it's got Tom Bombadil, baby.
If my friends are caught in the willow tree.
Master Mary's being squeezed in a crack.
Yes, oh hell.
Old Man Willow. Not worse than that. I know the tune for him. Old Grey Willow Man. I'll freeze his marrow cold. I'll sing his roots off. I'll just put my mouth to the crack.
While basically every adaptational choice is made more in the name of abridgment than in the name of creative decisions, some of those abridgments actually do recontextualize moments of the story. Like Farmer Maggot. The way his episode is condensed leaves it kind of ambiguous as to whether or not Maggot actually remembers Frodo from his youth or not. Until the ending, which makes it much more of a punchline.
And Mr. Frodo, Mrs. Maggot put this up for Mr. Baggins with her compliment.
For me? Oh, a basket of mushrooms. Well, I never. You remembered me after all.
Sure, it's not the melancholy of Book Frodo realizing he lost a chance at a great friendship, but as far as ways to condense Maggot go, I will take it over what Jackson did.
Sam, it doesn't seem as if I can trust anyone.
Well, after all, sir, Gandalf did say, take someone as you can trust.
Yeah, those lines made more sense in the order they were in the book.
I'm very pleased to meet you, Mr. Underhill. If old Butterbur got your name right.
Okay, so decades before Jackson turned Thorin Oakenshield into Aragorn Light, Mind's Eye just had the same actor play both Aragorn and Thorin Oakenshield. There are some moments in the book that are, for lack of a better word, visual, like the shadow that passes between Frodo and Bilbo, turning him into a little wrinkled creature with a hungry face and bony groping hands. Moments like these could be dealt with in narration, but in this particular case...
I should like very much to peep at it again.
Yes, I've got it. Looks the same as it always did. Here, if you must. But no, why should I?
I'm sorry, put it away. Don't adventures ever have an end?
You could also just make it completely innocuous on Frodo's part. Just like a casual changing of the mind, not actually a big emotional beat about the power of the ring. It's funny how both this version and Jackson's version completely rush that moment, but in opposite directions. This might be the only adaptation I've experienced to do all the scenes from the books in the order they're presented in the books. They do all of Book 3, The Treason of Isengard, and then they do all of Book 4, The Ring Goes East, without intercutting between Aragorn's adventure and Frodo's adventure. From the descriptions, it sounds like the 1955 production did the same thing, but every other adaptation I've experienced intercuts between the subplots, or just eliminates one altogether. I've spoken in the past about how I'm okay with this as an adaptational choice, even though Tolkien wouldn't be.
The narrative now divides into two main branches. 1, prime action, the ring bearers. 2, subsidiary action, the rest of the company, leading to the heroic matter. It is essential that these two branches should be each treated in coherent sequence, both to render them intelligible as a story, and because they are totally different in tone and scenery. Jumbling them together entirely destroys these things.
Look, I still disagree with him here, but I'm not going to tell a dead man he's wrong about his own story. So had he known that almost every adaptation going forward would jumble them together, he might have given the 55 production more credit for not doing that. And had he lived to hear the 79 production, he might have praised it as well for doing what I'm sure he thought was the bare minimum. This is one of very few adaptations to include Hanbury Han, just referred to as Wild Man, because I'm guessing they didn't know how to pronounce his name. I'm only 60% sure I know how.
No, father of horsemen, we fight not, and only kill orc folk in woods. Hate orc folk. You hate them too. We help as can.
Yorith is here, voiced by Pat Franklin, who also voices Mary, but she's never called Yorith, just old woman.
Would that there were kings in Gondor, as there were once upon a time, they say.
Why?
For it said in old law, yes indeed, the hands of the king are the hands of a healer. And so the rightful king could ever be known.
Men may long remember your words, old woman.
Once again, I'm guessing this is because they didn't know how to pronounce Yorith. And we got a Beargill. Radio is where these minor Gondorians thrive.
I'm Virgil, son of Baragon of the gods.
I don't know who plays Beargill here, so I don't know if their career is as interesting as David Hemmings.
I will bear you before me under my cloak. Such goodwill should not be denied. Say no more to any, but come.
Thank you indeed. Thank you, sir, though I still do not know your name.
Do you not? Then call me Dernhelm.
The number of women who play male characters makes the fact that Mary doesn't immediately recognize Dernhelm as Éowyn a little more plausible, but the fact that he was just talking to Éowyn seconds ago as the audience hears it makes it way less plausible.
For I will sing to you of Frodo of the Nine Fingers and the Ring of Doom.
Hey, there's the Minstrel of Gondor, 1 year before Glenn Yarborough played him. Since year one of Tolkien Adaptation Month, both Tolkien wikis corrected their mistaken categorization of him as a character who only appears in the Rankin Bass film. I don't know if that was corrected because of my video, but if so, you're welcome. I like this adaptation okay, and I'm glad that there is at least one complete Hobbit and Lord of the Rings adaptation that has a consistent through line. That is really nice that such a thing exists. And again, unlike The Hobbit, this wasn't overshadowed by another production at its time of debut. This would take 2 years to be overshadowed by another production.
Long years ago, in the Second Age of Middle-earth, the elven smiths of Eregion forged rings of great power.
Yes, the 1981 BBC Lord of the Rings is considered by many to be the gold standard of radio Tolkien adaptations, and considered by some to be the gold standard of Tolkien adaptations in any medium.
And Sauron was, for that time, vanquished. But at length his dark shadow stretched forth once more, and he sought again for mastery over the rings of power.
This is the longest radio adaptation yet, clocking in at over 12 hours, originally broadcast in 1981 in 26 half-hour episodes, then rebroadcast in 1982 in 13 hour-long episodes. I haven't found a re-release of the 1981 edit. The earliest release I found is of the 1982 edit, so I'm going off of the hour-long versions of the episodes for the purposes of this video. Famously, this production stars Ian Holm as Frodo, decades before he would play Bilbo on film, and it stars Peter Woodthorpe as Gollum and Michael Graham Cox as Boromir after they had already played those roles on film. So it is the link between the Lord of the Rings cinematic universes. It's Lord of the Rings No Way There and Back Again. Also, a young Bill Nighy plays Sam in this, decades before he would be a future Bilbo's boss.
Hello, Nicholas. How's it now? Still a bit stiff?
Have we not gotten Steve Coogan into any Tolkien adaptations yet? That seems overdue.
Now, sit down, Gandalf. We'll have a pipe of old Toby together, and you can tell me your news.
Thank you, Bilbo. There's no pipeweed to compare with that of the Shire. I've missed it. As to news, well, that, for the moment, must wait.
Michael Hordern is a great Gandalf, which is impressive considering he reportedly did not understand the story at all, and later called the role a bit of a slog. Doesn't show at all. He's great. This is probably the best documented radio adaptation of Tolkien, not only because the production itself has been released numerous times, but because the main fellow behind it seemingly never passes up a chance to tell stories about the production. Whether on his personal blog or in the Tolkien Society newsletter, this fellow has told tales. And who is this fellow, you ask? Why, it's Brian Sibley, of course. Sibley has written numerous radio plays, and he has written and edited countless books, including much later writing the official movie guide books for the Jackson Lord of the Rings and Hobbit trilogies, movies that just happen to be co-written by his distant cousin, Fran Walsh. And yes, he wrote one of the essays in this book, but not one that has anything to do with radio shows, so I'm not going to read it today. He's also written books about Disney history. Yes, he's written on Tolkien history and Disney history. He's like me, except he gets paid for it. On top of that, he personally worked with P.L. Travers in her lifetime on a potential script for a Mary Poppins sequel long before the actual Mary Poppins sequel, but that project was seemingly killed in the wake of the regime change to Eisner and Katzenberg. Maybe the bites just weren't quick enough for old Jeffrey. However, he did years later write a book about the making of the Mary Poppins stage musical, and he wrote additional screenplay material for The Wrong Trousers, and he wrote the books that compiled storyboards for both The Wrong Trousers and A Close Shave. I've had this book for years and never even realized it was him, but look, there he is. The guy who brought Tolkien to radio in its most famous iteration also wrote this book I love, that's the storyboards for The Close Shave. This man officially has my dream career. Anyway, long before he accomplished most of that, Sibley was pitching radio programs to the BBC. Richard Imison, head of the BBC script unit, asked if there was anything he'd like to adapt, and he said his pie-in-the-sky dream work would be Lord of the Rings, not knowing that the BBC was actively trying to develop a new Lord of the Rings radio program, presumably to wash the taste out of the 1955 production. The BBC was negotiating with Saul Zaentz in secret to regain the radio rights, and only once negotiations were successful did everyone realize Zaentz didn't even have control over the radio rights in the first place.
That's enough, son. I'll buy it.
While Tolkien was no longer alive to approve the scripts, Christopher Tolkien was, and he not only gave his notes, but he gave a tape recording of proper pronunciations. This only went so far, apparently.
But Isildur, Elendil's son, cut the ring from Sauron's hand.
Isildur took it. That is tidings indeed.
Isildur took it, Boromir.
Sibley was given the job, but due to his inexperience, he was paired with Michael Bakewell, who had previously adapted War and Peace to radio. But the task of breaking the story into episodes fell to Sibley, who was later made aware of Tolkien's opinions regarding interweaving the plot threads, but he had already come to the conclusion that there was no other way to properly dramatize the story. Sibley later wrote in Malorn, the Tolkien Society's annual journal, that if the serial had followed the format of the book, it would have been little short of a dramatic and artistic catastrophe. I don't know if he was oblivious to the earlier radio adaptations that did follow the format of the book, or if he was keenly aware of them and throwing some shade. So does it just present the story in chronological order? Not quite. There's some flash forwards and flashbacks throughout.
Now, however, Bilbo was no longer the occupant of Bag End, and sinister shadows lengthened in the Shire. But let us go back 17 years to an evening in early September when the chief topic of conversation at the Ivybush Tavern in Hobbiton was Mr. Bilbo Baggins.
But more of the story is presented in chronological order than not, so the listener doesn't have to wonder why Gandalf was delayed.
I have come for your aid, Saruman the White.
Have you indeed, Gandalf the Grey? For aid? It has seldom been heard of that Gandalf the Grey sought for aid. One so cunning and so wise, wandering about the lands and concerning himself in every business, whether it belonged to him or not.
Ooh, now this is a Saruman. Peter Howell really brings a mellifluousness that conveys the persuasive magic of Saruman's voice with just a hint of a sinister undertone.
But because of Radagast, Gwaihir the Windlord has come to me in my darkest hour.
No mortal tames the eagles of the mountains, not even Radagast or Gandalf.
So tell weirdos on the internet to shut up about us taking you to Mordor already. Also, this might be the only adaptation where Gandalf taking Shadowfax from Theoden is actually dramatized and not just described off camera, making this adaptation one where Theoden appears in all 3 volumes.
Hail Theoden, son of Thengel.
Why comes Gandalf the Grey unlooked for to my halls?
I have come to seek the aid of the Rohirrim and their king.
I have never heard before that Gandalf sought the aid of any man.
This production does not include every single song from the books, but it retains more of them than, honestly, a lot of them do. And I think this is the only radio production to actually put The Road Goes Ever On to music.
The road goes ever on and on, down from the door where it began. Now far ahead the road has gone, and I must follow if I can.
All the other English language radio productions just have it recited.
Roads go ever, ever on, under cloud and under star.
Yet feet that wandering have gone turn at last to home afar.
But only Bilbo sings it. Frodo still just recites it.
The road goes ever on and on, down from the door where it began.
Music is also used creatively to tell the story of the Battle of Pelennor Fields.
It was a great battle, afterwards told in many a song, in the feast hall of Medusel.
He heard of the horns in the hills ringing, a sword shining in the South Kingdom.
It's hard to convey large-scale battles in audio, so this choice was an interesting way to get it across without just having it described in narration.
Tired in a forest they drove through the foemen, Theoden Fengel's son, where the press was thickest, shivered his spear as he struck down the Sauron.
I've heard some people criticize this choice as being a strange stylistic departure this late into the series, or creating too much distance between the listener and the battle. But honestly, I think making it operatic contributes to the feeling that this is an ancient mythology, which of course is what Tolkien was going for. There are some really creative flourishes in this. I like this device that the presence of the Black Riders and the temptation of the ring is signaled with this chanting of the Ring's poem.
One ring to rule them all. One ring to find them. One ring to bring them all. And in the darkness, bind them.
I feel like that might have influenced Jackson's choice to give the ring a whispering voice. Unlike the 79 production, this version keeps the full weight of the Maggot exchange. That Farmer Maggot remembers young Frodo and forgives him, and that Frodo laments the loss of this potential friendship.
We'll hear anything on the road long before we meet it.
You know, Farmer Maggot, I've been in terror of you and your dogs for over 30 years, though you may laugh to hear it. It's a pity, for I've missed a good friend.
Well, you should never have gone getting yourself mixed up with Hobbit and folk.
So, this is officially my favorite Farmer Maggot adaptation. Just barely edging out the inexplicable Soviet innkeeper.
So the only safe thing to do is to go off in a quite unexpected direction.
Then we must go through the Old Forest and then on to Bree.
So the hobbits do go through the Old Forest, but nothing particularly noteworthy happened there, as far as the listener knows.
Is there anywhere there we can stay? There's an inn, Frodo. The Prancing Pony, if I remember rightly.
Without Bombadil to send them there, the choice to stay at the Prancing Pony just amounts to Frodo resigning to inns not making quite as long delays as sleeping outside does.
I am going to war, Master Meriadoc. I release you from my service, but not from my friendship. You shall abide in Dunharrow, if you will, and serve the Lady Eowyn.
But I won't be left behind to be called for and return. I won't be left, I won't.
I will bear you before me under my cloak until we are far afield, and this darkness is yet darker. Such goodwill should not be denied.
Oh, thank you indeed. Thank you, sir, though I do not know your name.
Do you not?
And since you've got your visor down, I cannot see your face, begging your pardon, sir.
Then call me Dernhelm.
Okay, this time Mary should absolutely have recognized Eowyn's voice.
It grieves me, Master Gandalf, that our leechcraft cannot withstand this evil.
Evil indeed it is, Yorith.
We get Yorith, played by Pauline Letts. No Beargill this time, though. This story is no place for children. Also, we don't even have Varagond, so of course we're not going to have his kid.
Let the minstrel sing to us.
Now listen to my lay, for I will sing to you of Frodo of the Nine Fingers and the Ring of Doom.
The Minstrel of Gondor's here, too. Man, those past wiki editors really dropped the ball if they thought this guy was just from the Rankin Bass cartoon.
Frodo went forth on a fateful journey.
We don't hear the full version of the song here, but from what snippet we do hear, I have a hunch that this won't use the Ring of Doom, Cave of Gloom rhyme nearly as often as Glenn did.
Cave of Gloom, Ring of Doom, Ring of Doom, Cave of Gloom.
This production is pretty great. It's beloved for good reason. And unlike the two Hobbit radio productions, I think this and the Mind's Eye Lord of the Rings have distinct enough takes on it that I can appreciate both of them separately. This one, I think, is definitely the better dramatization of Lord of the Rings, but I can't really gauge which one is the better adaptation because, you know, the Mind's Eye production is the more direct, faithful adaptation, but this one definitely does the more interesting things with it. But yes, this production is considered by most to be the definitive Lord of the Rings radio adaptation, if not the definitive Lord of the Rings adaptation altogether. And it's been released on home media many times, including a special re-release in 2002 in the wake of the films, where instead of being presented as the episodes originally aired, they were re-edited to be more like the books, re-edited to be in 3 volumes with a new framing device, where they brought Ian Holm back as Frodo after he had already played Bilbo.
The road goes ever on and on.
Oh, now Frodo sings it. A little bit.
Oh, so many pages left blank. Almost as if Bilbo knew that the story which he began would one day have to be finished by someone else. I've left them for you, Frodo, my lad, he used to say.
It is so surreal to hear the voice that I'm used to as Bilbo, but playing the part of Frodo imitating Bilbo. A choir singing it now. Impressive.
All Bilbo's titles set down one after another. crossed out one after another. My diary. Dull. My unexpected journey. Better. There and back again. Good. Added later, and what happened after, except that even that didn't satisfy you, did it, Bilbo? Crossed through like all the others.
Obviously, the perfect title for this story is Hobbiton.
How could I have known where the road would lead when I set out from Hobbiton with the ring? Or how could we have known when the Fellowship of the Ring left the safe haven of Rivendell what terrible perils would befall us?
This framing device is used as a bookend, opening and closing Fellowship and Two Towers, and opening Return of the King.
Night's drawing on, and the telling of this tale draws towards its dark conclusion. In those final days, as the storm clouds of war gathered and grew heavy, doom and dread were closing in upon us all.
Obviously, Frodo doesn't come back to close Return of the King because he's already sailing away.
I tried to save the Shire, and it has been saved. But not for me.
This 2002 edit runs into the same issue that the Jackson movies do. Telling the stories chronologically does not line up with the division of the trilogy in text. Rather than take the movie's approach of chopping off the end of Book 4 and adding it to Volume 3, this chops off the beginning of Book 5 and adds it to Volume 2. So Return of the King begins with the Samwise the Strong temptation, which I love.
Samwise the Strong, hero of the age, armies flocking to my call, marching to the overthrow of Barad-dûr. But what are you thinking about, Sam? You're no hero. A gardener. That's what you were meant to be.
But the first bit of Book 5 we hear in Volume 3 is Denethor awaiting Faramir's return from Osgiliath.
In Gondor, the Lord of the City sat in a high chamber above the hall of the White Tower with Pippin at his side.
Again, I disagree with Tolkien that the subplots need to be presented in the order they are in the book, but keeping things in the order they are in the book is seemingly the only way to keep the titles of the volumes faithful. And that was the most beloved radio adaptation of Tolkien. But as beloved as it was, Brian Sibley kept getting one question over and over. Why did you cut Bombadil? Never mind the fact that most adapters cut Bombadil, and never mind the fact that he also cut Gildor and Quickbeam and Baragond and Imrahil and others. People only asked about Bombadil. So eventually Sibley decided it was time to bring Bombadil's story to the radio as well, as part of a new series of Tolkien adaptations called Tales from the Perilous Realm. This was broadcast in 1992, and most of the episodes were adaptations of non-Middle-earth stories of Tolkien, so while they are technically Tolkien adaptations and I could cover them, I know they're not actually what most of you are here for, so I'm not going to talk about the other episodes. Well, okay, I will say one thing about one of them. Brian Blessed plays Farmer Giles of Ham.
My name, in full, is Aegidius Ahenobarbus Julius Agricola de Hamo.
But as there was more time in those days, I'm simply going to call him Farmer Giles.
I love it, no notes. But two of the episodes, airing on September 6th and 13th of 1992, were called The Adventures of Tom Bombadil. This was something of a misnomer because these weren't actually based on the poem The Adventures of Tom Bombadil. Although if you want to hear an audio version of that poem, Tolkien himself read it, so there you go.
Old Tom Bombadil was a merry fellow. Bright blue his jacket was and his boots were yellow.
This, on the other hand, takes its name from the poem, but it's just an adaptation of the Bombadil episode of the text.
It's dark and damp.
Are the stories about this place true, Merry?
If you mean the old bogey stories about goblins and wolves and things of that sort, I should say no. But the forest is queer.
Now, this in theory could be slid right in where the chapters were deleted in Sibley's earlier radio program, even though the hobbits are voiced by completely different actors here. But there are two returning cast members. playing different roles. John Church, who previously played Gaffer Gamgee, now plays Old Man Willow, and Michael Hordern, who previously played Gandalf, now plays Tolkien himself.
As the heroes of this tale discover when they find themselves caught up in the adventures of Tom Bombadil.
It's a pretty solid Tolkien imitation. Better than either of the Soviet Tolkiens. Not bad for someone who didn't really understand his work.
Merry doll, ring a dong pillow, ring a dong up.
We better be ready to face some new danger.
Doesn't sound dangerous. It just sounds nonsense.
Bombadil is played by Ian Hogg, and he's good, but come on, Brian Blessed was right there.
You know who I am? I'm Tom Bombadil. Tell me, what's your trouble? Tom's in a hurry now.
One of the reasons Sibley cut it from the main broadcast was it felt like too long a respite from the threat of the Black Riders, but if you're turning it into its own story, you really gotta amp up the conflict in what is otherwise the safest stretch of the story, so this plays up the couple of moments of peril in the House of Tom Bombadil.
Frodo, in a dream without light. A noise like a strong wind blowing, and on it was borne the sound of hoofs, galloping, galloping, galloping from the east.
Oh, riders! Black riders!
The nightmares the hobbits have on their first night are played pretty well.
Pippin, dreaming that he hears in the darkness. Branches, fretting in the wind. Twig fingers, scraping wall and window.
And Bombadil tells some of his own tale, which actually does draw from the poem The Adventures of Tom Bombadil, so that's a snippet of an actual adaptation of the poem within an in-name only adaptation of the poem, like all those movies that claim to be based on The Raven.
Moving constantly in and out of his talk was Old Man Willow, whose heart was rotten, but whose strength was green.
And this story involves being trapped by Old Man Willow, so, you know, even Bombadil's in danger.
Tom Bombadil. What be you a-thinking, peeping inside my tree, watching me a-drinking?
And the incident where Bombadil takes the ring is played pretty sinisterly. First off, this version of Bombadil seems to regard the importance of the quest a little more than he does in the text.
Tom already knows something of your quest, and of the perils which you face. 3 rings for the elven kings under the sky, 7 for the dwarf lords in their halls of stone, 9 for mortal men doomed to die, 1 for the Dark Lord on his dark throne in the land of Mordor, where the shadows lie.
He seems more aware of the weight of the quest, but he still treats the ring itself just as frivolously.
It's vanished! The ring!
Now, merry doll! No need to look suspicious.
Here's the ring! Returned, unchanged.
It casts an extra layer of doubt on how much Bombadil can be trusted, but it works because it's from the perspective of Frodo, who is under just enough of the ring's thrall to especially distrust anyone else with it.
What's the matter, Frodo? Annoyed with old Tom?
Something so perilous should not be treated lightly.
Frodo's internal conflict here seems to be portrayed by Frodo arguing with Tolkien in his mind.
Is it the same ring?
It looks the same. It weighs the same.
Or maybe his conscience takes the voice of Gandalf?
They can't see me.
There's a seeing look in old Tom's eyes.
I'm invisible. It's my ring, all right.
It's the ring, the one ring.
Then, of course, there's the main source of peril from the text, the Barrow Downs.
Where are you?
I am waiting for you.
No. Oh.
Tall, like a shadow against the sky, leaning over me. Eyes, cold. Icy touch, strong, colder than iron.
Yeah, it's good and creepy, and Tom comes to the rescue, casting aside any lingering distrust we may feel of him, and he guides them through the rest of the forest.
Whoa there, my hearties. There, ahead. The road you must travel.
The road goes ever on and on. down from the door where it began. Now far ahead the road has gone, and I must follow if I can.
Well, we're back to a non-musical Road Goes Ever On, I guess.
Old Bilbo used to say, "It's a dangerous business, Frodo, going out of your door."
Yeah, you already said that in the previous radio show. Well, Ian Holm, as you said it.
I'm sorry to take leave of Master Bombadil.
Yes.
He's a caution and no mistake. I reckon we may go a good deal further and see naught better nor queerer.
While it takes a few minor creative liberties with presentation, it's mostly a fairly faithful adaptation of the Bombadil chapters in the text that can be sought out if you like Bombadil and ignored if you don't. It's like the audio equivalent of if Jackson had made a Bombadil short film for the DVDs. 11 years later with different actors. So it's cool that it's here for the people whose primary complaint about the 1981 production was the lack of Bombadil. Now throw a bone for the Imrahil Hive, okay?
At your service.
And those are the other English language radio plays based on Middle-earth, at least that I'm aware of. If I missed any, let me know in the comments. I will maybe cover them in the future. But next week, we'll be listening to something else inspired by Middle-earth. We're going to be playing some tunes. But in the meantime, what do you think of these radio productions? Do you have a favorite out of them? Do you have a least favorite? Let's discuss this all in the comments, and until next week, this is Dave, signing off. Welcome back to Tolkien Adaptation Month. Now let's talk about just a little bit of the music based on Tolkien.
Dave's Obsession! Dave's Obsession of the moment!
For a world that originated in a text-based medium, music is a big part of Middle-earth's DNA. In-universe, Middle-earth was literally created with a song, and The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings are filled with characters singing, and music plays a big part in setting the tone of the adaptations, whether it's Howard Shore's sweeping adventurous score, Glenn Yarborough's mellow folk songs, or the greatest song ever written.
Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today!
And not only does music factor into the vast majority of Tolkien adaptations, some adaptations are nothing but music. So today, I'm going to look at some of the music inspired by Middle-earth. This will be in no way comprehensive. There are just so many concept albums inspired by Tolkien, entire bands named after Middle-earth characters and locations, parody songs about hobbits. It would be impossible for me to find them all, let alone cover them all. I am not Haunted Mansioning this. But I will discuss a few musical adaptations that I find particularly noteworthy, starting with the first. I briefly touched on this in year one, but a composer named Donald Swann composed a song cycle where he put music to several of the songs in Tolkien's text, music that was approved by Tolkien himself. Swann was best known as part of the musical comedy duo Flanders and Swann, so his involvement in a Tolkien adaptation might have been kind of a surprise. A comedy musician doing a Tolkien adaptation? That'd be like if a Lord of the Rings adaptation involved, say, half of Flight of the Conchords, to come up with a completely absurd and not at all believable example.
My lady!
A book with the sheet music was published in 1967, and then after that, a record was released called Poems and Songs from Middle-earth. I touched on this record last week because half of the record is Tolkien himself reading poetry. And the other half of the record is Swann's music, with him playing piano, with vocals by the very appropriately named William Elvin. I am in no way a music expert. I can't really describe music very well. I just know how it feels to me, and I gotta say, this really does feel British.
I must follow if I can.
I do mean that in a good way. Again, maybe it's just the Episcopalian upbringing talking, but this really does feel like an Anglican hymn that you would sing in a great hall, and I don't know if that feels right for Bilbo Baggins, but it definitely feels right for J.R.R. Tolkien. I don't know if this music would work as well for the version of the poem that's in The Hobbit, but for the more melancholy version in Lord of the Rings, I think this really does capture the emotion of the lyrics. But if you don't like it, we're about to get a bit more upbeat.
On the hearth the fire is red, beneath the roof there is a bed.
Now this, of course, is the walking song that the Hobbits sing in Book 1, Chapter 3, 3 is Company, which is also the song that the song Pippin sings to Denethor in the third movie comes from. I do not think that scene would work quite as well if Pippin was using this tune. But again, for the song's actual place in the book, this feels bouncy and hobbity, and I dig it. It's worth noting that in one of the correspondences I talked about last week between Tolkien and BBC producer Terence Tiller, Tolkien claimed that while a few of the songs in the text were written to specific tunes he had in mind, most of them were not. So Tolkien's approval of the music on this record doesn't necessarily mean they're what he had in mind, they just didn't go against whatever he had in mind. And apparently the one piece that did go against what he had in mind is Namarie, aka Galadriel's Lament in Lorien. That was the one piece where Tolkien was dissatisfied with what Swan brought forth, and he dictated a little more how it should go, which might be why it's the least melodic piece here.
Lauriel antalassi surinen, ieni unotte me vera maraldaron, ieni velinte iulder avanier.
I mean, this is a lament, so it doesn't not make sense, and I'm sure Tolkien had his reasons for making this piece basically tuneless, but maybe this piece just shouldn't have been put to music. Oh, interesting. The Song of Elbereth is the same tune as The Road Goes Ever, Ever On. I don't know if we're supposed to believe that Bilbo took that tune and put his own words to it, and it's just an ancient Elvish tune that Bilbo happened to know, or if this is not supposed to be the music actually in universe. This music only exists in our world. But either way, it's weird to hear a reprise of Road Goes Ever, Ever On that isn't inexplicably about how easy it is not to try. And that was Donald Swan's Tolkien music. For a man who was known for musical comedy, he sure took the work of Tolkien seriously. And now let's look at someone who's known for more serious work, who took Tolkien way less seriously.
In the middle of the earth, in the land of Charlotte.
Come on, sing along, you all know the words.
We all admire with his long wooden pipe, fuzzy woolly toes.
This infamous video comes from the July 28, 1967 episode of a variety show called Malibu U, which was like all about, you know, surf culture. It was hosted by Ricky Nelson. You know, that's what you want for your Tolkien adaptations. It was written by Charles Randolph Green, who 17 years earlier did the arrangement on Nat King Cole's iconic version of the Christmas song. And then he wrote this.
Just like to eat and be left alone, but one day Bilbo was asked to go on a big adventure to the caves below.
I don't know what there is to say about this that hasn't already been said. It's iconic. Okay, that was fun. Let's go back to composers who took Tolkien a little more seriously. I talked last year about Bo Hansen, who had a concept album called Music Inspired by Lord of the Rings, and made a movie, generously speaking, of that album. Originally, the album was released in Sweden as Sagan om Ringen, which is the Swedish title of Lord of the Rings that I'm probably still mispronouncing. But when it came time to release the album internationally, Tolkien's publishers insisted the album title be changed to Music Inspired by Lord of the Rings, making it legally distinct from any authorized Lord of the Rings adaptation. I have no idea what they had to say about the televised version, if it was even on their radar. Since my introduction to this album was the televised version I covered last year, I was surprised to find that Bo Hansen's album and Bo Hansen's movie don't align exactly. The first track of the album is Leaving Shire, which happens about 4 minutes into the movie. And then the album skips right to Tom Bombadil, despite the movie being one of the few adaptations to include Gildor's tribe along the way. No track for Gildor on the album, so the track the movie uses for the first Black Rider appearance is actually the track written for Fog on the Barrow Downs, a scene which the movie skips.
Frodo hörde hovslag och hoborna gömde sig i mörkret vid sidan av vägen. Hovslagen upphörde och Frodo skymtade något mörkt.
The composer of this album directed this movie, and apparently changed his mind about what was worth including and which music was for which part. And the album goes further than the movie does. The movie ends as the Fellowship leaves Rivendell, but the album has tracks inspired by moments throughout the books, including Lothlorien, Pelennor Fields, The Scouring of the Shire, and The Grey Havens. I guess Jackson's decision to make Lothlorien really unsettling has more precedent than I thought. Okay, I dig Shadowfax's theme. It feels like it belongs in the horse riding level of a Sega Genesis game. We got a lot of crappy Tolkien video games, but we were robbed of an early 90s poorly adapted side-scroller. I'm digging this music, but I can't tell if it's supposed to represent Sharky's destruction or the cleaning up afterwards. I will be honest, Bo Hansen's music is not the genre that comes to mind when I imagine Middle-earth. At its best, I think this album does capture some of the mood of the story, but for much of the runtime, the emotions I feel from the tracks don't necessarily match the emotions I feel from their corresponding chapters. But as a separate creative project, inspired by the text, I actually like this a lot. It's moody and atmospheric and emotional, and while I don't always hear Lord of the Rings in it, I definitely hear a fantastical realm beyond my understanding. And if the music a composer hears when reading the book doesn't match the music I hear in my head, that's good. That's honestly what's great about art and creativity, about people bringing their own ideas to things, about people bringing their perspectives and their interpretations. How boring would it be if everybody imagined these books exactly the same way? I'd barely get 1 month of videos out of that. Now let's move from Sweden to Denmark and look at the Tolkien Ensemble. The Tolkien Ensemble was founded in 1995 with approval from the Tolkien estate, and they made it their mission to put every song in Lord of the Rings to music. That is an impressive feat, and I am not going to review every single one of their songs because, again, do you know how many songs are in these books? It's a lot. But after several tours and several albums, they did it. They created a version of every song and poem in Lord of the Rings. Now, admittedly, some of the poems they don't actually sing to music. Some of the poems just have music playing underneath them, and the poems are just recited. But they're recited by Sir Christopher Lee.
3 rings of the elven kings under the sky.
That's right, the biggest Tolkien fan there ever was, with the most powerful voice there ever was. Hearing him do the Rings poem is enough to just send chills down your spine.
9 for mortal men doomed to die. 1 for the Dark Lord on his dark throne in the land of Mordor, where the shadows lie.
This long-running collaboration between Lee and the ensemble also gave Lee the chance to play additional characters beyond the one we all saw him play in the movie.
Cold be hand and heart and bone, and cold be sleep under stone. All that is gold does not glitter. Not all those who wander are lost. There shall be shown a token that doom is near at hand. For Isildur's bane shall waken, and the halfling forth shall stand.
It actually allowed him to fulfill his lifelong dream of playing Gandalf.
Ere iron was found, or tree was hewn, when young was mountain under moon.
But if you ask me, the character Christopher Lee is best at in these recordings? Treebeard.
In the willow meads of Tassarinan, I walked in the spring. Ah, the sight and the smell of the spring.
I know that Peter Jackson let John Rhys Davies play Treebeard so that he could play a character in the films who didn't give him an allergic reaction, but how great would it have been if Christopher Lee had been the actor playing dual roles with Treebeard?
I wandered in summer in the elm woods of Ossiriand.
It honestly would have been pretty thematically appropriate. Have the same actor play the two opposing forces in the battle for Isengard. Have the same actor play the character who represents Tolkien's love of nature and the character who represents the evils of disdain for nature.
Come, join the moot. We are off. We're off to Isengard. To Isengard. To Isengard.
No disrespect to John Rhys Davies' version as Treebeard. You know, having that be the dual roles still made more sense than having the same guy play Aragorn and Gollum, but I really think Christopher Lee would have been a great Treebeard. Also, no disrespect to Andy Serkis, whose audiobook is very good, but man, we were robbed of a Christopher Lee audiobook of the entire trilogy. I'm pretty sure he could have just shown up in the booth and recited most of it from memory. Anyway, here's just scattered thoughts I have on some of the songs here.
Hey, come, Derry dog, up along my hearties, hobbits, ponies, oh, we are fond of parties. Now...
So if we're counting the Tolkien Ensemble's body of work as a narrative adaptation, this is definitely the adaptation to feature the most Bombadil.
Tree and flower and leaf and grass. Let them pass.
Once again, Pippin singing this tune to Denethor would have really changed that scene.
Mist and twilight, cloud and shade.
Away shall fade, away shall fade.
We must away at break of day, far over wood and mountain tall.
Okay, so this song is set in the text to be to the same tune as Misty Mountain's Cold, and yeah, I like this one. Another good version of that song, but I imagine the Dwarves version was probably in a minor key.
To Rivendell, where elves yet dwell, in glades beneath the misty fell.
This version has the intrigue of adventure, but it doesn't quite have the discomfort.
And whither then we cannot tell.
The road goes ever on and on, down from the door where it began.
And that's just a quick glance at the music of the Tolkien Ensemble, the most complete musical adaptation of Lord of the Rings. I highly recommend doing the deep dive and listening to them all because it's amazing that they pulled it off. Now, as for less complete musical adaptations, there was the stage musical adaptation. Okay, so there have been numerous Tolkien stage adaptations over the years, mostly of The Hobbit, because that's the children's story that more easily translates to the stage. And of course, there have been parody Lord of the Rings musicals, and I think there had been other serious attempts to turn Lord of the Rings into a stage musical before this, but early attempts are even less documented than this one. This one is the one people think of when they think of the Lord of the Rings musical. And there was certainly a lot of buzz as this one was being developed. Mostly buzz of the how are they going to pull that off variety. They certainly made an attempt, with composers including the Finnish band Vartina and then future Oscar winner A.R. Rahman, and a commitment to impressive special effects on stage. The producers really wanted to do this right. So it debuted in Toronto in 2006, where it ran for just a little over half a year. And then it moved to London, where it ran for about twice that long, but still closed at a massive loss. And it probably would have gone down as the most notorious musical flop based on a long-beloved piece of pop culture with a prominent movie adaptation in the early 2000s, had a new challenger not emerged 5 years later. And yes, I'm just as mad as you are that Lord of the Rings didn't get a Letterman performance. But I can't really speak to the show itself, the staging, or the effects or anything because I didn't see it live. There are a couple of bootlegs floating around, but the visual quality is, how do I put this gently, unwatchable? So I'm not really going to talk about the show, I'm just going to focus on these songs as they are presented in the original cast recording. Now, several of the pieces on the cast recording are just in Elvish. I certainly respect that, but I imagine that was one of the many uphill battles this musical faced finding an audience. So the second track is called The Road Goes On.
There's a road calling you to stray.
I thought it said it's called The Road Goes On, but this sounds like something else.
Under moon and star, take the road no matter how far.
I mean, it sounds like a musical number from a musical, but it's not The Road Goes On, is it?
Don't look back, follow where it goes. Far beyond the sun. Take the road wherever it runs. The road goes on, ever, ever on.
Oh, I guess it is The Road Goes On, in title alone.
Feel by feel, style by style.
Styles upon styles.
The road goes on, ever, ever on. The road goes on, ever, ever on.
It's not bad, but it's not The Road Goes Ever On. I guess my core problem with this is the same as my core problem with Seussical. You're adapting an author with an immediately recognizable lyricism, an author who has written so much that would translate to music quite easily, and then you're writing lyrics that don't sound like that author, leading me to wonder if the only reason you bothered adapting this author in the first place was the brand recognition.
There's an inn of old renown where they brew a beer so brown. Moon came rolling down the hill one heaven's day night to drink his fill.
There are a couple of songs here that take the place of songs from the book and evoke those songs a tiny bit in the lyrics, but they're just not those songs.
Called by the fiddle to the middle of the muddle with the cow with the capers and the smalls all squealing. Food in a fuddle went to huddle by the griddle, but he slipped in a puddle and the world went reeling.
The Tolkien Ensemble already proved that all these songs can work to music, and I don't understand why you wouldn't at least make the songs sound a little more like the songs in the book. Do you just not want to pay the Tolkien estate songwriting royalties on top of the other royalties?
In the middle by the griddle and the moon slept till staring day.
There are also some tracks that are just score, presumably while action is happening. And that's fine, but it's not what I listen to a musical cast recording for. Now, I do like how the tracks that are just score don't sound like retreads of Howard Shore's score for the movies, but that may have been another uphill battle for audiences who only just got into Lord of the Rings 5 years earlier. There is one song I like a lot in this album, and that is Now and For Always.
Sing me a story of heroes of the Shire, muddling through, brave and true.
Like the others, this isn't a direct lyrical adaptation of Tolkien, but it is based on the conversation in the book about the great stories and will their story be told, and I think it gets the emotion of the exchange across rather well.
Now and for always, Harfoot supplanted, and store folk who ploughed, bred to endure, slow but sure.
This is the only song that feels like it really fulfills the potential of a Lord of the Rings musical. Take the core emotion of the most important relationship in the book, translate it to song, and do it well.
To stay the same, now and for always.
Condensing the entirety of Lord of the Rings down to a 3-hour play was probably a fool's errand from the get-go, but this makes it feel like they could have made this work if they just focused on Frodo and Sam's relationship for the entire show. You know, like the Finnish play that was televised did.
To share stories we tell will cast their spell now and for always.
And then Now and For Always has an almost immediate ironic villain reprise with Gollum and Smeagol.
Smeagol promised to help Master. Sit by the fire, lights glow. Tell us an old tale we know. Take the precious.
This feels like half the reason the musical was pitched. Take the Smeagol-Gollum conflict and turn it into a one-man duet. They must have been so sure this would become a huge audition piece going forward.
A Baggins stole it from us. We hate Bagginses. No, not this one.
The problem is it's not musical enough. Gollum sings a little bit, but he also kind of Rex Harrisons his way through parts of his argument with himself.
They'll hurt us. There's 2 of them. Don't have to wake. Won't let them wake. Be Lord Smeagol. Be the best. He speaks nice to me. No one else does. Take the precious. Pass the test.
I prefer a new edition of a Mordor Inquisition than to ever let a Baggins in my life.
Just leave it behind. Kill them. Not going to take it. Not having you do it. No one.
And then other parts just aren't lyrics. Gollum's just yelling dialogue at himself while music plays in the background.
I don't want to. Please. They just want it. Get it. Take it. Hurt it. Kill it. No. We promised. Not us.
So much of this musical falls just short of its potential. But then it feels like they run out of songs long before they run out of story, and the last handful of tracks are all score. So it really feels like they did not go all the way with turning Lord of the Rings into an actual musical. And again, it was probably a fool's errand from the get-go, but it feels like it should have more songs at least. It also just seems like they didn't use their song time wisely. Like, a lot of the early songs feel superfluous, the later bits don't have songs at all, and they're condensing the story. Couldn't they have found creative ways to musically narrate parts that they had to brush through otherwise? You know, like the BBC radio production did with the Battle of Pelennor Fields? I don't know, maybe the whole thing actually did work better on stage. It just unfortunately did not work well enough to find enough of an audience to make its money back. But the story of this musical is not necessarily over yet. Just this year, it was reworked and revived again. And by reworked, I mean scaled way down, and revived as The Lord of the Rings, A Musical Tale, running as a limited engagement. It was limited on purpose this time, it wasn't cut short.
Sing me a story of heroes of the Shire.
In the east, the Dark Lord is rising once more. He hunts far and wide for his lost ring.
So small a thing. So plain and yet so powerful.
I again didn't see this show because it was in Berkshire, which is not exactly an easy trip from Anaheim, but I actually heard decent things about the production, that scaling it down to a more intimate version and steering into more limited resources actually made the show work better. So, who knows, maybe this scaled down production will tour someday, or maybe the whole show will be reworked again in the future, or given the pro shot treatment at some point, and if that happens, maybe I'll talk about it someday. But for now, I respect the ambition of the past productions, and I like Now and For Always, but I'm not exactly adding the rest of this to my Ultimate Tolkien Music playlist. And that's just some of the music inspired by Middle-earth. And before we go, I know I gotta address rock music inspired by Tolkien, the music he would probably hate the most. Again, not doing a comprehensive list of rock songs that mention Tolkien, there's just way too many, but rock and roll's relationship with Middle-earth is fascinating because so much of it seems to be based on this stuff seems cool, and only some of it is actually engaging with the narrative. Everyone knows Mordor is the happening place to pick up chicks. Yep, that's right. When I think Gollum, I think Mr. Steal Your Girl. Look at him, he's pure Riz.
Gotcha fish, so juicy, sweet.
Was this not actually a girl? It was actually The Ring, and you just saw it as a girl for some reason? Either because of some dark spell or because you're stoned out of your gourd? Come on, Matthew from News Radio songs were more accurate adaptations.
The hobbits and the gnomes, they're dancing to and fro. They have to keep the +2 sword from the chaotic evil thief lord.
It's just so fascinating to me how many rock stars wanted to be part of Middle-earth. Like, when Mick Jagger heard that Ralph Bakshi was making Lord of the Rings, he tried to get the role of Frodo. The role of Frodo had already been recorded, so it was too late, but just imagine what that would have been like.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Of course, the trivia that Mick Jagger wanted to be Frodo was overshadowed by the other British invasion group that tried to be in Lord of the Rings, but their version was never made. Until next week! The spoof movie, a genre that has achieved some of the highest highs and some of the lowest lows. A deceptively difficult genre to get right, to recreate the tropes of a more serious film or genre in a way that points out something silly about those tropes, with enough cartoony gags to keep it really silly, but not so many that you lose all sense of grounding. While there are many spoof movies I love, there is one that stands above the rest for me, despite not necessarily doing everything right. Today, I'm talking Top Secret.
Dave's Obsession of the moment.
Top Secret is my favorite spoof movie, and I'm not alone. Weird Al Yankovic has said it's his favorite movie, period, and he's borrowed a few gags from it over the years.
I was young and get I'd rather clean all the bathrooms in Grand Central Station with my tongue.
Top Secret was made by David Zucker, Jim Abrahams, and Jerry Zucker after Kentucky Fried Movie, Airplane, and the Police Squad TV series, but before the Naked Gun movies, and it was not the hit that Airplane and the Naked Gun movies are, but I honestly love it the most out of all of them, and it's hard to pinpoint why. I mean, it's easy to say I think it's the funniest out of all of them, but that's such a subjective and intangible thing that it actually got me wondering if I can pinpoint specific reasons I love Top Secret even more than Airplane and Naked Gun. If you haven't seen Top Secret, I'm gonna spoil a lot of the best gags here, so I recommend watching it first. As of this recording, it's free on Pluto TV, and it has significantly fewer jokes that have aged poorly than you'd expect from the era. I also recommend watching it because the actual premise of the movie is hard to explain beyond it's a really funny spoof. Like, the story kinda meanders. An American rock star is invited to play an East German music festival, which is basically being put on as a distraction from, Nazi stuff that they're doing. The American rock star falls in love with a girl who turns out to be a member of the resistance. He gets arrested, meets the girl's imprisoned father. He's released long enough to perform his concert. He escapes with the girl after the concert. He meets up with the resistance. The leader of the resistance turns out to be the girl's long-lost ex. They need the rock star's help to infiltrate the prison. The leader of the resistance turns out to be a traitor. Not exactly summarizable in an elevator pitch. And the filmmakers blame the relative lack of success on the lack of a coherent story.
I think one of our problems was that we ended up just trying to connect all these scenes together, and the plot didn't really have its own inertia. It wasn't a good story if you remove the jokes, whereas if you look at Airplane, although it's not an innovative story, it is a classically plotted and structured film. And I think that was a big difference between those two movies.
And I think Top Secret has, in fact, many more jokes in it probably than Airplane. But Airplane had a stronger story.
But, I think the movie still works. I don't think the overly complicated story makes the film any less enjoyable. I enjoyed the second and third Pirates movie, for crying out loud. A complicated story is not a deal breaker for me. In fact, I think it serves the spoof of World War II espionage thrillers to make the story so convoluted. And I don't think a clearer story would have made the movie more marketable, but maybe a clearer genre target would have.
I guess we were thinking, wouldn't it be fun if Elvis Presley was in a World War II movie?
Is that what we were thinking?
It's mostly a spoof of World War II movies, with plot elements largely drawn from The Conspirators, Casablanca, and The Great Escape, and even a sequence that evokes Raiders of the Lost Ark. But the main character is plucked right out of Elvis movies and other teen pop star movies, with a music video that throws back to Frankie and Annette, and a concert that evokes the Beatles on Ed Sullivan, and that's a mashup premise that might not immediately hook a potential audience. And it might be an even harder sell today after certain other spoof movies that purport to parody a specific genre have often been criticized for randomly throwing in reenactments of completely different genres. Even though that's the least of those movies' problems, but I've ranted about Seltzerberg plenty before. But the thing is, in the case of Top Secret, the genres don't really matter that much to the final film. This isn't really a film with a take on World War II movies or Elvis movies. You know, like Blazing Saddles has a real take on Westerns. It has a genuine affection for the aesthetics, but real criticism of the bigotry inherent in the genre. Walk Hard and Weird have real takes on the musician biopic. They make fun of the genre's absurd heightening of history and falsification of facts. The closest thing Top Secret has to a take is, wouldn't an Elvis protagonist be a silly main character for a war movie? So what makes this movie work isn't the premise, it's all in the execution. And a big part of the execution is the incredible cast. Long before he would play Jim Morrison, Val Kilmer's very first on-screen role is this film's rock god, Nick Rivers. True to the Zaz style, he's playing it straight, but due to the particular type of role he's spoofing here, he has a different energy than Leslie Nielsen does playing it straight. It's not the same kind of stoic deadpan, it's an earnest enthusiasm, and he nails it. Kilmer even worked hard to learn guitar and was rather annoyed when the directors thought it would be funnier if he just strummed poorly. I wonder if this anecdote was in the back of Weird Al's mind when he was giving Daniel Radcliffe his accordion lesson. The leading lady is Hilary Flamand, played by the effortlessly charming Lucy Gutteridge, and given the amount of Casablanca in the script, I suspect she may have been cast in part due to her slight resemblance to Ingrid Bergman. Her imprisoned father is Michael Gough, long before he and Kilmer would reunite at Wayne Manor, and Nick's manager is Billy J. Mitchell, a character actor I've pretty much only ever seen play Americans in things that were filmed in England.
This guy Wooster, where is he? I could not say, sir. He sneaked my son's dog.
Didn't you used to be Eddie Valiant?
No, that's it, Ross. Put it to bed. Right? What are you standing around here for? I'm not.
We also have a supporting role in the first act of the movie from legendary legend Omar Sharif, who basically spends his screen time suffering indignity after indignity, and we have an even smaller cameo later from legendary legend Peter Cushing, who, well, we'll get to that later. But Zucker, Abraham, Zucker are no strangers to taking a great cast and making them do silly nonsense. What does this film have that the others don't? Well, one thing is the soundtrack. Not only the score from legendary legend Maurice Jarre, reuniting with legendary legend Omar Sharif, but the songs of Nick Rivers himself, which are all catchy as hell. The first one we hear is not only the funniest song of the movie, it's one of the funniest comedy songs I've ever heard.
Skeet surfing, skeet surfing. If everybody had a 12 gauge and a support too.
The idea of skeet surfing came from a game the Zaz team played amongst themselves, where they would try to get the most ridiculous lie they could into print whenever they were interviewed.
And they said, what do you guys do in Southern California? And I think that was the origin of surfing. Well,
skeet surfing.
Skeet surfing, where you ride on.
And so we explained the whole thing, and at the end, we're waiting for the guy to say, come on, this is ridiculous. But he said, how do you keep the powder dry or something? Right. Yeah, how do you keep the gun dry?
Now, according to the liner notes of the limited edition soundtrack CD from La La Land Records, Skeet Surfin' was actually written by Mark Volman and Howard Kalin of the Turtles and Flo and Eddie. But since it was deemed by the lawyers that the melodies came too close to the original Beach Boys tunes, the only songwriters credited in the movie are Brian Wilson, Mike Love, and Chuck Berry.
I wish they all could be double-barreled. Wish they all could be double-barreled guns.
And if of course, a Beach Boys pastiche focusing on gunplay is another gag Weird Al would go on to borrow.
Now I'm trigger happy every day.
The next song we hear Nick perform is the only straight cover in the movie. While they didn't put any jokes in the lyrics, the scene is still really funny. The culture clash going on, the look of horror in the face of the maitre d' and the singer who was supposed to perform, it's classic deflating the high society Margaret Dumont stuff. Difference is, most of the high society is actually won over by Nick, and yeah, wouldn't you be? This man is a rock star. You'd be forgiven for assuming that this scene was in part spoofing the Johnny Be Good scene from Back to the Future, except Top Secret came out a year before Back to the Future. Bob, it's Marvin. Your cousin, Marvin Zemeckis? You know that new scene you're looking for? The next couple of songs aren't quite laugh-out-loud hilarious in and of themselves, but they're all perfect pastiches.
How silly can you get? Yeah. How silly can you get? Ooh, yeah.
How Silly Can You Get, written by former Culture Club keyboardist Phil Pickett, is the classic Sorry for Cheating on You ditty, and it gets stuck in my head at least once a week.
Baby, please. Spend this night with me.
Spend This Night With Me, written by the Zaz team with Mike Moran, is the classic I'm so desperate for you I can't live without you ballad with visuals to match.
Don't you understand? I'm losing my very mind. I gotta have you with me.
Then there's Are You Lonesome Tonight, a parody of the song that's been recorded by countless artists, including Elvis Presley himself, rewritten as a Macy's ad.
Are you lonesome tonight? Is your kitchen a sight? Is your wardrobe all run down and bare?
Finally, there's Straighten Out the Rug, the classic get out on the floor dance number with some more specific literal instructions and as much energy as you could possibly want.
You gotta straighten the rug. Yeah, straighten the rug. You gotta give it a push. Yeah, give it a shove.
If all this movie gave me was the soundtrack, I would be forever appreciative for that. Of course, there's not just songs, there's all the types of jokes you'd expect from Zaz. Slapstick, terrible puns made literal,
I know a little German. He's sitting over there.
people suffering for other people's clumsiness.
It is a magnetic mind, so powerful it will attract itself to submarines miles away.
How about that?
Oh, no!
Idiots misunderstanding each other.
A traitor in our midst.
Well done, Latrine. I see you have dealt with him appropriately.
Dick jokes. The filmmakers have said this is less of a movie than a joke book, and I can't quite argue with that, but the jokes in the movie are good enough to elevate it. But there's a type of gag that's used more in this movie than in any other Zaz film. It's hard to categorize, and by even trying to put a label on it, I'm probably dissecting way too many frogs here, but for lack of a better phrase, I'm calling these cinematic wordplay. I don't mean visual puns, although, again, there are plenty of those. I mean gags that play with the language of cinema. Gags that play a joke on our expectations of what we're even observing based on how we know these things work in movies, turning what we think we're seeing and hearing on its head. The setups are so innocuous that you don't even think they're things you can make a joke out of, and then you're blindsided by a punchline you didn't even know was possible. There's one notable prototype of this sort of joke in Airplane, the mirror gag.
Just unbelievable. How many times I've warned those people about food inspection?
You'd think after all these years someone would listen to you.
Oh, well, airport management, the FAA, and the airlines. Oh, cheats and liars. All right, let's get out of here.
And Zaz seemed dissatisfied at how it went over.
This is the famous mirror scene. That I don't know if anybody really got it, but
it didn't get a laugh, but it was bizarre.
Yeah.
He gets so excited.
So we decided to take that concept and expand it into Top Secret.
And do a movie full of bizarre jokes, yeah.
But I'm glad they doubled down on them in Top Secret because they're my favorite jokes in the movie, and I think they elevate the movie to a level of brilliance unsurpassed by any other spoof. So, okay, I'm gonna showcase some of these gags, and I realize that out of context they won't hit as hard because part of what makes them work so well is you're not expecting a gag. So, seriously, if you haven't watched the movie movie yet, just stop this video, go watch the movie first. Okay, so first some of the simple examples. Using a common force perspective prop to create a common force perspective illusion, and then immediately breaking that illusion and drawing attention to the force perspective prop. So simple, but so effective. You know what a binocular border looks like, you think it's overlaid in post or it's on the camera lens itself, but nope, it's physically there and the cows interact with it. Again, simple but effective. I guess I could have called these optical illusion gags, except they're not all visual. Audio is played with just as effectively.
Nick, I'm sorry I won't be able to join you for dinner tonight.
Like, based on everything we know about cinematic language, we know that hearing an echoey voice while we watch someone read something means that what we're hearing is what he's reading. And then the entire joke is that what we know we're seeing isn't actually what we're seeing.
I'm coming down with a sore throat, so I've decided to turn in early. Don't forget, you have to be at the theater at 8:30.
And then they even provide an in-universe character-driven reason for the guy to be talking like this. A hilariously stupid reason, but one with internal logic for the character.
This doesn't help at all.
Then there's not only my favorite bit of cinematic wordplay in the movie, but possibly my favorite visual gag in cinema history. Because the first 3 times I watched the movie, I kept forgetting about this, and it caught me off guard every time.
Der Zug, der jetzt am Gleis 3 steht.
It's so effective! You have absolutely no reason to believe you're not seeing the train pull out of the station until the very last second. Even if you can somehow tell that the train itself is still, your brain just thinks, oh, it's like rear projection or something, but no! And even though it doesn't surprise me anymore, I am still in awe of the craft of this gag. It's like riding the Haunted Mansion. I know how the tricks work, they don't surprise me, but I still have so much respect for them that I enjoy pretending to be fooled. I think it's not only how effective the optical illusion is that kills me about this, it's how elaborate the setup is for such a stupid idea. Plus there's the tag that continues to give the idea the illusion of a consistent internal logic, even if it's one that makes no sense in reality. And speaking of elaborate, there's the Peter Cushing scene, which starts with a simple enough optical illusion. And by simple enough, I mean they had to make a head cast of Peter Cushing so they could sculpt that fake eye, and then years later that head cast was digitally scanned to create the CGI Grand Moff Tarkin in Rogue One. I have mixed feelings about that Tarkin, but I do think it's very fun that this movie is responsible for part of a Star War. But the core gag of the scene is that they're speaking what sounds to an uneducated American audience like Swedish, except then it turns out they're just talking backwards, and as the scene goes on, you find out that the whole thing is backwards. And everybody has a different point where they first notice the trick happening until they just make it blatantly explicit at the end. And it's like, surprise, we did all of that in reverse for you. Again, just the elaborate, painstaking craft that went into the silliest of ideas. Apparently the song title, How Silly Can You Get, was a personal challenge the filmmakers set for themselves. And yes, this backward scene was homaged by Weird Al. Of course, in his version, he let you know right away it was backwards. Some other spoof movies have a few cinematic wordplay gags like this, but I haven't found one with as high a concentration of them as Top Secret, and they're part of what makes this movie so much more special to me than other spoofs. Of course, it's also possible I love Top Secret more than Airplane and Naked Gun because it's more underexposed, so it's not nearly as overquoted, which means that if I succeed in spreading its gospel, it'll lose some of its appeal for me. Whatever, it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make if it means more people can experience the joy. As a spoof movie, Top Secret is not a particularly unique recipe, it just has some really great ingredients that elevate the whole thing, and it's good, silly fun. But enough about me. What spoof movie is your favorite? Let's discuss this in the comments, and if you liked all my asides about Weird Al and my thoughts on spoof movies in general, you might like this video I made last year ranking Al's movie theme songs. And if you want to hear me babble about other things I like, you might enjoy this playlist of other obsessions of other moments. And until next time, this is Dave, signing off. I was planning on doing something else this month, but about midway through July, we lost an icon. It's always sad to lose an icon, even when that icon had a good long run, and everyone else in the world is already paying tribute to this icon, so nothing I say here will be original, and I don't really have time to give this icon the detail he deserves, because there isn't enough time in the world to do that. But I still have to say what I have to say. My obsession of this and every moment is Bob Newhart. Now, as a kid, I originally knew Newhart from The Rescuers Down Under, and then later from The Rescuers, which I still think of as the lesser supplementary material for The Rescuers Down Under. But for Christmas one year, my grandfather gave me the box set of the Bob Newhart anthology, and I was immediately hooked. My grandfather passed away last year, so I'm kind of eulogizing him at the same time as eulogizing Bob here. Their impacts on my life are very intertwined.
I'm going to make you laugh for an hour and 15 minutes, an hour and a half. Well, that's kind of a conceited thing to say. So you better be able to deliver.
He's a low-key kind of guy, but with all the nonsense, he's a brilliant man. It proves that. You ask him.
You know, I've always said that Bob Newhart was the Fred Astaire of comedians. He makes it look so easy.
I'm always telling Bob that it's time for him to be a legend already.
It is impossible to overstate the influence Bob Newhart had on me. It's impossible to overstate the influence he had on basically every comedian since him who influenced me. The only influences of mine who weren't influenced by him are the ones who influenced him, and even some of them later became fans of his.
Jack told me one time, I was at the Crescendo, and he said if he were ever in the audience, I should finish whatever routine I was doing and immediately do the Abe Lincoln routine. That was his favorite. So I was closing, it was closing night at the Palmer House in Chicago, and Jack was opening, so he was in the audience that night. So I finished whatever routine I was doing and immediately went into the Abe Lincoln routine. And after the show, Jack came back to the dressing room and said, "You left out this, and you left out that, and you dropped this, and you dropped that." And he was right. Over the years, and maybe I wasn't even aware of it, that I dropped it. But that's how familiar he was with the routine.
And of course, now we all know he's an icon, but it didn't always look like it was in the cards. George Robert Newhart had many jobs when he was young, mostly as an accountant. This gave him a healthy distaste for bureaucracy, something that would shape his sense of humor.
My first real jobs in the workforce were back in Chicago in accounting. At the end of each day, I had to reconcile what was in the cash drawer with the receipts. It was always close, but it never balanced. Finally, one day, as everybody was leaving at 5 and I was facing a couple more hours of work, I pulled $1.67 that I was short out of my pocket and put it in the cash drawer and called it a day. A few days later, the cash drawer was over $2.11, so I took the $2.11 out of petty cash and I pocketed it. After several weeks, Mr. Hutchinson, who was head of the accounting department for the Glidden Company, discovered my shortcut to balancing petty cash. "George," he lectured me, "these are not sound accounting principles." I said, "You know, Mr. Hutchinson, I don't think I'm cut out for accounting because this makes absolutely perfect sense to me. I mean, why would you pay me $6 an hour to spend 3 or 4 hours trying to find $1.40? I mean, it's much easier if I just make up the difference out of my pocket because I'll get it back next week."
Oh look, a stammering introvert who takes issue with rules he didn't understand. Can't imagine why that guy resonated with my undiagnosed neurodivergent self. Even when he was starting to look into getting into comedy, he didn't originally set out to be a stand-up comedian. Early on, he tried writing material for other comedians, but when Don Adams took a routine from him without actually buying it, he decided that he might as well do his routines himself.
So in a way, I'm indebted to Don Adams. We later on in our careers became good friends and often used to joke about the submarine commander.
See, Bob should have retaliated by modeling his sitcom after Don's. It's not the Bob Newhart Show, it's the Bob Get Smart Show. Dun da 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 da. You know, it's instead of walking through Chicago, he's walking through the doors. It makes sense in my head. He also tried being part of a comedy duo, but when his partner moved away for another job, he took the sketches they were working on together and adapted them to monologues, making them one-sided conversations. He got the attention of a local DJ, who introduced him to the head of the newly launched Warner Brothers Records, who immediately offered him a deal to record his next live performance. Problem was, at this point, he had never done a live performance. So to record his first album, 3 performances were booked. Only 2 of them ended up being usable.
And the one on Friday, there was a drunken woman in the front row, and she kept saying, that's a bunch of crap, and just kept repeating it. And so we listened to the tape, and she was clearer than I was. So we had 2 shows. 2 shows on Saturday to get the album, which we did.
And yes, he was extremely fresh-faced and new to the game and didn't really know what he was doing.
I did my 12 minutes, and I came off, and the audience was applauding. And the maitre d' said, go back out. And I said, well, that's all I have.
Right.
He said, well, go back out. They're applauding. So I went back out, and I said, which one would you like to hear again?
But despite Bob's inexperience and naivete, the button-down mind of Bob Newhart won 3 Grammys: Best Spoken Word, Album of the Year, and Best New Artist. For those last 2, it was the first time a comedy album won. In fact, for that last one, it's still the only time a comedian has won. And it wasn't just a critical darling, it was a massive commercial success too. The album was #1 on the Billboard charts for 14 weeks, and it was only dethroned by Bob's second album, The Button-Down Mind Strikes Back. That is an incredible record for any performing artist, let alone an inexperienced comedian. And yet, throughout all the acclaim and praise heaped upon him, Bob remained incredibly humble about his skill.
George Scott asked me one time, we were playing golf, George C. Scott, and I don't know, we're on the 4th hole or whatever, and George said to me, in that gruff voice of his, he said, how do you do those phone conversations you do? And I said, well, George, I ask a question, and then I hear the answer in my head, and I leave enough time for the answer, and then I ask another question. And he said, yeah, amazing, that's amazing. It's just amazing. And I thought to myself, I said, no, George, Patton is amazing.
Bob Newhart's albums are full of brilliant routines. Most memorably, he has the one-sided phone conversations.
Yeah, who is it, Murray? Sir Walter Raleigh from the colonies. Oh, yeah, put him on, will you? Harry? Yeah, you want to pick up the extension? It's Nutty Wall again.
The one-sided conversation gimmick gave Bob a lot of material to work with. Sometimes he would be just a wacky guy saying wacky things in a world gone mad, but just as often he would be the straight man getting laughs off of the implied punchlines on the other side of the conversations.
You're a little late reporting in, aren't you, Willard? You found a shell on the beach. You think that's unusual, do you, Willard, finding a shell on a beach?
But he also has characters giving lectures, television parodies, and even good old-fashioned storytelling monologues.
And we're about 15, 20 minutes on our way to the hospital, and my wife says, you called the doctor? I said, yeah, honey. I said, Dr. Miller would be down there about half an hour, and nothing. She said, Dr. Miller's my dentist. What the hell do you call my dentist? So I said, well, they talk to other doctors, and, I'm sure he'll know what to do, If a cab driver can deliver a baby, certainly a dentist can, And, of course, whenever you're in a hurry, there's always 2 people in front of you who are practicing for a parade of some kind. They're going about 2 miles an hour,
He also dabbled in character work and even some impressions.
Hello, I'm Solange Olivier. You were probably very relieved, as I was, to hear that you need no longer suffer from irregularity.
Considering he spent the rest of his career basically playing the Bob Newhart type, it's amazing how much range he showed as a performer on his albums.
What do we always do on Thursday, boys and girls? Let's ask the boys and girls in our studio. What do we always do on Thursday, boys and girls? What do we always do on Thursday, boys and girls? What the hell do we always do on Thursday, boys and girls? Thursday is mailbag day, boys and girls. Don't you remember that? Haven't you boys and girls ever seen the show before?
His material was often about juxtaposing two seemingly mundane topics together, highlighting the absurdity in both of them. For instance, he often had a very modern character, like an advertising man, interact with a historical figure, pointing out the ridiculousness of modern advertising, while also reminding ourselves of the silliest parts of the American mythos.
You changed 7 to 87? I understand it meant the same thing. Well, Abe, that's meant to be a grabber. Abe, we test marketed that in Erie, and they went out of their minds about it. Well, Abe, it's sort of like Mark Anthony saying, "Friends, Romans, countrymen, I've got something I want to tell you."
He also had a lot of fun with pop culture, again by juxtaposing the larger-than-life elements of movies and TV with a mundane aspect of ordinary existence, something that influenced just about every single pop culture sketch comedian since.
The first night on the job for a new guard. Okay? This is his first night on the job. He's gone through a week's orientation on the problems he's going to face. And it happens to be the night that King Kong climbs the outside of the Empire State Building. Hello, Mr. Nelson. Yes, this is Sam Hennessy, the new guard. Yeah, sir. I hate to bother you at home like this on my first night, but. See, something's come up, sir, and it's not covered in the guard's manual.
He also extrapolated entire routines from his own anxiety, building a world where the worst-case scenario he could possibly imagine would be true, but it would be hilarious. His fear of flying was a common source of material.
After we were out about 2 hours, a captain came out. He gave one of those addresses they all give, and I'll never forget it, and this is why I don't fly anymore. It came out like this. You're the navigator, you ought to be able to figure out where the hell we are.
In most of his routines, his character was trying to make sense out of a nonsensical world.
Comedy is a way to bring logic to an illogical situation, of which there are many in everyday life. I've always likened what I do to the man who is convinced that he's the last sane man on earth.
And sometimes he truly was playing the only sane man, but sometimes his character was oblivious to the fact that they themselves made even less sense than the world they were trying to make sense of.
Yeah, this is what we call rustic. This is kind of your rustic home. Well, of course, that's a question of semantics. You know, when does it quit becoming rustic and start becoming ramshackle? You know, it's kind of hard to... It's a wonderful family home, though. It's got seven bedrooms and 1 bath.
He definitely had a lot of fun with characters promoted well past their station in life, which, again, just a source of comedy for literally everyone who's come after.
I don't know how many of you men know this, but the Codfish holds a record for the most Japanese tonnage sunk, being comprised of 5 freighters and 15 aircraft carriers. A truly enviable record. Unfortunately, they were sunk in 1954.
The submarine commander became the basis for several jobs I held on the big screen, because he was the perfect representation of the Peter Principle. You rise to your level of incompetency.
The routines on his albums became so popular that his fans treated them more like songs than like stand-up, and would want him to do the same routines they heard on the album when they saw him live. So even though he never really stopped coming up with new material, he still was repeating the same routines from the first album for decades. And it was always a blast to watch him do it.
I looked under unauthorized personnel and people without passes.
and apes and apes' toes. Apes and apes' toes. There's an ape's toe sticking through the windowsill.
So, with the success of his albums and the many talents he showed on them, he was a natural choice for a variety show. So he was pretty much immediately given the Bob Newhart Show, but not the one you're thinking of.
Hollywood, it's the Bob Newhart Show. And now, here's Bob.
Thank you, and welcome to the show. Tonight, once again, we're going to grapple with some of the major issues of the day.
This variety show won the Best Comedy Series Emmy and was nominated for Best Writing for a Comedy Series, but it wasn't a ratings hit, and Bob didn't particularly enjoy doing it anyway, so it ended after only a single season. I myself have never been able to find very many episodes of it, and it's mostly remembered as a footnote in Bob's career. And for a lot of comedians, that would be a sign that their career was already starting to wane. They were just a flash-in-the-pan, one-hit wonder. But Bob's stand-up continued to be successful, and even though his own variety show didn't work out, he made plenty of appearances on other variety shows, occasionally even adapting some of his monologues into full sketches.
We went to this party, and I bent down to put some cheese dip on this cracker, and the toupee fell into the cheese dip. Everyone quit having cheese dip.
Now, would you want a full exchange?
Well, I liked a straight man who didn't laugh.
So 11 years later, Bob was once again given the Bob Newhart Show, and this time I do mean the one that everybody knows and loves. Bob's success at getting laughs from being his own straight man made him the perfect lead for the sitcom created by David Davis and Lorenzo Music. Yes, that Lorenzo Music. Music also co-wrote the theme, Music, with his wife Henrietta, and it's a banger. I could do a whole video just on this show, and maybe I will someday, but broad overview, Bob Hartley is a happily married, child-free psychologist, both of which were major sticking points for Newhart, as he did not want television children, and he did not want to play a psychiatrist as was originally pitched.
I think I like to play a psychologist because it deals with less severely disturbed people.
That might have influenced the decision when that other sitcom psychiatrist got his spin-off to give him a psychiatry-adjacent job.
Hello, Russell. This is Dr. Fraser Crane. I'm listening.
Bob's wife, Emily, was played by the late, great Suzanne Plachette, and their chemistry was way more electric than you may expect the chemistry to be between a former Hitchcock girl and a former accountant. They were surrounded by a fantastic ensemble cast that included Major Healy, the then future voices of Edna Krabappel and Stu Pickles, the voice of Piglet, and so many more. The show was sharp, funny, human, and inadvertently inspired the first known TV drinking game.
Janine, excuse me, I didn't invent High Bob, and I didn't ask anyone to play High Bob tonight. I mean, if it were up to me, I'd have it banned.
Listen, forgive me, Bob, but I have a hard time believing you don't have something to do with the game High Bob.
The show was a great translation of the Bob that everyone knew from stand-up. The first aired episode was about a recurring motif in Bob's work, the fear of flying.
You know those people you're going to New York with who are afraid to fly?
Yeah.
I'm one of them.
Why? That's just stupid.
Do you tell those people in your workshop who are terrified of flying that they're stupid?
Well, of course not, honey, but I don't love them.
And the show was sure to work in as many opportunities for Bob's one-sided phone calls as possible.
Food? What's ever traditional after a funeral? 2 pies and a layer cake, fine. Little individual pizzas? Well, Victor was Italian. Yeah, his name was Victor. I wouldn't write it on the cake, no.
The show ended after 6 successful seasons, and 4 years later, Bob starred in another sitcom, Newhart, created by Barry Kemp and developed by Sheldon Bull, with a gentler but equally catchy theme tune by a little composer by the name of, Henry Mancini? time, Bob played Dick Loudon, a writer who runs a Vermont inn with his wife Joanna, played by the late great Mary Fran. The season 1 ensemble included the late great Tom Poston, Jennifer Holmes, and Second City alum Stephen Campman, who is not actually related to Weird Al Yankovic as far as I know, but I can't actually prove they're not related. In subsequent seasons, there were some cast shakeups, with Holmes replaced by Julia Duffy and Campman replaced by the late great Peter Scolari. Once again, I could make a whole video about the show, and once again, I might someday because there's just so much to discuss in it. Even though in the popular consciousness, everything else about the show was kind of upstaged by 2 specific elements, namely a particular trio of supporting characters.
I'm Larry, this is my brother Daryl, that's my other brother Daryl.
And the twist in the finale.
Honey, wake up, you won't believe the dream I just had.
A twist that bears a striking resemblance to other much maligned series or season finales, but this is the version of it that people like. So much so that it is frequently homaged not just by me,
Minnie! Honey, you won't believe the dream I just had!
But by the cast of basically every other show doing a long-anticipated finale.
I was this meth dealer.
And often they'd even get Bob to cameo in them.
Bob Newhart? What are you doing here?
Hey, Guy, it's your dream. It's your dream. Your dream. Your dream.
Interior.
Okay.
Bedroom.
Bedroom.
A light switches on. It's Bob Newhart. Oh, Bob Newhart.
But significantly less discussed is the follow-up to the first show, the Bob Newhart Show 19th Anniversary Special, which follows in the aftermath of that twist.
Emily told me about your dream. Sounds neat. It wasn't neat. It was very upsetting. It wasn't me anymore. It was like I was someone else. Yeah, I know what you mean. I had a long dream like that once, too.
Hi, Roger Healy here. Hi, Mary.
You dreamed you were an astronaut?
Just for 5 seasons.
And it ends with a little twist of its own. Also, it's worth noting that before Bob wakes up with Emily, Dick was hit in the head by a golf ball, so how do we know that the Bob Newhart Show isn't the dream within Newhart, huh? I mean, we're pretty sure it's not, but, you know, you could have a contrarian fan theory if you wanted. In the decades that followed, Bob starred in 2 other sitcoms, one called Bob and one called George and Leo. And I haven't watched all of them, even though they're very short, but what I've seen of them I think are still good, but they were never the smash success that the first 2 sitcoms were. Now, there's absolutely no shame in that. Most comedians don't even get 1 smash success TV show, let alone 2. Going for 3 would have been pushing it. Bob would attribute the later show's lack of success to the audience expectations. He was playing a slightly different character than they were used to, and audiences just wanted the same style from the first 2 sitcoms.
We gave them a Bob they had never seen, and they came back with a very resounding, we don't want to see a Bob we've never seen. Bring that other guy back, the one we like.
Thing is, this might have been unfair of the audience because Bob's albums proved that he could do just about any style of comedy he tried. It's just that his own style was what he did better than anyone else. But while he never had another lead television role with the success level of his first 2 sitcoms, he continued to make an impact in memorable guest appearances, including an iconic Mad TV sketch.
I have this fear of being buried alive in a box.
I'm going to say 2 words to you right now. I want you to listen to them very, very carefully. Then I want you to take them out of the office with you and incorporate them into your life. Okay, here they are. Stop it!
I'm sorry?
Stop it!
Stop it?
Yes, S-T-O-P, new word, I-T.
As well as a run on Desperate Housewives, a turn on ER, and an Emmy-winning recurring role on The Big Bang Theory, plus supporting roles in movies like Elf and Legally Blonde 2. And he was frequently the very best part of award shows.
If the Emmys run 1 second over 3 hours, Bob Newhart dies.
So keep those speeches short. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Newhart's life is in your hands.
You put me with George and Lucy in this weird wax museum of comedy.
No. It's more like legends, of comedy that alive, dead, all different types of legends.
Well, this legend is going to kick your ass. That way you'll know I'm alive.
I thought you didn't curse.
You thought I was dead.
And through it all, he never stops touring and doing stand-up.
Performing stand-up comedy is a narcotic that I need, even if I only do it a few times a year. All the traveling and taking off your shoes for security at the airport is inconvenient. But to me, it's worth it because I can make people laugh. A lot of stand-ups who land movie careers say, oh boy, thank God I don't have to do that anymore. But I really believe if you have that ability, that you have an obligation to make people laugh.
I got to see Bob live twice, once in Boston in 2014 and once in La Mirada in 2017. In both shows, I wasn't quite the youngest person in the audience, but I was certainly in the youngest percentile. The shows included some storytelling, a video presentation reflecting on Bob's career, and of course, the driving instructor routine. But even more importantly, I got to briefly meet Bob after both shows. The first time, the handler said no photos, but Bob would sign autographs, so I had him sign his book to me. It's a characteristically concise dedication, but it was all I needed to be elated. The second time, they said we could choose either a photo or an autograph. Since I already had the one, I decided to go with the other. It's not a good picture of me, but it's also one of my favorite pictures of me, and even more so now. Both times I didn't say much to him other than thank you for everything, and while I wish I could have said more, I'm glad I could say it at all. On Bob's 94th birthday, which ended up being the last birthday he would celebrate, his family compiled a collection of heartfelt greetings from many of Bob's famous friends and admirers, and it was beautiful.
Just want to say happy birthday. Us doing our bit at the Emmys was, for me, a career highlight.
You know something funny, Bob? Well, you know a lot of things funny, don't you?
Happy birthday, Mr. Newhart.
Hi, Bob. Happy birthday.
Hi, Bob. This is Stephen Wright. I want to wish you a very, very happy birthday.
Wishing you a happy birthday.
Norman, they're here, and you there.
I just wanted to say happy birthday, and also a very deeply felt thank you.
Hi, Bob. Jay Leno here, wishing you a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Bob. My birthday's actually the next day.
Hey, Bob. Conan O'Brien here. I know you're getting a lot of messages today, but I want to take a moment and wish you a very happy birthday.
Okay, yes, it's all very sweet, but it would have been hilarious to play Leno's message a second time after Conan's. I already miss Bob very much as someone who didn't really know him personally possibly could. I am sad he's gone, but even more than that, I'm happy we had so much time with him and that he gave us so much entertainment all the way to the end. It's been beautiful seeing all the outpouring of love for him from colleagues, friends, and fans. Never before told stories being told, never before seen photos being shared. Like, how has there been a photo of Bob Newhart and Charles Schultz this whole time and I'm only just now finding out about it? That would have been 13-year-old me's Roman Empire. But that's not the point. It's been lovely seeing all these great stories about what a great guy he was. It's been lovely seeing all these tributes to Bob over the past month, and I just wanted to make sure I had a chance to say thank you to him one last time. If you only know some of Bob's work, you should check out the rest of it and bask in the brilliance. And let me know what your favorite of Bob's work is in the comments. Thanks for watching, everyone, and until next time, this is Dave, signing off. When a beloved TV show has been off the air for a while, nostalgic cycles dictate some sort of a revival, either one-off or ongoing. Sometimes it takes the form of new full seasons like Will and Grace or Frasier or Murphy Brown, which I keep forgetting happened. Sometimes it takes the form of a hard rebooted new show with a similar premise but a completely new cast, like One Day at a Time or MacGyver. Sometimes it takes the form of a reunion movie or special, like Return to Mayberry or Get Smart Again. Sometimes that reunion movie or special is also part clip show, like the Dick Van Dyke Show Revisited or the Bob Newhart Show 19th Anniversary Special. Sometimes that movie is more of a parody of the TV show it's based on, like Dragnet or Starsky and Hutch. Sometimes it takes the form of an out-of-character reunion panel, like MASH, Fresh Prince, and Friends. And sometimes it's a new story set in a new fictional universe where the original show exists as a TV show, like Nora Ephron's Bewitched, or seemingly every recent TV revival that gender swaps the lead.
Remember Doogie Howser? That show from the 90s? She's like a real-life Doogie Howser. That's why we call her Doogie.
I'm Madeline Matlock. I'm a lawyer. Yes, Matlock, like the old TV show.
Yes, there are many approaches to reviving a classic TV series, but what do you do when you want to revive a classic series, but you don't have the rights to the source material? Well, a strange hybrid of all of those approaches, apparently. Today, I'm baffled by Return to the Batcave, the misadventures of Adam and Bert.
Dave's Obsession. Dave's Obsession of the moment.
My love for the 1966 Batman TV series is well documented. It's one of the funniest television shows ever made, due in no small part to its fantastic cast, and the circumstances of its production and legacy are unique and fascinating enough that I would probably be obsessed with its very existence even if I didn't love the show itself. So on paper, I am the target audience for a Batman 66 reunion movie, and this one certainly has my attention. This was made by the same producers as an earlier classic TV biopic, Surviving Gilligan's Island, including co-EP Dawn Wells returning for this despite not being involved in this series. Maybe she just had a fondness for her Family Feud rivals?
Ready for action! Competing against the Batman family.
Now, before we get any further, I know what you're thinking, and no, Return to the Batcave is not to be confused with Back to the Batcave, which was the name of Adam West's memoir. Although Return to the Batcave does cover several of the same anecdotes as Back to the Batcave, as well as several anecdotes from Burt Ward's memoir, but this special, it's hard to fully describe what it is, but half of it is basically a made-for-TV biopic about the production of the series.
Let's make it official, guys. Batman, meet Robin.
Young Adam West is played by an actor named Jack Brewer, who, if you ask me, looks a little more like he should be leading the Ministry of Silly Walks, but he does a solid job at capturing Adam's essence and imbuing him with a gentle warmth and sense of self-awareness.
No. We're not camp. It's a farce, a lampoon, a social satire with an Oscar Wilde flavor.
Self-awareness, incidentally, is something that the real Adam West tended to deliberately avoid in his own performances, including in his performance as himself in this very production, and it's almost always the right comedic choice. It might be the funniest gag of this movie that fake Adam West seems more like a real, normal human than the real Adam West ever allows himself to be.
No time for that. This is a job for actors. We'll find the Batmobile.
Young Burt Ward is played by Tino Tonatini himself, that staple of animation voiceover and TGIF sitcoms, Jason Marsden, and this is the most perfect casting in the history of biopics.
Is this a period show? What, with the tights and all?
How many more have you got?
You don't even know what you're testing for? How long have you been in this business? Truth is? Yeah? This is my first audition. Ever? For anything? Is this a problem?
Marsden captures Bert's youthful exuberance and naive inexperience so well that it's no wonder he went on to voice vintage Robin in that Scooby-Doo meets Weird Al segment on Batman the Brave and the Bold.
That's what they meant when they said they were going on a scavenger hunt.
Right. The old place is scheduled to be torn down. Joke. You see this? Someone mispainted Batman's neck.
Brett Rickaby plays young Frank Gorshin, and he seems to be having as delightful a time doing it as the real Frank Gorshin had on set.
You know, kid, stars of this show should really be the villains. I mean, you got some great ones, well, like the Riddler, for instance.
Oh, that's me!
Other villains from the show get brief appearances as well, played by a couple of actors, including an actor playing Vincent Price, who seems to be making absolutely zero attempt to do a Vincent Price impression.
Batman can't save you now.
You're not gonna try the voice even a little bit? Who is this guy? The co-writer of The Deer Hunter. Huh.
That was great, Mr. Price. Last shot for the day.
There's no real portrayal of Neil Hamilton or Alan Napier or Stafford Rep or Madge Blake, but towards the end of the biopic, there's young Yvonne Craig, played by Erin Carruthel, for the season where Batgirl was brought in as a ratings ploy.
So, I hear you're not wild about this idea. Does Bert feel the same way?
To be honest, we don't feel the show needs another character.
The real Yvonne Craig declined to appear in this special, citing dissatisfaction with the script, which means that there's no closure to her not quite being welcome on the set, and it reinforces that the story where Adam accidentally gropes her doesn't seem quite as playful as they want it to.
Is there a problem?
Where's your hand?
It's on her shoulder.
A little lower, Adam.
The biopic portion also features Amy Acker as Burt Ward's first wife, and Adam's daughter Nina West, not that one, as a one-night stand gone wrong for Burt. Also, there's William Dozier, of course, played by the Reverend from Gilmore Girls.
But we had a respectable run. 3 good seasons. Hey, we fought hard to make it a show we can be proud of. I was proud of our whole family.
As I mentioned, many of the anecdotes in the biopic portion come directly from Adam and Burt, so how accurate they are may be a matter of speculation. There is a fair bit about Adam's sexcapades, although nothing about that orgy that he and Frank Gorshin were supposedly kicked out of. And some parts of the biopic half are fictionalized to set up elements in the reunion half, such as Frank Gorshin being present at the striking of the set despite only appearing in the second episode of the final season.
Well, it's been good working with you, even if the villains never really got the respect they deserved.
You'll have your day.
Count on it.
But really, there's no more liberties taken than there are with any biopic. The biopic half may just be a collection of scenes that don't really structurally flow into each other, but it's mostly decently executed standard TV biopic fare. So what's the reunion half? Well, it's an attempt to do a modern-day Batman 66 adventure, but starring Adam and Burt as themselves. Adam West and Burt Ward receive mysterious invitations to a charity event where their original Batmobile will be on display. But then that Batmobile gets stolen right under their nose and they chase it all around Los Angeles. There is a lot to like here. It's always nice to see Adam and Burt in this mode, and their comic delivery hadn't missed a beat. By this point, Adam was no stranger to parodying his own image, and let's be real, nobody ever did it better than him.
I say we fight our way out like we always did.
We had stuntmen then, even if mine was always on a coffee break.
And Burt Ward seems to be having fun portraying himself as the butt monkey lackey, both in the biopic and in the reunion portions.
Tip the man, will you? Thanks, chump.
And wait a minute, isn't that my water?
Adam, here, stop from me.
And you dislocated your finger. How?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
So seeing Adam and Burt doing crime-solving hijinks is always fun, and they commit to every joke they are given. I'm just not entirely sure if they were given the right jokes for this special.
Frank, you're mad?
You're damn right I am.
No, I mean in the demented way.
Okay, so I gotta talk about parody, broadly speaking here, because while there's still a lot of debate about whether or not Batman 66 strictly counts as parody, it undeniably has parodic elements, and William Dozier's central idea for the series is pretty much a textbook definition of parody.
So then after a day or so, the fairly obvious idea, it seems obvious now at least, to make it so square and so serious and so cliche-ridden and so overdone, and yet do it with a certain elegance and style that it would be funny, that it would be so corny and so bad that it would be funny.
And there are a lot of different approaches to parody, but broadly speaking, they all sit on sliding scales of how straight you play it, how grounded the heightening remains, and how self-aware the characters in universe are allowed to be. For instance, the Zucker Abraham Zucker School of Parody tends to follow an unbelievable, unrealistically heightened world, although one that still generally respects the fourth wall, mostly, with characters reacting to the absurdity around them with an absolutely straight face, completely oblivious to how ridiculous this is. It's all the deadpan characters acting like this is normal that really sells the absurdity.
What was it we had for dinner tonight?
Well, we had a choice, steak, fish.
Yes, I remember. I had lasagna.
Meanwhile, the Mel Brooks style of parody tends to have characters reacting to the silliness more aware that what's happening is ridiculous, and being completely self-aware about the fact that they're in a movie, and being self-aware about the cliches of the genre they're in. They're more likely to mug than to deadpan.
We'll head them off at the pass!
Head them off at the pass? I hate that cliche.
Now, I'm not here to pit one parody approach against another. I love Top Secret, and I love Blazing Saddles. I think each one picked the right style for their respective movie, but they're different styles. And similarly, Batman 66 and Return to the Batcave are different styles. Batman 66 had characters reacting to a heightened world with a completely straight face. The gags may not have been as cartoonishly absurd as a Zaz movie, but the world itself was a heightening of comic book logic and aesthetics, and with the exception of a couple of window cameos here and there, the characters all reacted with the straightest of straight faces. The humor comes less from specific punchlines and more from juxtapositions of absurd behavior and situations with the seriousness of the most important police work. On paper, Return to the Batcave understands that this is the central joke of the series.
I said this was a serious crime fighter. Completely serious, Lou. I mean, that's what makes the comedy work. He doesn't know he's funny.
But on the other hand, the reunion portions of Return to the Batcave are kind of parodying the memory of the show and playing much sillier, or at least a different type of silly. The world surrounding our heroes is much less heightened here, but the characters are ridiculous goofballs and the jokes are, let's just say, far more telegraphed.
Hey, if you're looking for the Batmobile, it went that way.
You have a sharp eye, my friend.
There are a lot of dancing around saying the thing jokes, which is a common tactic when someone from a famous show cameos in something. But when the whole thing is dedicated to that famous show, the coyness just seems pointless. Also, the jokes all step on each other.
Too stuffy. Too formal. Too retro.
Alfred, I need you. It's not Alfred, Mr. West. It's Jerry. Alfred was the guy on the TV show. I guess you'll be needing your tuxedo?
No, I think something a bit more in keeping with the times, something not as formal. Something Clooney-ish.
You know, I'll never get used to that. A nostalgic nod to that series you used to do?
Oh, no. It was there when I bought the house. I did add the sign, however.
Any one of these jokes probably would have been fine. All of them back to back was a lot. You don't need to keep coming up with clever ways to allude to the idea of Batman in a special we're only watching because of Batman. Also, there's a fair number of breaking the fourth wall jokes.
We'll take my car. It's already been established. Hold it! Freeze frame that memory. Very odd.
What's that?
It's time for an act break. But that voice is strangely absent.
He must be on a break.
But given these camera angles, I say the enemy is close at hand.
Only got 2 minutes left. The movie will be over by then.
Nothing against fourth wall jokes, it's just, again, a different style of parody than the actual show had. And if the goal was to make the reunion portions feel like a new Batman 66 episode, it got part of the way there. It still feels silly, it's just a different kind of silly. But then again, I guess this is the first 20th Century Fox superhero movie to feature a hero who breaks the fourth wall, so in your face, Ryan Reynolds!
The butler did it. We should have seen this coming a mile away.
Diabolical.
Even more than you think, Mr. West.
So in the end, the reveal is that Butler Booger from Revenge of the Nerds not only did it, but he was actually a supervillain in disguise the whole time.
Holy plot twist! Your butler is
Frank Gorshin?
Okay, so what this twist means is that in the opening sequence, while Adam West is watching his movie, like he presumably does every night, his butler was sneaking out of the house, sneaking out of disguise, sneaking back up to the house, leaving the note and ringing the doorbell, sneaking away, sneaking back into the house, and sneaking back into disguise. And credit where credit's due, that is ridiculous enough to be a Batman 66 villain plot. It's just that the jokes surrounding the plot don't quite feel at home in the Dozierverse. Honestly, the part that best captures the tone of Batman 66 isn't in the reunion portion, but in the biopic portion, where they recreate a frequent Batman set piece.
Could you hold it down? People are trying to sleep in here.
See, what I love about this cameo is that 2003 era Betty White is about the level of cameo that the Batman show would have had coming out of the window, but like, obviously in the 60s, Betty White did not look like that, so they're not necessarily trying to say that this is Betty White in the reality of the biopic we're seeing, but it's like someone on the level of Betty White, and the feeling of seeing whoever that is in the show would bring about similar feelings in the audience as the feeling of seeing Betty White now. It's just a way to do your own Batman window cameo, not one that actually literally happened, but one that's like the ones that happened, and it really is the closest the special comes to making you feel like you're watching a new episode of Batman 66.
All night long, people going up and down the walls. It's enough to drive you batty.
Of course, the bat elephant in the room is that at this point, it was hard to watch even the original episodes of Batman 66 because this is when the rights to the series were complicated. The production of the show was the result of an intricate web of negotiations between 20th Century Fox, DC Comics, ABC Television, and William Dozier. And while the negotiations allowed for reruns, meaning the show could be in syndication for decades to come, the negotiations didn't factor in home media releases because why would they? It was the 60s. I don't know the negotiation details that went into producing the Batman 66 movie, but they were different on some level because it was a movie. So the movie had already been available on home media basically since the advent of home media, but the show was, at the time of this production, still legally prohibited from being released on home media. Now, DC Comics did cooperate in the production of this special, but their participation still didn't allow for the in-universe fiction of Batman to continue, hence this being about Adam and Bert, and their participation still didn't help untangle the complicated web of rights preventing use of the footage from the show. Maybe since this was a made-for-TV movie, they could have used clips from the show as long as they were okay with this only being broadcast on TV, but they wanted this thing on DVD too. So the retrospective about the show only uses footage from the movie. Anytime there's any clip of classic Batman seen on screen, it's a clip from the movie.
A joke a day keeps the gloom away.
It really is our movie.
Which is mostly fine, but it's distracting during the Julie Newmar sequence how there's only footage of Lee Merriweather.
What was really in that utility belt of yours?
Anything I might need at any time. But that's for me to know and you to find out. Julie Newmar. Why didn't I recognize you in that Western costume?
Why would you recognize her if we can't use any footage of her? The real question is why you didn't recognize Lee Merriweather in her cameo not as herself, because this wasn't confusing enough yet.
Did I hear you boys say something about a Batmobile?
This was clearly made with a lot of love for the series, but even a loving recreation can miss the mark in some ways. I do respect what this was going for, but I think it was trying to bite off a little more than it could chew. But I still enjoy watching this. I love every performance in this thing. All the actors are great. Even the not even trying to be Vincent Price performance is still a fun performance.
I think playing Egghead has gone to your head.
Yeah.
Oh, you do you?
Take that. No. And that.
While this still doesn't quite get the tone of the show right all the way through, it still has a bit of the spark that made the series so magical. That spark may mostly come from watching Adam and Bert do their thing again, and watching Jack and Jason do Adam and Bert's thing so well, but it's still nice to get that one last visit into a simulacrum of the Dozierverse, even if not an exact replica of the Dozierverse. And at the time, a time when the rights to this series were too complicated a web for even the dynamic duo to untangle, we thought this was the closest we'd get to getting one last visit from our favorite versions of these comic book heroes.
I've got the time, Bert.
Why not?
The thrill of the chase, my friend. The thrill of the chase.
But But of course, this wouldn't be the last hurrah for the Caped Crusaders. After the rights to the series were sorted out, not only was it finally released on home media, but DC put out a line of Batman 66 comics, and Warner Brothers Animation made the direct-to-DVD Return of the Caped Crusaders and Batman vs. Two-Face. I think these were much better at capturing the show's tone and using it to parody the Batman lore in general.
Not so fast, old chum.
But we're in a hurry, Batman!
Jaywalking is extremely hazardous, especially at night. As duly deputized officers of the law, it is imperative we follow the rules.
Gosh, yes, you're right, Batman. No one's above the law, even when you're trying to enforce it.
Quickly, Robin, to the crosswalk!
And after Adam's death, Burt Ward cameoed as Dick Grayson again in the DC television multiverse.
Holy crimson skies of death!
Even after so many reboots of Batman, maybe the Dozierverse can never truly stay dead. Even when all hope looks lost, it will always find a way to emerge triumphant if you just stay tuned. Same bat time, same bat channel. Anyway, if you like this video, you'll probably like the video I made where I talk about all my favorite comedic takes on the Caped Crusader. Spoiler alert, Adam is #1, and you may like some of my other obsessions of other moments. And until next time, citizens, this is Dave, signing off.